Chapter 2451. Time flew by. Qin Feiyang had been in seclusion for half a year. Whoosh! At noon that day, an old man and a young girl suddenly appeared above the city lord mansion. The old man was over 80 years old and had white hair. He was wearing old yellow clothes, but his cultivation was extremely powerful. He suppressed the city lord mansion with a wave of his hand. The young girl was wearing a white dress. She was as pure as a fairy, beautiful and refined. But both of them were wearing masks. No one knew what they looked like. Jiang Defei was seriously injured when the old man attacked. The city lord mansion's treasure vault, which had finally accumulated some savings, was robbed again. This matter made Jiang Defei very depressed. Moreover, the lord of the Dragon God Palace was now in charge of the Holy Dragon City. In front of the old man, the lord of the Dragon God Palace could not withstand a single blow. This matter caused quite a stir. When Yi Zhong learned about this, he immediately sent out experts to arrest the old man and the young girl. But the old man and the young girl came and went quickly. No one knew where they went. Some time passed. Another nearby city's city lord's mansion's treasury was plundered. After investigating, everyone was shocked to find that it was the old man and the young girl again. This is too lawless. Poor they. People were talking about it. But this was not the end. Another period of time passed. A city called Serpent City was robbed by the old man and the young girl again. Serpent City was as big as the Holy Dragon City. It was one of the largest cities in the north. The two largest cities were robbed one after another. Everyone was no longer shocked, but panicked. This was a blatant act of going against the Dragon Clan. But the point was, no one had been able to catch them yet. Even when Yi Zhong personally took action, they still managed to slip away. And until now, no one knew what they looked like. They knew it was the old man and the young girl. As for the identity of the two, not only the dragons, but also the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace were secretly investigating. But these two were like a mystery. No one could find out their identity. There was no pattern to their appearance. Every 10 days to half a month, the treasury of a city's city lord's mansion would be plundered by them, causing the people in the north to panic. One day, Fan Yunzhang sent a message to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised to learn about this. He never thought that there would be someone even crazier than him. Looting so many cities in a row, were they planning to loot all the cities in the north? Fan Yunzhang said, "Young lord, there are orders from above for you to find out the identity of these two mysterious masked men as soon as possible." "I'll investigate?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Fan Yunzhang nodded. "Where are the divine generals?" "Why didn't he investigate?" Qin Feiyang said. "The divine general has already investigated it, but he hasn't been able to find anything." Fan Yunzhang smiled bitterly. "If he can't find out, how can I? I don't have time. Also, don't send me a message before I come out of seclusion. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal and continued to cultivate in seclusion, ignoring the outside world. As time passed day by day, this old man and young man were getting more and more arrogant. When they were preparing to loot the city lord's mansion, they actually issued a notice in advance. It was as if they were deliberately luring everyone to watch the show. Boom! One day, in the castle, suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out. This aura at first was that of a perfected divine lord, but soon soared to that of a half-step divine lord. A woman walked into the castle. It was Fire Lotus. Seeing that the aura came from the cultivation room where Qin Feiyang was, Fire Lotus's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. After 5 years and 3 months of seclusion, she finally broke through. Then, she was about to turn around and leave the castle. But just as she turned around, a divine light suddenly emerged from the castle hall. Immediately after, a huge time array emerged from the ground, emitting a dazzling light. Fire Lotus looked at the time array in surprise. "What's going on?" Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, the 3 black leopard brothers, the big black wolf, and even the white-eyed wolf rushed out of the cultivation room. "I don't know." Fire Lotus shook her head. "It's really strange. The white-eyed wolf muttered and turned to look at Qin Feiyang's cultivation room. During these years of seclusion, Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan had stepped into the ninth heaven realm. The big black wolf and the 3 black leopard brothers had also stepped into the initial divine lord level. The white-eyed wolf had already stepped into the half-step divine lord level and was working hard to reach the initial divine lord level. And he was almost halfway there. The white-eyed wolf withdrew his gaze and looked at the time array on the ground. Why did the time array suddenly appear? Fire Lotus frowned and said, could it have something to do with Qin Dage's breakthrough? What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf raised his head and looked at her suspiciously. Fire Lotus said, Qin Dage had just broken through when the time array appeared. It appeared right after he broke through? The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. Fire Lotus nodded. The white-eyed wolf said in surprise, did something happen to the castle again? What do you mean? Li Changhe looked at the white-eyed wolf in confusion. This situation has happened several times before. Every time, the castle would change dramatically. That's not right. The castle doesn't seem to be sealed anymore. Since there's no seal, why would it change? The white-eyed wolf frowned. This was too strange. Boom. At this moment, the stone door opened and Qin Feiyang walked out. The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and said, little Qin Zi, what's going on? Fire Lotus, Li Changhe, Big Black Wolf, and the Black Panther brothers also looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang glanced at the time array on the ground and remained silent. The time array shone brightly and gradually left the ground and floated in the air. An obscure aura then spread out. Suddenly, the time array disappeared from the castle. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and hurriedly rushed out of the castle. Fire Lotus, White-Eyed Wolf, and the other beasts also hurriedly chased after him. They saw Qin Feiyang looking at the sky above the castle. They also looked up and there was a trace of shock in their eyes. The time array did not disappear. Instead, it floated directly above the castle. It was getting bigger and bigger, and the light was getting brighter and brighter. The sky and earth of the Devil's Land were dyed with a layer of color. Suddenly, the time array turned into a divine rainbow and rushed into the sky, disappearing from the sight of Qin Feiyang and the others. It disappeared? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. It didn't disappear. Qin Feiyang shook his head with a trace of excitement on his face. Then what is it? Everyone looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the time array has merged with the Black Tortoise realm. Merged? Everyone was stunned. And this is not an ordinary time array. It's a time array that's even more powerful than before. The smile on Qin Feiyang's face became even brighter. Even more powerful? Everyone looked at each other. The white-eyed wolf said angrily, can't you say it clearly at once? Why are you keeping us in suspense? Do you believe that I will beat you up? Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at the white-eyed wolf, then looked at Fire Lotus and the others, saying, the time rules of the Black Tortoise realm have undergone another earth-shattering change. It can't be. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Ha! Qin Feiyang finally couldn't help but laugh, saying, you can't imagine how heaven-defying the time rules of the Black Tortoise realm are now. I can't take it anymore. Go die. The white-eyed wolf went crazy. He raised his claws and smashed them at Qin Feiyang. I told you not to keep us in suspense. You're still laughing by yourself. How infuriating. Qin Feiyang dodged the white-eyed wolf's claws, then grabbed the white-eyed wolf and rubbed his head, saying, the time rules of the Black Tortoise realm are now 100 years in a day. What? The white-eyed wolf was about to struggle, but when he heard this, his expression immediately turned sluggish. Fire Lotus, Li Changhe, Wang Daoyuan, Big Black Wolf, and Black Panther were also dumbfounded. 100 years in a day. Was this a joke? 10 years in a day was already heaven-defying. Now it was 100 years in a day? Heavens! This was too crazy. I'm just asking you if you're happy, and excited? Qin Feiyang rubbed Big Black Wolf's head and said excitedly, happy, excited. The white-eyed wolf nodded repeatedly. 100 years in a day. How much time would he save in cultivation in the future? Just like before, Qin Feiyang needed more than 19,000 years to break through from a perfect monarch god to a half-step supreme god, and the castle needed more than 5 years. However, according to the castle's time rules of 100 years in a day, 100 days was 10,000 years. In other words, these 19,000 years only needed a little more than 190 days, which was a little more than half a year. It was too shocking. This was simply a cheating artifact. Young master, congratulations. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan came back to their senses and immediately smiled at each other. They were naturally very happy. Because the castle's time rules had become more powerful, their cultivation would be faster in the future. The white-eyed wolf frowned and struggled out of Qin Feiyang's clutches. He got up and looked at Qin Feiyang. Isn't there no seal on the castle? I thought there was no seal at first, but when I broke through, a piece of information entered my mind. There are more than 3 seals in the castle, and the later seals are basically targeted at the time array. Qin Feiyang said, "What is the meaning of this castle? It's always playing this kind of surprise attack with us." The white-eyed wolf was unhappy. Qin Feiyang also shook his head and smiled bitterly. When Uncle Yuan first gave him the castle, he didn't know that there were seals in the castle. It was Mu Tianyang who noticed the abnormality in the castle. At that time, he realized that there was a seal in the castle. As expected, later, when he broke through a certain realm, the castle sent a message that there were 3 seals. However, as for the 4th seal, it didn't mention anything. And now, the 4th seal suddenly appeared. Wasn't this a deliberate attack? How willful! Couldn't he tell him everything at once? The white-eyed wolf asked, "How many more seals are there?" Qin Feiyang said, "In addition to the 4th seal, there are 2 more seals." In other words, the 5th and 6th seals? The white-eyed wolf asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then what's the change? Could it be that after unlocking the 5th seal, the time rules will become 1,000 years a day? And after unlocking the 6th seal, it will become 10,000 years a day? The white-eyed wolf became more and more excited as he spoke, as if it would really happen. Chapter 2452. 1,000 years in a day? 10,000 years? Qin Feiyang was speechless. That was too idealistic. Such a nomological array was a legend. It was fine to dream about it. As for reality, it was impossible to even think about it. But one thing was for sure. 100 years in a day was not the limit of the ancient castle. When the 5th and 6th seals were unlocked, the time laws would accelerate. As for how fast it would be, only by unlocking the seals would they know. And the way to unlock the seals was to break through. When they broke through to the 9 heavens realm, they would unlock the 5th seal. When they broke through to the imperishable realm, they would unlock the 6th seal. The white-eyed wolf chuckled. If old Zhao and the others know about this, they will definitely regret it even more. Qin Feiyang was stunned. There's something I haven't told you. What is it? The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the others are already breaking through to the perfected paragon god realm. The blood Kirin is already breaking through to the perfected paragon god realm. Qin Feiyang said. What? The white-eyed wolf was stunned. How could it be so fast? The Dragon Slayer Palace also has a time array. A day is 50 years. The reason I haven't told you is that I was afraid you would be shocked. But it doesn't matter now. Our time array is more powerful than the Dragon Slayer Palaces. As long as we are willing to work hard, it will be easy to catch up with them. Qin Feiyang smiled. A day is 50 years. Those bastards, no wonder they betrayed us one by one. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Qin Feiyang choked on his saliva and said speechlessly, "How can this be called betrayal? Besides, when they parted with us, they didn't know that the dragon-slaying palace had such a powerful time formation." Isn't that betrayal? Just wait and see. I will deal with them sooner or later. I will go into seclusion. If I don't catch up with them, no. I will not come out of seclusion until I surpass them. The white-eyed wolf snorted and turned around and ran into the cultivation room without looking back. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. It seemed that this fellow would not be able to overcome this hurdle. However, this was also a good thing. This was because the white-eyed wolf could save him a lot of trouble if he cultivated seriously. Otherwise, with the white-eyed wolf's personality, no one knew what kind of trouble he would cause. It could be summed up in one sentence. He couldn't wait for the white-eyed wolf to go into seclusion every day. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Li Changhe and the other man. He smiled and said, "You two have also broken through. I broke through long ago. But seeing that you were in seclusion, we didn't dare to disturb you." Li Changhe. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to look at the fire lotus, saying, "Prepare enough soul stones for them. Although they're going to complete a mission, they can't neglect their cultivation." "All right." Fire lotus nodded. "You guys cultivate first. When I leave the Dragon God Palace, I'll bring you out." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking to Li Changhe and the other man, he left the castle with the big black wolf. Inside the cave, after more than 5 years, it was already covered in a thick layer of dust. But Qin Feiyang ignored him. He glanced at the big black wolf and smiled. "Not bad, you've also broken through to the early stage of the Paragon God realm." "Just kidding. If you still don't break through, wouldn't it be a waste of those pills to open the door of potential?" The big black wolf chuckled. "Then how many soul stones do you need to break through from the half-step Paragon God realm to the early stage of the Paragon God realm?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. 10 billion. According to Big Sister, there will be more later. Breaking through to the early stage of the Paragon God realm requires 20 billion. Breaking through to the phenomenal stage of the Paragon God realm requires 40 billion. Breaking through to the perfected stage of the Paragon God realm requires 60 billion. Breaking through to the perfected stage of the Paragon God realm requires 80 billion soul stones. And breaking through to the half-step 9 heavens realm requires even more, 100 billion. The big black wolf said. "So much?" After hearing this, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. In the past, divine lords only needed a few billion, but now, Paragon gods needed tens of billions. Fortunately, the laws of time in the castle had changed dramatically. Otherwise, who knew when he would be able to enter the 9 heavens realm? After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang asked, "How many soul stones could you refine in a day when you were a half-step Paragon god?" The big black wolf thought for a moment and said, "About 1,500. More than 1,500? Qin Feiyang was surprised. If he remembered correctly, when he was breaking through to the half-step Paragon God realm, he had refined about 1,150 soul stones in a day. In other words, that was 400 more soul stones. It seemed that after breaking through to the next level, not only would the number of soul stones needed increase exponentially, but the refining speed would also be greatly improved. Wait, if the big black wolf can refine 1,500 soul stones in a day, will he be able to refine even more? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang looked at the big black wolf and said, "Wait for me here. I'll go to the castle for a day of seclusion." A day of seclusion? The big black wolf was stunned. 100 years in a day. A day in the castle, how long is it outside? It's very fast. After saying that, Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle. The big black wolf stood there in a daze. That's right. 100 years in a day. And there were 24 hours in a day. In other words, in less than 2 hours outside, 10 years had passed in the castle. It was only a day, less than 10 breaths of time. Sure enough, in less than 10 breaths, Qin Feiyang appeared again. "How is it?" the big black wolf asked. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "I can refine 1,650 soul stones in a day." "Why is it so much more than me?" The big black wolf was stunned. In the years it had been in seclusion, it could only refine 1,550 soul stones a day. But Qin Feiyang could refine 1,650 soul stones. This difference was a whole 100 soul stones. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. This might be the relationship between talent and potential. Shameless. The big black wolf pursed its lips. Qin Feiyang chuckled and took out the image crystal. Buzz. Not long after, a shadow appeared. It was Hui, but it was still Chao Duan's appearance. Qin Feiyang said, "Have you had fun in the past 5 years?" Fun? Hui Yi was slightly stunned, and said unhappily, "Do I look like I'm playing?" Qin Feiyang said, "I don't believe that it will take so long to find out the situation of the Dragon God Palace." Hui Yi smiled embarrassedly and said, "I really can't hide anything from you." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Then tell me now, what do you know?" "A lot. I can't finish it in a day or two. I'll tell you what you're most concerned about. The medicinal field of the Dragon God Palace is on the 10th island, and the entire island is filled with medicinal herbs. The spirit vein and crystal vein are both in the Sea of Clouds, but there is a seal, so no one can get close. As for the number, I guarantee that you will be shocked. The number of spirit veins is as many as 10,000. The number of crystal veins is more than 20,000. Hui said, "So many?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. The big black wolf was also dumbfounded. More than 10,000 spirit veins, more than 20,000 crystal veins, what kind of concept was this? Calm down, calm down. What will surprise you even more is yet to come. These spirit veins and crystal veins are basically all of the divine level. There are more than 1,000 spirit veins above level 5, and even more crystal veins above level 5, more than 3,000. Hui laughed. When Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf heard this, their breathing couldn't help but become rapid. With so many spirit veins and crystal veins, it was completely enough for the Black Tortoise realm to use. And all the creatures in the Black Tortoise realm. How is it? Are you very tempted? Hui chuckled. Qin Feiyang asked, "How big is the herb field?" Hui Yi said, "At least 2 first islands added together to compare with the 10th island." The big black wolf was stunned and asked, "The entire island is filled with herbs?" "Didn't I say it just now?" Hui said. The big black wolf said in shock, "Damn, how many herbs are there?" "So, this Dragon God Palace is a divine treasure." Hui laughed. The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and roared excitedly, "Big brother, you must rob them all. Don't leave a single hair for them." "If it was that simple, I would have done it long ago." Hui Yi shook his head. This wolf cub was still too naive. "What do you mean?" The big black wolf looked at Hui Yi in surprise. "According to my observation, the seal of the spirit veins and crystal veins was personally placed by the Dragon Sovereign. And the herb field, in addition to a half-step invincible realm powerhouse guarding it, there is also a clone of Yizhong." Hui said. Hearing this, the big black wolf shrank like a frosted eggplant. The seal of the Dragon Sovereign, a half-step invincible realm powerhouse, and Yizhong's clone. These were all existences that could not be defeated. Qin Feiyang asked, "What is Yizhong's cultivation level?" "Greater Mastery Invincible Realm. And according to my monitoring, he seems to have mastered a kind of law power." Hui Yi said in a deep voice. "What? The power of law?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. Hui Yi shook his head and said, "But I can't tell what kind of law power it is." "He is indeed a terrifying figure," Qin Feiyang said. "Yizhong is at the Greater Mastery Invincible Realm. Aren't the ancestral dragons and the young man who can fight him to a draw also at the Greater Mastery Invincible Realm?" the big black wolf said. "More or less." Hui Yi nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "According to my speculation, the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace should also be at the Greater Mastery Invincible Realm." Qin Feiyang nodded. Back then, when the ancestor fought with the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan, he did not kill him, so it was not difficult to determine that the ancestor's lineage was similar to the ancestral dragons. But even so, the ancestor was already powerful enough. There was also Lu Xingyang. Because compared to the ancestral dragons, they were considered juniors. "Were you now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "The Law Enforcement Hall." Hui Yi said. "The Law Enforcement Hall?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui Yi said with a smile, "I'm with Hong Yi." Qin Feiyang frowned. Why did this name sound familiar? The big black wolf reminded, "Brother, it's Chao Diyuan's friend in the Law Enforcement Hall." "I remember now." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Hui Yi suspiciously and said, "Why are you with him?" "Back then he accidentally bumped into me and called me. At first, I didn't know who he was. Later, I quietly beat around the bush and found out that he was Chao Duan's friend. So I slowly became familiar with him. Hui said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, "That's good. Bring Hong Yi here. I'm lacking someone to take me out of the Dragon God Palace." Hua Yi nodded, and the shadow dissipated. Chapter 2453. Whoosh! About 100 breaths later, two figures descended in the sky above the valley. It was Hua Yi. Next to him was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was 1.8 meters tall and skinny like a bamboo pole. This person was Hong Yi. Hong Yi glanced at the valley and turned to look at Hua Yi. He asked suspiciously, "Brother, who are you bringing me to see?" He always thought that the person standing next to him was his old friend, Chao Di. "You'll know when you go in." Hua Yi smiled and rushed towards the cave in the valley. Hong Yi followed behind him with a suspicious look on his face. The moment he entered the cave, his face changed when he saw Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf. The big black wolf had also turned back into a big dog. Qin Feiyang also turned back into a young man. "You guys?" Li Bu, big black dog. "Brother Chao, why are you with them?" Although he had never seen Qin Feiyang and the big black wolf with his own eyes, he had heard of the man and wolf's names. "I don't understand what you're saying. We're all people of the Dragon God Palace. Why can't we be together?" Hui looked at Hong Yi suspiciously. Hong Yi was slightly taken aback. He pulled Hui Yi to the side and whispered, "Brother Chao, is there something wrong with your head? He killed the island master and is the dragon's mortal enemy." Hui Yi said, "But the dragons didn't do anything to him. This is because of the palace master. But we can all see that the palace master won't live for long. Once something happens to the palace master, the dragons will immediately attack them. Brother Chao, listen to brother's advice. Don't get too close to them in the future, lest you get burned." Hong Yi said in a deep voice. Hua Yi nodded. "Won't live for long?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Hong Yi and frowned. "What do you mean? The dragons are going to attack the young man? Do you still need to ask? How can the high and mighty dragon clan tolerate a human riding on their heads and behaving atrociously? It's only a matter of time before we act against him." Hong Yi sneered. Qin Feiyang said in astonishment, "In other words, this is just your personal guess?" Hong Yi said coldly, "Although it's just a guess, it will definitely come true. If you want to live, you'd better draw a line with him in advance." "How do you draw the line?" Qin Feiyang looked at him, amused. Hong Yi said, "Showing loyalty to the dragons is the best way." "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. "That's all I have to say. Take care of yourselves. Chao Dun, don't come looking for me if there's nothing important in the future." After Hong Yi finished speaking, he turned around and walked outside. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "Don't be in such a hurry to leave. I still have something I need your help with." "Are you kidding? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified for me to help you?" Hong Yi was stunned. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said contemptuously. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This person was really arrogant. This is the Dragon God Palace. It's better to keep a low profile. Hong Yi snorted from his nose, then turned around and continued to walk forward. Shua. At this moment, the big black wolf took a step forward and stood at the entrance of the cave, saying, "Big brother didn't ask you to leave, and you still want to chase him away?" Hong Yi stopped in his tracks, looked at the big black wolf with disdain and asked, "What, you still want to fight?" The big black wolf's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Hong Yi sneered, "Not to mention you who has just become a god, even if you have just reached the 9th heaven realm, I might not even put you in my eyes." Such big words? Qin Feiyang was startled and sized Hong Yi up. At this moment, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. This person was actually at the initial 9th heaven realm. However, when he thought of Hong Yi's identity, he understood. After all, he was the law enforcer of the Dragon God Palace. How could his cultivation be low? The big black wolf said in a deep voice, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be so arrogant with us." "So what if I'm arrogant? As the law enforcer of the Dragon God Palace, I even have the right to kill you. Of course, I also know that you have a half-step undying realm expert by your side, but so what? Right now, our Dragon God Palace has Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong. If you dare to fight, then today will be the day you die. Get lost. Hong Yi scolded, not giving them any face at all. So it turns out that Yi Zhong is your trump card. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. So what? Hong Yi sneered. Originally, I wanted to have a friendly attitude and discuss with you, or give you some benefits. But I didn't expect you to be so arrogant and speak so rudely. If that's the case, then I don't need to waste time and words with you. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at the big black wolf and said, Don't show mercy later, you must let him know what it means to be low-key. The big black wolf suddenly laughed evilly. What do you want to do? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Hong immediately frowned. Of course we'll treat you very nicely. Qin Feiyang laughed. Fire Lotus suddenly appeared and grabbed Hong Yi's shoulder. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the big black wolf, Fire Lotus, and Hong Yi instantly disappeared without a trace. What a pitiful child. Hui Yi shook his head. I didn't want to use force, but there's no other way. In this world, there are people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Qin Feiyang also felt helpless. In less than 10 breaths, Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, and the big black wolf and Hong Yi appeared together. But now it was completely different. The big black wolf puffed out his chest and raised his back proudly. Hong Yi was lying on the ground, dying. His body was badly mutilated, and there was no part of him that was intact. He kept howling. Enough. It's really enough. It's been a whole day. Don't torture me anymore. I'll be obedient, okay? No one knew what kind of torture he had suffered in the castle. His howls were filled with fear and despair. A whole day. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. The castle changed again. Now it's 100 years in a day. So, although it's only been a while outside, he has been tortured for a whole day inside. Qin Feiyang secretly said. No way. 100 years in a day. Even the deputy palace master of Nine Heavens Palace was dumbfounded when he heard this. This was too heaven-defying. Such a terrifying time array was unheard of. Qin Feiyang squatted on the ground and looked at Hong Yi with a smile. Will you really be obedient? Yes. Hong Yi nodded repeatedly. Seeing the smile on Qin Feiyang's face again, the feeling was completely different. It was as if a devil was smiling at him. Wouldn't it be better if you were like this earlier? You have to be beaten up before you'll be obedient. Get up, get up. Qin Feiyang helped Hong Yi up and took out a healing pill and handed it to him. No need, I have my own. Hong Yi hurriedly waved his hand. But before he could finish his words, he was dumbfounded on the spot as he stared at the healing pill. It was actually a dragon-shaped pill qi. Divine pill. In the past few years of seclusion in the castle, Qin Feiyang would sometimes feel bored, so he refined some pills. For example, healing pills, regeneration pills, scarlet-colored glass pills, life pills, and so on. And these divine pills that he refined were basically placed in the various forbidden areas and divine treasures of the Black Tortoise world by the Fire Lotus for the creatures of the Black Tortoise world to find. This was because to the beings of the Black Tortoise world, even the most ordinary of healing divine pills was a great fortune. Not to mention a pill like the scarlet-colored glass pill that could increase one's cultivation. However, for pills like the healing pill, he also kept some on him as a backup. At this moment, he took out the deity-level healing pill that was deliberately for Hong Yi to see. For Hong Yi, he could not use the slave seal or puppet technique to control him, because once he used the slave seal, the fate contract would automatically dissolve. When the time came, Hong Yi would also be unable to leave the Dragon God Palace. Therefore, he had to make Hong Yi work for him willingly. To make someone willingly work for him, it was not enough to use forceful means. He had to take out something that shocked him and made him desire it. And this divine pill was full of great temptation. Looking at Hong Yi's expression, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, but the expression on his face was somewhat indifferent. He said indifferently, "You don't want it? Fine." With that, he put it away. Hong Yi hurriedly grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm. Qin Feiyang said, "You said you don't need it." No. Hong Yi shook his head and stared fixedly at the healing pill, unable to move his eyes away. It was really a divine pill. This person actually had a divine pill. Isn't it just a divine pill? I can refine a bunch of them casually. What's there to be surprised about? If you want it, I'll give it to you. After Qin Feiyang said, he directly threw it to Hong Yi. Hong Yi hurriedly grabbed it in his hand, his eyes full of excitement. This was the first time in his life that he had seen a real divine pill. But immediately after, his gaze trembled. He raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "What did you just say? You can refine a bunch of them casually?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Hong Yi asked again, "That is to say, this medicinal pill was refined by you?" "That's right." Qin Feiyang nodded again. "You can actually refine a divine pill? Oh my God. You really don't show off." Hong Yi was shocked. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, "That's why I said, I'm a low-key person." Low-key? Hong Yi chuckled. Low-key would publicly kill the island master? Low-key would kill all the people in this assessment? What's with your attitude? Haven't I beaten you up yet? Big Black Wolf glared fiercely. No. Hong Yi hurriedly waved his hand, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said with a flattering smile, Yes, you're really low-key. I've never seen anyone more low-key than you." What he said was very sincere, but no matter how one looked at it, there was a sense of helplessness in his words. Qin Feiyang was speechless and asked, "Then now, can we talk properly?" Hong Yi nodded like he was pounding garlic. "That's the way. Don't worry, as long as you're obedient, you'll be rewarded." Qin Feiyang smiled. Understood. Hong Yi nodded and bowed, smiling flatteringly. Chapter 2454. Qin Feiyang laughed. "Then hurry up and heal your injuries, you still have to accompany me out later." "All right." Hong Yi nodded, looked down at the heal pill in his hand, and decisively kept it. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. I can't bear to take it." Hong Yi laughed dryly. Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily and said, "It doesn't matter, when we come back from outside, I'll send a few more." Good. Hearing this, Hong Yi was overjoyed and immediately stuffed the heal pill into his mouth. His injuries immediately began to heal. The effect of the divine pill is indeed different. Hong Yi looked at the wound and muttered to himself, his eyes filled with greed. This person is a bit greedy. Hui Yi sent a sound transmission. "It doesn't matter. Greedy people are easier to buy." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Not long later, the injuries on Hong Yi's body healed, and he was full of energy again. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do you have a spatial divine object?" "But its level isn't high. It can only accommodate 12 people at most." Hong Yi nodded. "That's enough." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Send us to your spatial divine object, and then leave the Dragon God Palace." "Why is that?" Hong Yi was suspicious. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." The Big Black Wolf shouted. I'm sorry. Hong Yi's pupils constricted as he hurriedly apologized, and then immediately sent Qin Feiyang, Hui Yi, and the Big Black Wolf to the spatial divine object. Hong Yi opened a teleportation altar and descended into the sky above the plaza. But Yi Zhong was not in the plaza at this moment. Hong Yi did not stay and walked straight towards the stone door. But suddenly, he stopped and looked up at the sky. Hasn't a day already passed? Why don't I feel any changes outside? What's going on? He didn't know that only a short while had passed outside. It's really strange. Hong Yi muttered to himself, stepped out of the stone door, and rushed down the stone stairs like lightning. "Greetings, milord." When the disciples passing by saw Hong Yi, they immediately bowed and greeted him. The law enforcers of any place were existences that struck fear in people's hearts. This was because they held the power to kill the disciples below them. However, Hong Yi didn't pay attention to anyone. He rapidly flew to the top of a mountain peak and dragged Qin Feiyang, Nye Tian, and the Big Black Wolf out of his spatial divine item. Qin Feiyang looked around, then looked at the dragon god's palace and smiled at Hong Yi. Well done. It's nothing. Hong Yi smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang then looked at Hui Yi and said with a smile, accompany him for a walk nearby. All right. Hui Yi nodded, looked at Hong Yi and said with a smile, brother, let's go. All right. Hong Yi nodded and followed behind Hui Yi, flying down towards the mountains below. When they left Qin Feiyang's line of sight, Hong Yi immediately grabbed Hui Yi and angrily said, Surname Chao, what is the meaning of this? Why are you trying to harm me? Brother, I don't understand what you're saying. How am I harming you? Hui Yi looked at him, puzzled. Still quibbling? Do you dare to say that you're not deliberately dragging me down? Do you know what the consequences will be if others find out that I'm colluding with Li Bua? Hong Yi said angrily. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Only you and I know about this matter. There won't be a third party. We'll talk about it later. Don't you want to get more divine pills? Hui smiled. Hong Yi's expression stiffened, and then greed reappeared in his eyes. Brother, I brought you to see him because I treat you as a brother. We'll share blessings together. As for other things, you can't think about it. No one knows that we're on good terms with Li Bu now, and no one will know in the future. Even if Li Bu suffers the revenge of the dragons in the future, we can completely disassociate ourselves from him. Hui said. Makes sense. The dragons definitely won't believe what Li Bu said. Hong Yi nodded. So, now that there's an opportunity, we have to take advantage of it. Although we have to be humble in front of him, it's worth it for the sake of divine pills. Are you still blaming me now? Hui Yi said unhappily. Good brother, don't be like this. I'll apologize to you. This time, it was Hong Yi who felt guilty and blamed himself. At the peak of the mountain, Big Black Wolf said suspiciously, Big brother, why did you deliberately send Hong Yi away? It's better not to let him know about our identity and plan. Otherwise, Chao Diyuan's betrayal might happen again. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Big Black Wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang's identity was too important. Once Hong Yi knew about it, there might be changes. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan appeared. Young master. The two bowed. Qin Feiyang said, remember, although the mission is important, your life is more important. Thank you for your concern, young master. We won't let you down. The two were extremely touched. This was obviously telling them to give up the mission in the face of danger and save their lives. You can go now. I'll send a message to Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunchang later and ask them to help you. Qin Feiyang said. The two nodded respectfully and then took out a teleportation altar. Big Black Wolf suddenly said, wait a moment. The two were stunned and turned to look at Big Black Wolf suspiciously. Qin Feiyang also looked at it in confusion. Big Black Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Big brother, I suddenly thought of a problem. Old Li and Old Wang don't have any control-type divine arts. Even if they successfully complete the mission, these people won't be under your control, right? That's right, young master. Didn't you say that even the people of the Dragon Slayer Temple have to be under your control? Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan also said. Qin Feiyang frowned. If not for Big Black Wolf's reminder, he would have overlooked this point. Young master, why don't we go to the treasure pavilion and see if there are any control-type divine arts? Wang Daoyuan said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at the two. Can we create something like the divine stone of fate like Long Zun? This way, you can use the enslavement seal to control them. Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan looked at each other and shook their heads with a wry smile. We don't have that ability. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, how about this? After you complete the mission, bring everyone here. I'll control them all at once. The two nodded. Big Black Wolf said, Big brother, they also need something. What? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The token. Those who can enter the Dragon Slayer Temple must be very cautious. Although Old Li and Old Wang are your subordinates, they don't know. So, they need a token that can prove their identities. Big Black Wolf said. It's really troublesome. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Big Black Wolf shook his head and said, "This kind of thing is troublesome. How about this, you two take this." Qin Feiyang took out the twin dragon pendant and handed it to Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan. Li Changhe took it and asked, "Is this okay?" Since Jiang Dafei and Fan Yunzhang know about the existence of the twin dragon pendant, the others should also know. Qin Feiyang said. Li Changhe carefully put it away and asked, "Then we'll set off. Take out your image crystal and establish a contract bridge." Qin Feiyang said. The two nodded and took out the image crystal. After establishing the contract bridge, Qin Feiyang said a few words and the two opened the altar and quickly left. After watching the two leave, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and took out the image crystal. Buzz. An old man's shadow appeared. It was Fan Yunzhang. He had not established a contract bridge with Jiang Dafei yet, so he could only contact Fan Yunzhang. "Young lord?" Fan Yunzhang was stunned and hurriedly bowed. "Is it convenient to talk?" Qin Feiyang asked. Fan Yunzhang nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "I have asked Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan to replace me to carry out the task of replacing the city lord. You and Jiang Dafei have to help them unconditionally." "Replace you?" Fan Yunzhang was stunned. "Otherwise? Do you really want me to do it personally?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. Fan Yunzhang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, No, as long as they are following your orders." Qin Feiyang's expression eased a lot. Fan Yunzhang asked, "Young lord, you are out of seclusion, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "What do you want to say?" Fan Yunzhang said with a wry smile, "It's still a matter of one old and one young." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, "You haven't found out their identity?" But I heard that they were caught by Yi Zhong a few days ago." Fan Yunzhang said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Since they were caught, what does it have to do with me?" "You don't know, but in the past few years, the old and the young have ransacked all the cities in the north. Even Blackrock City was not spared. What the Divine General means is that they may be a match for the dragons because they have ransacked the city lord mansions of the major cities so unscrupulously. Since they are a match for the dragons, they are friends of the dragon-slaying temple. So the Divine General hopes that you can find a way to rescue them from Yi Zhong." Fan Yunzhang said. "I'll rescue them?" Qin Feiyang began to feel angry when he heard this. He said angrily, "Whether it is strength or other aspects, he is stronger than me. Why doesn't he go? The Divine General has his difficulties too. After all, the dragons know him and know his methods like the back of their hand. So no matter how he hides, he will be easily recognized by the dragons." Fan Yunzhang laughed. "Won't I be recognized by the dragons? The kill formula, the battle formula, the axe formula, which dragons don't know." Qin Feiyang shouted. "Anyway, you are alone. What does it matter if they find you? Besides, with your ability, even if you are discovered, you can escape." As soon as Fan Yunzhang finished speaking, he noticed that Qin Feiyang's eyes were not right. He hurriedly said, "Young master, don't misunderstand. These words were not said by me, but by the Divine General. Tell me, where is the Divine General hiding now?" Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. After all, he was alone? Was he being used as cannon fodder? What are you going to do?" Fan Yunzhang realized that something was wrong and asked cautiously. "I'm going to kill him," Qin Feiyang shouted. He was seething with anger. Fan Yunzhang's body trembled and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He knew that he would anger the young master. It was all his fault. Why didn't he keep watch? How could he say these words? Chapter 2455. Big brother, don't be angry, it's not worth it. Big Black Wolf advised. Yes, it's not worth it. Fan Yunzhang also nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang exhaled and looked at Fan Yunzhang. "Where are the old man and the young man locked up now?" "I'm not sure." Fan Yunzhang shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. "I don't even know where they are locked up. How do you want me to make a move?" That, young lord, this subordinate suddenly remembered that there is a very urgent matter to deal with. "If you have anything you want to know, just ask Jiang Dafei. He knows more than this subordinate. Yes. Then that's all for now. Let's talk again when there's time. After Fan Yunzhang finished speaking, the shadow dissipated. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This old man. Big Black Wolf shook his head speechlessly. Even an idiot could see that what urgent matter was just an excuse. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said, "Let Hui Yi and Hong Yi come over." "Chao Diyuan, Hong Yi." Big Black Wolf roared. Accompanied by two sounds of breaking through the air, Hui and Hong Yi landed opposite Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi and asked, "When you came out just now, did you see Yi Zhong in the square?" Hong Yi shook his head. Qin Feiyang frowned. Hui Yi said, "During this period of time, Yi Zhong often left the Dragon God Palace." "Often?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "Was it to catch the old man and the young man?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Then did he bring anyone into the Dragon God Palace these few days?" "I didn't pay attention." Hui Yi shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and looked at Hui Yi and Hong Yi. "How about this? You two go back to the Dragon God Palace now and investigate this matter." "Is this important?" Hong Yi looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Don't ask. Just do as I say." Qin Feiyang took out another divine-grade healing pill. Hong Yi received the pill with a fawning smile. Qin Feiyang glanced at Hong Yi and transmitted his voice to Hui. "Watch him carefully. If there's any abnormality, silence him immediately." "It's a piece of cake." Hui Yi secretly smiled and brought Hong Yi back to the Dragon God Palace. "Big brother, where are we going?" Big Black Wolf looked at Hong Yi and Hui Yi's backs and asked. "I'll make a trip to the Holy Dragon City's City Lord's mansion. You stay in the castle for now." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He consumed an illusory form pill and turned into a middle-aged man. He then sent the Big Black Wolf to the ancient castle and opened an altar. City Lord's mansion. Back of the mountain. There were quite a few medicinal herbs in the looted medicinal field. Moreover, there were many more spirit veins and crystal veins under the herb field. After all, Holy Dragon City was one of the largest cities in the north. With the strength of the City Lord's mansion, it was a very simple matter to collect medicinal herbs, crystal veins, and spirit veins. Swish! A middle-aged man suddenly descended above the herb field. It was Qin Feiyang. Looking at the herb field, Qin Feiyang was not tempted. He immediately activated the concealment technique and flew towards the entrance of the back of the mountain. Not long after, he left the back of the mountain. Just outside the entrance of the back of the mountain, there was a small courtyard. That should be the place where the dragon's emissaries live. And now, Holy Dragon City is overseen by the Dragon God Palace Master. That should be his residence now. Qin Feiyang looked at the small courtyard from afar. But the strange thing was, why didn't he sense the aura of the Dragon God Palace Master? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and quietly walked to the front of the courtyard's gate. In the courtyard, there was a two-story pavilion. The gate of the courtyard was closed, and the doors and windows of the pavilion were also closed. What's the situation? Why is the door closed in the middle of the day? Is he not at home? Qin Feiyang muttered, carefully sneaked into the courtyard, and walked towards the pavilion. However, before he got close to the door of the pavilion, he seemed to have touched something soft. The next moment, a divine power boundary appeared in the void. The barrier enveloped the entire pavilion. "There's a barrier!" Qin Feiyang was shocked, and as expected, he turned around and tore through the air like lightning. It was also at this moment. The door of the pavilion opened with a bang. A middle-aged man walked out. Qin Feiyang looked back. Wasn't the middle-aged man the palace master of the Dragon God Palace? Wait. Suddenly, his gaze passed by the palace master of the Dragon God Palace and swept towards the hall of the pavilion. The palace master of the Dragon God Palace opened the door, and now he could naturally see the hall inside. He discovered, in the hall, there were still 3 people sitting. One of them was Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong was sitting beside the tea table, and at this moment his sharp gaze was also scanning the outside through the door. And the 2 people sitting opposite of Yi Zhong were one old and one young. The 2 of them were wearing masks, so their faces could not be seen clearly. Could it be them? Qin Feiyang whispered. Swish. Yi Zhong also suddenly got up, walked to the side of the palace master of the Dragon God Palace and frowned. Who touched the barrier? I didn't see anyone. The palace master of the Dragon God Palace shook his head. Yi Zhong's face suddenly had a trace of anger and shouted, Idiot, don't you know how to use your spirit sense? The palace master of the Dragon God Palace quickly nodded and released his spirit sense, which like a tide, surged out in all directions. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he did not escape anymore. Hiding behind a big tree, he looked at the old and the young in the hall from afar. Gradually, a trace of suspicion crept into his eyes. A moment later, the palace master of the Dragon God Palace turned to look at Yi Zhong and said, Apart from some small animals nearby, I didn't find anything. I guess it was these small animals that accidentally broke in and touched the barrier. Small animals? Yi Zhong frowned and also released his spirit sense. Near the courtyard, there were indeed many small animals, such as squirrels, white mice, and so on. Then let's go in. Yi Zhong withdrew his spirit sense, turned around, and entered the hall. The palace master of the Dragon God Palace also withdrew his spirit sense and quickly followed. The door closed again. The divine power barrier was also hidden in the void. Why do I have such a feeling? Qin Feiyang stared at the closed door, the doubt in his eyes growing stronger. The old and the young gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Also, since the old and the young were prisoners, why were they on the same level as Yi Zhong? Moreover, there was not even the slightest injury on the two of them. That's not right. How is this what a prisoner should look like? Asked Jiang Dufei. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang turned around and quickly disappeared. About an hour later, he finally found Jiang Dufei in one of the grand halls. Outside the hall, there were several guards on guard. But the door was not closed. Qin Feiyang walked in openly and saw Jiang Dufei sitting on the throne with his head lowered, as if thinking about something. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a voice entered Jiang Dufei's ears. Jiang Dufei immediately looked up and scanned the hall, his eyes full of surprise. Why did the young lord's voice suddenly appear? Close the door. The voice sounded again. That's right. It's the young lord. Jiang Dufei suddenly stood up, waved his hand, and the door quickly closed. Qin Feiyang also appeared in the center of the hall. Jiang Dufei hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, young lord, please take a seat. No need. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and looked at the decorations in the hall. Young lord, why are you here? It's very dangerous here. It won't be good if someone finds out. Jiang Dufei said. Qin Feiyang's expression was cold and said, If I didn't come, I wouldn't have found out that you were lying to me. Lying to you? Jiang Dufei was stunned and said anxiously, Young lord, why do you say that? Still pretending? Why didn't you tell Yi Zhong and the old man and the young man are in the city lord's mansion? Qin Feiyang said angrily. They are in the city lord's mansion? Jiang Dufei was stunned and shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Qin Feiyang frowned. I didn't get the news at all. Jiang Dufei said. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered. Jiang Dufei actually didn't know. Could it be that Yi Zhong found out Jiang Dufei's identity, so he deliberately hid it from him? Then do the others know? Qin Feiyang asked. They definitely don't know. Because many of the people in the city lord's mansion are my confidants. If one of them knows, they will immediately tell me. Jiang Dufei said. That is to say, they are hiding it from everyone. Qin Feiyang whispered. Young lord, how did you know that Yi Zhong and the old man and the young man are in the city lord's mansion? Jiang Dufei looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, I saw it in the courtyard where the Dragon God Palace lord lives. Jiang Dufei said, I will confirm it. After saying that, he was ready to walk outside. So, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Jiang Dufei turned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. If you run over now, won't you let them know that someone tipped you off? Since they don't want others to know about this matter, then you'd better not ask around, lest you be killed by them. Qin Feiyang said. Jiang Dufei's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this, and he hurriedly said respectfully, "I was foolish." Qin Feiyang walked to a chair at the side and sat on it, lost in thought. Jiang Defei stood aside, not daring to disturb him. After a long time, Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "It seems that this matter is not so simple." "What do you mean, young lord?" Jiang Dafei was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, "Answer me first, as a prisoner, what treatment will he receive?" "He will definitely be crippled of his cultivation and be strictly disciplined. If necessary, he will be killed directly," Jiang Dafei said without hesitation. "But just now, I found that the old man and the young man are actually on the same level as Yizhong. And there is not a single wound on their bodies." "What does this mean?" Qin Feiyang asked again. "What? No wound? On the same level?" Jiang Dafei was shocked. Qin Feiyang nodded. Jiang De pondered for a moment, before he said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as it seems." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about you. It's been 5 years, and you still haven't become the city lord of the Holy Dragon City?" "I'm incompetent." Jiang Dafei's eyelids jumped as he immediately bowed. "What's the reason?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Cultivation. I've talked to the leader of the Dragon God Palace more than once. But no matter how loyal and sincere I was, he only said that the city lord of the Holy Dragon City must have a cultivation of the greater perfection stage of the 9 heavens realm," Jiang Dafei said helplessly. Chapter 2456. "Then how long will it take for you to break through to the 9th heaven realm?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Although you have given me enough soul stones, it will probably take me more than 10,000 years to break through to the 9th heaven realm." Jiang Dafei said, "Do you have a specific number?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Jiang Dafei thought for a while and said, "According to my current speed of refining soul stones, it should take me about 12,000 years." 12,000 years, Qin Feiyang pondered in silence. According to the castle's time rules, 1 day was 100 years, 10 days was 1,000 years, and 10 days was 10,000 years. In other words, 12,000 years was more than 120 days. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang looked up at Jiang Dafei and said, "How about this? You find a chance to leave the city lord's mansion first." But Jiang Dafei was suspicious. "Go to my castle and cultivate in seclusion. The castle's time rules are 100 years a day. In only 4 months, you will be able to break through to the 9th heaven realm." Qin Feiyang said, 100 years a day? Jiang Dafei was stunned and hurriedly said, "I seem to remember Fan Yunzhang saying that the castle's time rules are 10 years a day. That was before. After I broke through to the half-step god realm, the castle changed again. Now it's 100 years a day." Qin Feiyang laughed. Half-step god realm? Jiang Dafei was stunned for a moment, and only then did he notice Qin Feiyang's cultivation. He was indeed already a half-step god realm. This was too fast. Pluck. After coming back to his senses, Jiang Dafei knelt on the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you, young lord." 100 years a day. In other words, entering the castle to cultivate would save him more than 10,000 years. This was simply a great fortune. Qin Feiyang said, "I've said it before, when you're with me, don't kneel down so easily. I don't like this." "Yes, yes, yes." Jiang Dai nodded repeatedly, then quickly got up and asked, "Then what excuse should I find? Do you still need to ask me about such a simple matter? Just tell the Dragon God Palace Master that you're going into seclusion to cultivate. Do you think he won't let you go?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Jiang Dafei scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "I was just too excited for a moment. My mind is a little muddled." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura descended outside the main hall. "It's the Dragon God Palace Master." Jiang Dafei's expression immediately changed, and he transmitted his voice, "Young lord, please step back." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, then stood up and entered the castle. Bang! Just as Qin Feiyang left, the hall's doors were blasted open by the Dragon God Hallmaster. "Greetings, milord." Jiang Dafei hurriedly ran over and bowed. The Dragon God Hall Master walked into the main hall and frowned. "Why are you closing the door in broad daylight?" "Milord, that old man and young man have looted the city lords' mansions of the major cities. It has already caused a great impact on us dragons." This subordinate was thinking about how to eliminate these negative effects. "That's why I closed the door and didn't want to be disturbed," Jiang Dafei said. "I see." Hearing this, the Dragon God Hall Master's expression eased a lot. "I have seen your loyalty, but your cultivation is not enough. Otherwise, I would definitely let you be the city lord of the Holy Dragon City. Thank you for your appreciation, milord. Actually, this lowly one is about to break through. As long as milord can give this lowly one a little more time," Jiang Dafei said. The Dragon God Hall Master was stunned and asked, "How long will it take?" Jiang Dafei said, "At most a year." "All right then. It's only a year. It'll pass in the blink of an eye. I'll give you a year. But if you still haven't broken through after a year, I can only choose someone else," the Dragon God Hall Master said. Jiang Dafei was wild with joy. He bowed and said, "Thank you, milord. Then this lowly one will go into seclusion." "Go now. Aren't you too impatient?" The Dragon God Hall Master shook his head helplessly and said, "There's no hurry to go into seclusion. I have a task for you to complete." "Milord, please speak." Jiang Dafei was stunned and said respectfully, "Go and spread a message. Tomorrow at noon, the City Lord's mansion will behead that old man and young man on the plains outside the Dragon God Mountain Range," the Dragon God Hall Master said. Jiang Dafei was stunned and nodded with a smile. "That's a good idea. Beheading them in public will definitely have the effect of killing one to warn 100. "That's right." The Dragon God Hall Master nodded. Jiang Dafei said suspiciously, "Milord, may I ask where that old man and young man are now?" The Dragon God Hall Master's eyes immediately turned cold. "If you follow me, you must first know one thing. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. This lowly one knows his mistake. Please forgive me, milord." Jiang Dafei's expression changed, and he hurriedly lowered his head. "All right, go and arrange it." After the Dragon God Hall Master finished speaking, he walked out. "Farewell, milord." Jiang Dafei bowed and said. After sending off the Dragon God Hall Master, Jiang Dai lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then he called in a few guards guarding outside the door, gave them a few instructions, and let them leave. After the guards left, Qin Feiyang appeared beside Jiang Da. Jiang Dafei hurriedly closed the door and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He said in a low voice, "Young lord, what do you think of this matter?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "But I'm thinking that beheading in public is really just to warn 100. "Young lord, do you mean that they have other motives?" Jiang Dafei was surprised. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "First, tell me in detail what that old man and young man have done in the past 5 years." "Okay. It's like this," Jiang Dafei slowly narrated. Hearing a certain part, Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand and said, "Wait a minute, they only looted the City Lord's mansion's treasury?" Jiang Dafei nodded. "What about the herb fields? Crystal veins? Spirit veins?" Qin Feiyang asked. Jiang Dafei shook his head and asked suspiciously, "Is there a problem?" Qin Feiyang said, "Then don't you think that there is indeed a problem? This subordinate is slow-witted and can't see any problem." Jiang Dafei said. Qin Feiyang said, "Then in your opinion, why didn't they loot the herb fields, crystal veins, and spirit veins?" "Because the herb fields are usually protected by barriers. And the herb fields are usually very hidden, and it takes time to find them. And it's also possible that they are only interested in the treasures in the treasury," Jiang Dafei said. "So that's what you think?" "Not only you, I believe that many people think so too. Of course. This is also pardonable. After all, such a big thing happened. They were all shocked and naturally ignored the herb fields. But the herb fields are exactly the main point. Since they looted the treasury, why didn't they also loot the herb fields, crystal veins, and spirit veins? Don't they have the ability? Can a mere barrier stop them? As for the concealment you mentioned, it's even less of a problem. Because the treasury is also very hidden. They can even find the treasury, how can they not find the herb fields? Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. Jiang Dufei was stunned and nodded, saying, then what do you think? They only looted the treasury, but ignored the more valuable herb fields, crystal veins, and spirit veins. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly flashed and said, this may be a trap, or even a show directed by the dragons. What? Jiang Dufei was shocked. If the old man and the young man really have a grudge against the dragons, they will definitely kill them. Like me. Whether it's the City Lord's mansion in Black Rock City or your City Lord's mansion in Holy Dragon City, nothing is left. Also, why didn't the dragons appear when the old man and the young man ran amok in the north for 5 years? Qin Feiyang sneered. The dragons immediately gave the order to hunt them down. Jiang Dufei said, but what does the order mean? Did the dragons send anyone? Not to mention the revered dragon, such a big matter should have alarmed a few ancestral dragons. But who has come in the past 5 years? No one came and they gave the order. Is this reasonable? Qin Feiyang said. Jiang Dufei thought for a moment and nodded, saying, after hearing what you said, it does seem unreasonable. Speaking of this, Jiang Dufei frowned and said, but now, isn't Yi Zhong overseeing the north? There's no need for the revered dragon and the other ancestral dragons to come in person. Yi Zhong is a human after all. Moreover, the old man and the young man were only caught a few days ago. In other words, Yi Zhong has been somewhat helpless in the past 5 years. Look at the dragons. They have always thought highly of themselves and can't tolerate anyone having the slightest disobedience in front of them. Do you think that with their character, they will tolerate 2 humans jumping around happily for so long? Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. Jiang Dufei nodded and said in a deep voice, it seems that this should be a self-directed show, but what is their purpose? I don't know. But there must be a conspiracy. Qin Feiyang frowned. Suddenly, his gaze trembled as he thought of the mission that Fan Yunzhang mentioned. Looking at Qin Feiyang's abnormality, Jiang Dufei hurriedly said, young lord, did you think of something? Did the divine general give me another mission? Qin Feiyang said. It seems that Fan Yunzhang has already told you. That's right. The upper echelons of the Dragon Slayer Palace are now suspecting that the old man and the young man may be a match for the dragons, so they asked us to tell you to think of a way to save them. Jiang Dufei nodded. Could the dragon's purpose be to lure the Dragon Slayer Palace to take action? Qin Feiyang asked. Jiang Dufei was shocked. Well, there's really such a possibility. Looting the treasury wantonly. Openly going against the dragons. The old man and the young man may be trying to mislead the Dragon Slayer Palace into thinking that they are the dragon's mortal enemies. And previously, the palace master of the Dragon God Palace even asked me to deliberately spread the news. At this point, Jiang Dufei's expression changed drastically. He looked at Qin Feiyang and growled, young lord, the old man and the young man are 100% bait because the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace have always been elusive. The dragons can't find us, so they thought of this method to lure the snake out of its hole. Chapter 2457. The dragons are playing a big game of chess. Qin Feiyang shook his head. To be honest, even he couldn't help but shudder when he figured out the truth. If this plan really succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter how smart they are, so what? You still saw through them. Jiang Dufei laughed. At this moment, he had an unprecedented admiration for Qin Feiyang's brain. After living for so many years, it was the first time he had seen such a smart young man. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, we can't be too arbitrary. After all, this is just our speculation. But it's undeniable that there must be a conspiracy. I have to report this to the Divine General immediately. After Jiang Dufei finished speaking, he took out the image crystal, but suddenly glanced at Qin Feiyang, looking a little embarrassed. What are you waiting for? Quickly send him a message. Qin Feiyang said. How could he not know what Jiang Dufei was thinking? This was to make him avoid it. Avoid it? How could that be? He had long wanted to see who this divine general was. Jiang Defei smiled helplessly and activated the image crystal. Buzz. So, a shadow appeared. It was a man in black armor, wearing a mask on his face, looking extremely mysterious. It's really... Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. That's right. This was the man in black armor who helped him at the seaside back then. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was also there, the man in black armor was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Young lord, it's been a few years. How have you been?" Qin Feiyang said, "Thanks to you, I'm very busy now." The man in black armor smiled and said, "I'm just following orders. If you have any grievances, don't look for me." "You're so strong. Would I dare to look for you?" Qin Feiyang said. The man in black armor waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, I'm really afraid that you'll come and kill me." Not long ago, after Fan Yunchang slipped away, he immediately sent a message to the Divine General, so the Divine General knew what Qin Feiyang said at that time. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Jiang Defei glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the black-armored man and said, "Sir, I originally wanted the young lord to leave, but he... No need to explain, I understand." The black-armored man shook his head. Jiang Defei smiled bitterly. It seemed that the young lord's temper made the Divine General feel very helpless. The black-armored man asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Jiang Defei's expression immediately became extremely solemn as he recounted in detail what Qin Feiyang had come up with. "What? It's a conspiracy." When the black-armored man heard this, his scalp went numb. "You don't even understand the situation, and you want me to save them? Aren't you sending me to my death?" Qin Feiyang said. The black-armored man quickly apologized. "Sorry, this is our negligence. I can't help but start to doubt the abilities of your Dragon Slayer Palace. Even after 5 years, we still haven't found a single clue." Qin Feiyang said. Yes. It's our fault, our fault. However, this matter hasn't been confirmed yet. I think we should observe for a while more." The black-armored man said. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "That's your business. It has nothing to do with me." "Young lord, you can't say that. You are now the young lord of our Dragon Slayer Palace. Your status is higher than mine. If you don't care about this matter, who will?" The black-armored man laughed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he asked, "Are you sure my status is higher than yours?" "Of course. This is publicly acknowledged." The black-armored man nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "In other words, you have to listen to what I say?" "I have to. This is the rule." The black-armored man said. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Jiang Defei and said, "You heard it too, right?" Jiang Defei nodded. He didn't quite understand. What was the young lord playing at? Qin Feiyang looked at the black-armored man again and said with a smile, "Then give me the list." "The list?" The black-armored man was slightly stunned and asked doubtfully, "What list?" "I heard from Fan Yunzhang that there are people from our Dragon Slayer Palace lurking in all the cities in the north. What I want is their list." Qin Feiyang said. The black-armored man hurriedly said, "That won't do. This is confidential. If you don't give me the list, how can I find them? Guess one by one. Check one by one? How much time will I have to spend? How much energy will I have?" Qin Feiyang said. "Young lord, I really can't. To be honest, this mission is actually a test for you. It's also an experience. So, you have to rely on your own ability to complete it. Only by completing this mission can you become the real young lord. And now, it's just an empty title." The black-armored man said. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't talk to me about this. I'm just asking you, will you give me the list?" He was not interested in the so-called test, experience, or young lord at all. If it were not for the sake of the mermaid princess and Qin Rushuang, he would not have accepted this mission at all. It was purely a waste of time. "I can't give it to you." The black-armored man shook his head. "So, you're saying that you have to listen to me no matter what? You're just bluffing me?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-armored man's expression stiffened. He had unknowingly fallen into a trap. "Jiang Defei is a witness. If you go back on your words now, as a divine general, You will probably be ridiculed in the Dragon Slayer Palace in the future. Qin Feiyang looked at him mockingly. Jiang Dufei could not help but smile bitterly. This young lord's methods were not something that ordinary people could compare to. If they were not careful, they would fall into his trap. The black-armored man's heart was also bitter. How could there be such a difficult young man? He was simply an old fox. Phew. The black-armored man took a deep breath and shook his head firmly. Even if I'm ridiculed, I can't give it to you. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang could not help but feel annoyed. He nodded and said, "Fine, if you don't give it to me, I won't care. Whoever wants to be the young lord can be the young lord." "Young lord, this order was given by the higher-ups. Why are you making things difficult for me?" The black-armored man was about to cry. "Am I making things difficult for you? You said it yourself that you would listen to everything I say. If I forced you to say that, I have nothing to say if you don't give it to me now. But I didn't force you. As a man, what you say is a promise. You have to be responsible. Unless you admit that you're a hypocrite who doesn't mean what you say." Qin Feiyang said lightly. The black-armored man was extremely helpless. Why did he feel that no matter what he said, Qin Feiyang was always right? "Hurry up. Don't waste my time. I still have to think about how to solve this conspiracy of the dragons," Qin Feiyang said. The black-armored man was hesitant. Jiang Dufei looked at the black-armored man and said, "Sir, why don't you give the list to the young lord?" "Jiang Dufei, how can you mess around with this?" The black-armored man said angrily. "Sir, only the three of us know about this. As long as we don't say anything, who will know that you gave the list to the young lord?" "Of course. If you don't give it to me, I won't dare to have any objections. It's just that the reputation of being a hypocrite doesn't seem to be that good," Jiang Dufei said. The black-armored man's mouth twitched. He spoke up for Qin Feiyang so quickly? It seemed that Qin Feiyang was really good at buying people's hearts. After looking at Jiang Dufei, the black-armored man looked at Qin Feiyang and said helplessly, "Fine, I'll give it to you, but you must keep it a secret." "Are you that scared? It's not a big deal even if the higher-ups know about this, right?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "If only Emperor Qin and Emperor Yang know about it, it's not a big deal. But there are two other sovereigns in the dragon-slaying palace. In short, the situation in the dragon-slaying palace is not as good as you think." The black-armored man sighed. "I see. Don't worry. I'll destroy this list after reading it," Qin Feiyang said. "That's for the best. In 2 days, I'll give the list to Jiang Dufei. You can ask him for it then," the black-armored man said. Qin Feiyang nodded. The black-armored man asked, "Then tomorrow, I'll go to the plains tomorrow to check on the situation. If I need you to do anything, I'll let Jiang Dufei inform you." Qin Feiyang said. "Okay then. Be careful." The black-armored man reminded him, and the shadow dissipated. Jiang Dufei withdrew his gaze and turned to Qin Feiyang. He said with a smile, "Young master, you're really amazing. It's the first time I've seen the immortal general suffer." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Now, he could finally vent his anger. However, the situation in the dragon-slaying palace worried him a little. The black-armored man's meaning was obvious. The 4 sovereigns in the dragon-slaying palace were divided into 2 factions. On one side were the 2 ancestors, and on the other side were the other 2 sovereigns. In fact, it was normal for a force to have factions. But the dragon-slaying palace was different. The goal of the dragon-slaying palace was to destroy the dragons. And the strength of the dragons was obvious to all. If the dragon-slaying palace was not united, how could they destroy them? It was simply a fool's dream. He didn't know what these people were thinking. Even if they wanted to have internal strife, they should wait until the dragons were destroyed. "But I'll go first." Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at Jiang Dufei. "Where are you going?" Jiang Dufei was stunned and hurriedly asked. "The plains," Qin Feiyang said. Jiang Dufei said suspiciously, "Isn't it starting at noon tomorrow? If you go there early, you might have unexpected gains." Qin Feiyang smiled and took out the image crystal. After establishing a contract with Jiang De, he opened an altar and soon disappeared. This young master is really unpredictable. Jiang Dafei shook his head. The people under the city lord mansion were also very efficient. Not long after, the news of the beheading spread in the Holy Dragon City. Then, like a storm, it spread to other cities. In the sky above the plains, an old man appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. At this time, the plains were very quiet. There was no one. The Dragon God Mountain Range was also dead silent. Because whether it was the plains or the Dragon God Mountain Range, they were all the territory of the Dragon God Palace. Without the permission of the Dragon God Palace, not to mention people, even ferocious beasts would not dare to approach. Will there be an unexpected surprise? I'm really looking forward to it. Qin Feiyang glanced around, the corners of his mouth pursed into a smile, then he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 2458. In the middle of the night, four figures suddenly appeared in the sky above the plain. A burly man who looked like a giant. An old man who was covered in a black robe. The other two were about 1.8 meters tall. He had a handsome face and a tall and straight figure. One had blonde hair and the other had silver hair. The aura they exuded was unfathomable. The burly man glanced around and looked at the black-robed old man and the other two. We can't afford to fail this time. The three of them nodded. Whoosh! Immediately after, the four of them turned into streams of light and scattered in all directions. They then disappeared into the ground and occupied the north, south, east, and west directions. Indeed, this trip was not in vain. In the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang had a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had been monitoring the situation outside. Therefore, he had seen the burly man and the other three. These four could be considered his old friends. They were Ancestral Dragon Black Dragon, Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon, Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon, and Silver Dragon Ancestral Dragon. They had mobilized 4 ancestral dragons and even ambushed here in advance. It seemed that this was really a conspiracy. The appearance of the 4 ancestral dragons meant that their physical bodies had been reconstructed. However, the 4 ancestral dragons wanted to besiege the Dragon Slayer Palace? Would the dragons be too naive? Or, the dragon's target was actually not the Dragon Slayer Palace? Who else could it be but the Dragon Slayer Palace? Wait a minute. It can't be me, right? Qin Feiyang was surprised. When he was discussing with Jiang Dafei, he had never thought that the dragon's conspiracy might be targeting him. Qin Dage, did you find anything? Right then, Fire Lotus entered the cultivation room. The 4 ancestral dragons have descended and are lying in ambush under the plain. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus was surprised. Only the 4 ancestral dragons came? Yes. I suspect that their target may not be the Dragon Slayer Palace but me, Qin Feiyang said. This is also possible. Because in the eyes of the dragons, you are a greater threat than the Dragon Slayer Palace. Fire Lotus said. If that's the case, why don't we beat them at their own game and leave the 4 ancestral dragons here forever? A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. Fire Lotus was stunned. She thought that Qin Feiyang would choose to retreat. After all, they had personally experienced the strength of the 4 ancestral dragons. Furthermore, they all possessed heaven-defying artifacts. But who would have thought that he would have such a crazy idea? Killing the 4 ancestral dragons was not an easy task. Furthermore, Yi Zhong would definitely be there tomorrow. One had to know that Yi Zhong's strength was not inferior to the ancestral dragons. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He strode out of the castle, passed through the medicinal field, and stood above a sea of blood. This was the fresh blood he had collected along the way. Fire Lotus had been following behind him all this time. Looking at the blood sea below, she frowned and said, Qin Dage, this blood should be enough for you to activate Slaughter Domain 4 times. Qin Feiyang nodded. But 4 times, it was only the first stage. Slaughter Domain, he had divided it into 4 stages. The first stage, the power was enough to crush the heaven-defying artifacts that had not been unsealed. This was also the stage he activated the most often. The second stage, the power was comparable to a dragon. The third stage, the power was comparable to a heaven-defying artifact that had been unsealed. The fourth stage was a Genesis divine weapon. Not to mention the fourth stage for the time being, it was almost impossible to reach at the moment. And he himself did not know if Slaughter Domain could reach this level. But the first three stages, as long as there was enough blood, it was definitely possible. However, could the current blood allow Slaughter Domain to reach the third stage? This was the question he was worried about. Because the further the Slaughter Domain went, the more blood it needed to absorb. But opening the second stage was definitely not a problem. The power of the second stage was comparable to a dragon. If the four ancestral dragons did not have the chance to unlock the heaven-defying artifact's seal, even the second stage could kill them. What he was afraid of was not killing them in one blow and giving them time to unlock the seal. There can't be any accidents. The four ancestral dragons must die this time. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fire Lotus asked, "But the time is so short, where can we go to collect so much blood?" "As long as Hui Yi makes a move, there's still time. Right now, we need to find a place." Qin Feiyang whispered. Fire Lotus thought for a while and asked, "Why don't we go to the North Sea?" "After the destruction last time, there aren't many sea beasts in the North Sea." Qin Feiyang shook his head, his eyes suddenly flashing with a bright light. He looked at Fire Lotus and said, "I thought of a place." But Fire Lotus looked at him suspiciously. "Inland Sea." Qin Feiyang said word by word. Inland Sea. Fire Lotus pondered without saying a word. "After passing through the Inland Sea, we will reach the dragon's lair, Divine Dragon Island. Although there is a certain amount of risk, there will definitely be a lot of sea beasts in the Inland Sea. And the sea beasts in the Inland Sea will definitely become our obstruction in the future. Now, we have to get rid of some of them." Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and sent a message to Hui Yi. "Buzz." So, Hui Yi's shadow appeared and asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. "So it's like that?" Hui Yi suddenly understood and nodded. "All right, we'll meet at the bottom of the stone stairs of the Dragon God Palace." "But where's Hong Yi?" "Bring him out together. When the time comes, I'll need him to bring me back to the Dragon God Palace," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Hui Yi nodded and turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and a phantom form pill appeared, turning into Li Bu-er's appearance. Then, he drove the castle into the Dragon God Mountain Range. Divine Dragon Island was at the end of the Dragon God Mountain Range, so the Dragon God Palace was the only way. Not long later, he arrived at the bottom of the stone stairs. Hui Yi and Hong Yi were already waiting there. Qin Feiyang left the castle and appeared in front of the two of them. Hong Yi immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Li, where are you going now?" "It has nothing to do with you." Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Hui Yi, who was standing beside Hong Yi. Hui Yi understood and slapped the back of Hong Yi's head with his palm, causing him to faint on the spot. Qin Feiyang sent Hong Yi to the castle and instructed Fire Lotus to let Hong Yi have a good sleep. In short, they absolutely couldn't let Hong Yi know what they were doing. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang looked at Hui Yi and said. Hui Yi waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and flew towards the end of the Dragon God Mountain Range. "Actually, I have another plan," Hui Yi suddenly said. "Plan?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Didn't the four ancestral dragons want to lure us? Then we'll beat them at their own game and directly sneak into the Divine Dragon Island and destroy their lair," Hui Yi said. "After breaking through to the initial stage of the imperishable realm, your courage has grown." Qin Feiyang looked at Hui Yi in astonishment. Such a crazy plan. If it was before, Hui Yi would never dare to think about it. "Do you know that there's a big problem with your words? Think about it. In the past in the northern region, when was it not me who stepped forward to delay the dragons and buy time for you to open the Slaughter Domain?" Hui Yi said unhappily. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded again and said, "But your plan really won't work, because right now, only the four ancestral dragons are lying in ambush on the plains, and the Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons are nowhere to be seen. That's just because you didn't see it. What if they're hiding in the dark? Hui said. But what if they're all on the Divine Dragon Island? Then if we run to the Divine Dragon Island, wouldn't it be the same as walking into a trap? So, we can't gamble. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hearing this, Hui nodded. Indeed. If it was clear that the Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons had left the Divine Dragon Island, then they could still gamble. About a few hundred breaths later. Crash. The sound of waves came from afar, rolling over. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked over and saw a vast ocean hundreds of thousands of miles away. The wind whistled and the waves rolled. Hui suddenly stopped. Why did you stop? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Hui asked, do you want to enter the inner sea like this? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, looked down at himself, and patted his head. That's right. Right now, he couldn't use the identity of Li Bu to enter the inner sea. Because once exposed, he would never be able to return to the Dragon God Palace. Hui said, anyway, we're here to find trouble, so just show your true body. Qin Feiyang nodded, took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. Hui also took an illusory appearance pill and returned to his previous appearance. Qin Feiyang was stunned, frowning. Didn't you say show your true body? Isn't this my true body? Hui laughed. Don't give me that. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. If this was Hui's true face, how could the people of Nine Heaven Palace not recognize him? From the beginning, this guy had been using a fake face. In other words, after being together for so long, how could Qin Feiyang not know what Hui really looked like? Don't care about these details, let's go. Hui smiled and took Qin Feiyang, flying towards the inner sea like lightning. Who is it? The inner sea is a forbidden area, no one is allowed to enter. But before the two entered the inner sea, accompanied by a cold shout, a fiery red figure flew out from the mountains below, standing behind Qin Feiyang and Hui. His aura was terrifying. It was a half-step eternal realm. There's still someone guarding it? Qin Feiyang and Hui were slightly stunned, stopping in the void, and turned their heads to look. The old man had a ruddy complexion and white hair, wearing a fiery red robe. His eyes also seemed to be made of magma, exuding a threatening aura. Hui whispered, there doesn't seem to be the aura of a divine dragon? I didn't sense it. Qin Feiyang nodded. Without the aura of a divine dragon, the old man in front of them must be a human. A human actually helped the dragons guard the inner sea? At the same time, when Qin Feiyang and Hui turned around, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank. Why did these two faces look so familiar? Wait, it seemed to be Qin Feiyang. The old man said in surprise, you are Qin Feiyang and Hui? You know me? Hui was stunned. Nonsense. We killed so many divine dragons together in the northern region, it would be strange if they didn't know. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. I thought they only remembered you. After all, I'm just a little follower by your side. Hui chuckled. Qin Feiyang was speechless. No matter how stupid the dragons were, they wouldn't think that Hui was his little follower. Chapter 2459. It's really you guys. The old man immediately turned around and fled. What? Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other. They hadn't even started fighting yet. Why did he run away? Swish. Hui took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the old man. He said helplessly, it's meaningless for you to be like this. No matter what, you should at least exchange 2 moves before running away. Didn't the old man want to? He wanted to too. Because if he could catch Qin Feiyang, it would be a great merit. But he didn't have the guts. Who didn't know that Qin Feiyang had a heaven-defying artifact? Who didn't know that the ancestral dragons had been seriously injured in the battle in the North Sea? There was a saying among the dragons that if one didn't have a heaven-defying artifact, one shouldn't hesitate to run away when they saw Qin Feiyang. Get lost! The old man roared. He threw a punch at Hui. Hui's cultivation had long been spread among the dragons. He was a half-step invincible realm cultivator. So, compared to Qin Feiyang, who had a heaven-defying artifact, Hui wasn't that much of a threat. You ran away when you saw Qin Feiyang, but you attacked when you saw me. How much do you look down on me? Hui was a little unhappy. Cut the crap. Get lost if you don't want to die. The old man roared. He was also a half-step invincible realm cultivator. Not to mention killing Hui, he was still confident in blowing him away. This is really annoying. I'm an invincible realm cultivator, but I'm not as intimidating as a half-step supreme god. Hui was extremely angry and slapped out. Boom. The fist and palm met in an instant. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a meteorite. His face was full of disbelief. They were both half-step invincible realm cultivators. How could the other party be so much stronger than him? Swish. Hui took another step forward and landed in front of the old man. He grabbed the old man's neck and said, "You still dare to look down on me?" You? The old man was terrified. Was this person really just a half-step invincible realm cultivator? Half-step invincible realm was in the past. Humans have to improve, don't they? Hui said. Could it be that you? The old man stared at Hui in surprise. That's right. After countless trials and tribulations, I've finally broken through to the initial imperishable level. As a supreme expert, I don't think I need to tell you the difference between half-step invincible and initial invincible. Hui mocked. The old man's heart trembled. Of course he knew. If an initial immortal realm expert wanted to kill a half-step immortal realm expert, it would be as easy as killing a chick. So, do you know that you're a disgrace to us humans? To think that a half-step undying would willingly become the dragon's lackey. Hui sighed. Who said I was willing? When the old man heard this, he immediately roared in anger. Hui was stunned. Qin Feiyang also walked up and frowned. If you don't want to, then why are you still working for the dragons? Fate contract. The old man said helplessly. Contract of fate? Qin Feiyang and Hui glanced at each other. Qin Feiyang asked, so it's because of the binding of the fate contract that you have no choice but to work for the dragons? That's right. In fact, in the early years, I was a member of the Dragon God Palace. In order to get resources, I had no choice but to enter the Dragon God Palace. From then on, my fate was controlled by the dragons. Even if I want to change now, I don't have the chance. The old man said. Then why didn't you choose to enter the Dragon Slayer Palace back then? With your cultivation, it's more than enough to enter the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Do you know when I entered the Dragon God Palace? 100,000 years ago. At that time, the Dragon Slayer Palace hadn't been born yet. The old man said helplessly. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. After pondering for a while, he asked, then if I give you a chance now, are you willing to abandon the dark and join the light? Hui turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang thought, it's a pity to kill a half-step undying realm expert. Hui nodded. A half-step undying realm expert was a top expert even in the ancient realm. If he could take him under his command, he would definitely be of great use. Abandon the dark and join the light? The old man was a bit surprised. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui and asked suspiciously, you have a way to break the fate contract? Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui also let go of the old man and said, instead of continuing to be the dragon's lackey and being spurned by others, why don't you follow us and do something big? The old man glanced at the two and asked, can you really break the fate contract? Of course. There's no need to lie to you about this. Qin Feiyang said. I'm directly controlled by the Dragon Sovereign. The old man said again. Controlled by the Dragon Sovereign? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Any human who breaks through to the undying realm will be personally controlled by the Dragon Sovereign. And among us humans, only Yizhong is free. The old man said. He's really free? Then why is he working for the dragons? Qin Feiyang frowned. I don't know. The old man shook his head. How strange. He doesn't control Yizhong. Does the Dragon Sovereign trust him that much? Qin Feiyang frowned. It's not a normal trust. From what we've seen, Yizhong and the Dragon Sovereign are like family. Even the dragon's treasury, Yizhong can enter and leave as he pleases. The old man said. Qin Feiyang and Hui exchanged glances. This was really unbelievable. Seems like convincing Yi Zhong to join the Dragon Slayer Palace won't be an easy task. If you can really break the fate contract, I'll join the Dragon Slayer Palace right away. The old man said. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and said, No, 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 not the Dragon Slayer Palace. You'll be under my command. What's the difference? The old man looked at him suspiciously. Of course there's a difference. The Dragon Slayer Palace is the Dragon Slayer Palace and I am me. We can't be lumped together. Qin Feiyong said. The old man said, But your ancestor, Qin Feiyong said, two different things. Irrelevant. You're really strange. The old man muttered and nodded. Fine, I'll join. Qin Feiyong chuckled. He didn't expect to subdue a half-step Undying Realm expert before even entering the Inner Sea. This night was really full of surprises. The process is a bit painful. Bear with it, don't resist. Qin Feiyong looked at the old man and smiled. The old man nodded. Qin Feiyong, be quick. Because breaking his fate contract will alarm the Dragon Sovereign. Hui said. I know. Qin Feiyong nodded and put his hands in front of his chest to form a seal. Buzz. So. An enslavement seal appeared. Come on. The old man closed his eyes. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and the enslavement seal immediately turned into a stream of light that entered the old man's head and went straight to his divine soul. At the same time, far away in a palace on Divine Dragon Island, a blurry woman was sitting cross-legged. Suddenly, her body trembled slightly and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the woman opened her eyes and two rays of light shot out. Damn it! The woman shouted angrily and suddenly got up and disappeared. Dragon God Mountain Range. The fate contract had been broken. And Qin Feiyong also used the enslavement seal to control the old man. Immediately after, Hui swept up Qin Feiyong and the old man and disappeared into the inner sea like lightning. Swish. Not long after, the woman landed in the sky above the mountain range and scanned the empty mountain range. Her entire body emitted an astonishing cold aura. The woman glanced in the direction of the inner sea, then turned her head to look outside the Dragon God Mountain range. She then took a step forward and disappeared again. Inland Sea. The night was as dark as ink. Beside the sea, behind a reef, Qin Feiyong and the other two poked their heads out and heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the dragons leave. This old witch came really quickly. Hui shook his head. Qin Feiyong laughed. The fate contract has been broken by someone, how can she not be anxious? Hui said, Then tell me, will she think that it's you? So what if she thinks of it? Qin Feiyong shrugged his shoulders indifferently. With the dragons, their enmity was as deep as the sea, so they didn't care about this. The old man looked at the two of them and was in a good mood. After a full 100,000 years, he had finally broken free and regained his freedom. But suddenly, his body stiffened as he looked inside his divine soul. Why did it feel like there was another restriction that was even more terrifying than the fate contract? Suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyong and said in a deep voice, You controlled me before? Qin Feiyong did not deny it. You're going too far. I trusted you so much, but you took advantage of me. What's the difference between you and the dragons? The old man was furious. Of course there's a difference. Although I used the slavery seal to control you, I won't restrict your freedom. Furthermore, the treatment I gave you is countless times better than what Long Zun gave you. I allow you to go to the castle and the Black Tortoise realm to cultivate, as well as soul stones and divine crystals. You can take them all. Qin Feiyong said. So what? I still can't erase your vile heart. The old man was furious. He thought that he could regain his freedom, but the result was still the same as before. The only difference was, he used to be the dragon's lackey. Now he had become Qin Feiyong's lackey. In his heart, he was extremely unwilling. Don't be shameless. Not to mention that you used to be the dragon's lackey, even if you were a member of the dragon-slaying palace, you would have to be controlled by the slavery seal first. Let's talk about it later. Do you think that ordinary people can enter the castle and the Black Tortoise realm? Hui snorted coldly. What's so great about the castle and the Black Tortoise realm? The old man glared at Hui angrily. Haven't you heard? Back then in the North Sea, the bodies of the ancestral dragons were shattered by the castle. The castle is now a divine object that has surpassed the heavens. Hui said. Is that true? The old man was shocked. He had heard of this matter, but he always felt that it was too exaggerated, because in this world, how could there be a divine object that surpassed the heavens? Then do you know how powerful the time array of the castle and the Black Tortoise realm are? Let me tell you, a day is 100 years. Hui said. What? A day is 100 years. The old man was dumbfounded. Isn't this too outrageous? A frog at the bottom of a well. Hui looked at the old man with disdain. The old man glanced at Hui and then looked at Qin Feiyang. The resentment in his heart slowly disappeared. If that was the case, then for him, it was a great opportunity. What's your name? Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Feng Daji. The old man said. Qin Feiyang said, after listening to Hui's words, do you still think that I'm the same as the dragons? This, Feng Daji didn't know how to answer. Although he had heard of Qin Feiyang's name, he didn't know what kind of character Qin Feiyang had. So now, it wasn't easy to answer. Chapter 2460. Time reveals a person's heart. You'll slowly find out what kind of person I am in the future. Qin Feiyang said indifferently and then turned to look at the sea. Hui didn't say anything else, because none of the people who followed Qin Feiyang regretted it in the end. Feng De looked at the two of them and could only accept this fact helplessly. The inland sea was endless. Huge waves broke the silence of the night and rolled over. Sea beasts could be seen in the waves from time to time. Feng Daji. Qin Feiyang suddenly said. Feng Daji hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, there's something I hope you can tell me truthfully. What is it? Feng Daji was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, in the past few years, an old man and a young man have been looting the various city lords' mansions. I believe you should have heard about it. Feng Daji nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, then who are this old man and young man? Isn't it obvious? They must be the dragon's enemies. Otherwise, how could they do such things? I even suspect that they're from the Dragon Slayer Palace. Feng Daji said. The Dragon Slayer Palace? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Feng Daji and asked suspiciously, why do you think so? Because only the Dragon Slayer Palace dares to go against the dragons. Feng Daji said. It seems that you don't know anything. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What do you mean? Feng Daji was suspicious. According to my judgment, this old man and the young man are the dragon's people. And this farce is also a conspiracy against me or the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. A conspiracy? Feng Daji was shocked. He really didn't know this. Could it be that the dragons were really plotting something? You're a half-step invincible realm expert. Why is your status so low among the dragons? You don't know anything? Hui frowned as he looked at Feng Daji. Feng Daji bitterly smiled. In your eyes, half-step undying might be very strong, but in the eyes of dragons, half-step undying is nothing at all. What do you mean? Hui was curious. Let me tell you this. There are at least this many half-step undying dragons. Feng Daji stretched out a finger. 100? Hui was bewildered. No. Feng Daji shook his head. More than that? Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji in astonishment. In his opinion, the number of 100 that Hui had mentioned was already quite terrifying. Hui asked, is it 1,000? Feng Daji nodded. Qin Feiyang and Hui couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. 1,000 half-step invincible realm experts? This was too terrifying. This is just a conservative estimate, because I've only been to Divine Dragon Island once. Furthermore, this doesn't include the stronger initial immortal realm, minor immortal realm, and great immortal realm. In short, the current Dragon Slayer Palace is far inferior to the dragons. Feng Daji said, it's normal that the Dragon Slayer Palace can't compare to the dragons. After all, the dragons have existed for too long, and how long has the Dragon Slayer Palace been established? To be exact, it's only been a few thousand years. Hui said. So it's impossible to destroy the dragons with just the Dragon Slayer Palace alone. This is also why people like me have been relying on the dragons. Feng Daji sighed. Take your time. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hui nodded. Feng De suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Young Master Qin, I have a question. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said. Feng Daji asked suspiciously, Why don't you let me join the Dragon Slayer Palace directly? Don't you trust me? Qin Feiyang said, Even if you join the Dragon Slayer Palace, I'll still control you. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, why do you want me to be under your command? Feng Daji said. Qin Feiyang said, Didn't I say just now? I am me, and the Dragon Slayer Palace is the Dragon Slayer Palace. The two have nothing to do with each other. Is that all? Feng Daji asked. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and said, Why don't you tell me why I'm doing this? I don't know. Feng De shook his head and said, But I can feel that it's not as simple as you say. Qin Feiyang smiled. This person's insight was quite sharp. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and suddenly said, You want to cultivate your own force? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. This isn't like you. In the past, there were so many people who wanted to follow you. Didn't you reject them all? Hui was stunned. That was in the past. When I first entered the ancient world, I didn't have any resources or soul line. But it's different now. I already have enough resources to cultivate others. Don't think that I'll take anyone in. Those who can catch my eye now are at least at the 9 heavens realm. Qin Feiyang said. I see. What about the big black wolf and the 3 black leopard brothers? They haven't reached the 9 heavens realm. Hui looked at him mockingly. They were accidents. Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. You want to cultivate your own force? Feng Daji was stunned and said in surprise, Young master, are you not going to join the Dragon Slayer Palace? Qin Feiyang said, I'm now the young master of the Dragon Slayer Palace in name. What? You've been conferred the title of young master? Feng Daji was shocked. You also know the young master of the Dragon Slayer Palace? Qin Feiyang asked. I've heard a little. Since you've been conferred the title of young master, you should be on the same boat with the Dragon Slayer Palace. Why are you still spending time and energy to cultivate your own force? Feng Daji was suspicious. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, The situation of the Dragon Slayer Palace isn't optimistic. I'll have a say in the Dragon Slayer Palace if I have my own force. Not optimistic? Feng Daji was stunned and asked, Are the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace not on good terms? You've been with the dragons for so many years. Don't you know the situation of the Dragon Slayer Palace? Qin Feiyang looked at Feng De suspiciously. The Dragon Slayer Palace has always been mysterious. Even among the 4 emperors, we only know about your ancestor and Lu Xingyang. The dragons haven't found out about the other 2 emperors. So, our understanding of the Dragon Slayer Palace is the most basic. Feng Daji said. I see. I've never been to the Dragon Slayer Palace, but after interacting with the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace a few times, I can basically confirm that the people of the Dragon Slayer Palace are not on good terms. Qin Feiyang said. I see. No wonder you want to cultivate your own force. The way I see it, gaining the right to speak in the Dragon-slaying Palace is only secondary. The most important reason is that you want to help Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang. Feng Daji said. Sure. You've seen through me. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Feng Daji said, After all, you're so old. Some things can be figured out with just a little thought. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, How much do you know about the inland sea? I've been guarding the inland sea for more than 20,000 years. I know it like the back of my hand. Feng Daji smiled confidently. Qin Feiyang was delighted. With this person leading the way, they would definitely be able to avoid a lot of risks. But I have a question. What are you doing in the inland sea? Are you going to the Divine Dragon Island? If you are, you'd better turn around immediately. Because the Divine Dragon Island is not a place you have the ability to enter now. Feng Daji said. Don't worry. We still have a sense of propriety. The main purpose of this trip to the inland sea is to collect blood. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Collect blood? Feng Daji was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, Are you preparing to open the slaughter zone? You even know about the slaughter zone? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Everyone in the Dragon Clan knows about what happened to you guys, Yi Zichen said. And you've long been listed as one of the must-kill targets in the dragons. Feng Daji couldn't help but shake his head as he said this. Putting Hui Yi aside for the time being, after all, he was strong enough to be seriously injured by the dragons. But this Qin Feiyang was not only a junior, but also a half-step transcendent god. But in the eyes of the dragons, this kid was actually a bigger threat than the Dragon Slayer Palace. These young people nowadays were really amazing. Qin Feiyang looked at the night sky, then looked at Feng Daji and said with a smile, Lead the way. Then we'll have to end this quickly. Because the sea beasts in the inland sea are all the dragon spies. Once we cause a commotion and they inform the dragons, our situation will be quite bad. Feng Daji said. They're all the dragon spies? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Feng Daji nodded and said, And it's impossible to open the altar in the inland sea, and there's no way to send messages. We can only fly there. If that's the case, why did the revered dragons come to the north so quickly? Hui Yi asked suspiciously. The dragons are an exception, because this rule of the inland sea is specifically targeted at us humans. The dragons are not affected at all. Feng Daji said. There's such an unfair thing? Hui Yi was speechless. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. There's only strength and fist. Whoever's fist is harder will be the king. Feng Daji sneered. Hui Yi was silent, because this was the truth. Speeding up may not solve the problem. Qin Feiyang shook his head. There were too many sea beasts in the inland sea. Unless they were all killed in an instant, no matter how fast they were, sooner or later they would alarm the dragons. However, it was undeniable that the inland sea was indeed the best place to collect blood. First of all, there were a huge number of sea beasts here. It was the fastest way to collect enough blood. Secondly, these sea beasts were the dragon spies. In other words, they were the dragon's pawns. If he killed them, he wouldn't feel guilty in his heart. Qin Feiyang glanced at the sea, took a deep breath and said, Let's not talk about this for now. We'll collect as much as we can. Let's do it. Hui Yi and Feng Daji nodded, and immediately led Qin Feiyang into the inland sea. Boom! Divine power surged out, constantly bombarding the sea below. Crash! Immediately, the roar of the sea beasts and the rolling sound of the huge waves resounded in the night sky. The corpses of the mountain-like sea beasts floated to the surface of the sea. In an instant, the sea was dyed red with blood. With Hui Yi and Feng Daji, the two strongest experts, there was no need for Qin Feiyang to take action. They were responsible for collecting the blood. And in order to save time, even the corpses of the sea beasts were sent to the blood sea of the Devil's Land. Chapter 2461. Feng Daji, what are you doing? More than a dozen peak Ninth Heaven Realm sea beasts rushed out of the sea and stared at Feng Daji angrily. Their huge bodies were comparable to mountains. They were ferocious. Feng Daji knew the inner sea like the back of his hand, and the sea beasts in the inner sea also knew Feng Daji. Everyone was relying on the dragons, so why would he slaughter them? Humph! Feng Daji snorted coldly, and strands of divine power swept out like lightning, killing the sea beasts on the spot. Feng Daji, are you crazy? Do you believe that we will tell the dragons? A few more sea beasts roared. But from the beginning to the end, Feng Daji turned a deaf ear, and his eyes were red from killing. Wait, those two seem familiar? They seem to be, yes. They are Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. Damn it, Feng Daji actually betrayed us and joined Qin Feiyang. Quickly informed the dragons. When they recognized the identity of Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi, the sea beasts suddenly exploded and roared again and again. Hui Yi shouted coldly. His fiery red hair danced in the wind. His divine power suppressed all directions. Thousands of sea beasts died on the spot. Although only a few hundred breaths had passed, the blood collected by Qin Feiyang was enough to open the first stage of the slaughter domain. Because not only was the number huge, the cultivation of the sea beasts in the inner sea was also very strong, with the lowest being 9th heaven realm. Therefore, their blood was of great help to the slaughter domain. Feng Daji was a half-step in extinguishable realm, and Hui Yi was an early step in extinguishable realm. When the two of them attacked with their full strength, one could imagine how terrifying their lethality was. They did not need to deliberately do it. As long as they released their divine power, they could instantly kill a large number of sea beasts. Wherever they went, there was no one left alive. It could be described as a river of blood and millions of corpses. Dragon God Palace. Yi Zhong had already left the city lord's mansion and returned to the Dragon God Palace, sitting cross-legged in the square. Shua. A vague figure appeared outside the stone door. Yi Zhong opened his eyes and turned his head to look. After which, he stood up and clasped his hands. I pay my respects to the revered dragon. What are you doing? Long Zun looked at Yi Zhong with dissatisfaction. Yi Zhong was slightly taken aback. He walked up to Long Zun and asked suspiciously, What do you mean? The dragon sovereign replied, Just a while ago, Feng Daji's destiny contract was erased by someone whose whereabouts are unknown. There's such a thing? Yi Zhong was surprised. Why would I joke with you? Long Zun raged. No. This old man just feels that it's a little inconceivable. Who in this world can break the fate contract? Yi Zhong was puzzled. Qin Feiyang. Long Zun enunciated each word clearly. Yi Zhong paused for a moment, then patted his head and said, Yes. When Qin Feiyang entered the divine land, Her Highness was tricked by him. Long Zun glared at Yi Zhong and said, During this time, Qin Feiyang has obviously been lurking in the Holy Dragon City, and he might even have set his eyes on the Dragon God Palace. If I don't get rid of him, I can't be at ease. This old man understands. But why did he help Feng Daji break the fate contract? Yi Zhong was puzzled. Long Zun said in a deep voice, Do you even need to think about it? Feng Daji must have betrayed us. He was bought over by Qin Feiyang so easily. It seems that we dragons are far inferior to Qin Feiyang in terms of winning people over. Yi Zhong shook his head and sighed. He's just a half-step invincible realm cultivator. He's dispensable. Our target is only Qin Feiyang. We absolutely cannot allow our plan to fail. Long Zun said. Yi Zhong said with a smile, Don't worry. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for noon. After saying that, Yi Zhong frowned and muttered, But this old man doesn't understand. Why did Qin Feiyang find Feng Daji? Feng Daji is guarding the inland sea. Wait. Suddenly, Yi Zhong's face changed slightly. He looked at Long Zun and said, Could it be that Qin Feiyang wants to enter the Divine Dragon Island? Because only by going to the inland sea and the Divine Dragon Island will he meet Feng Daji. Long Zun was also surprised. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to have any thoughts about the Divine Dragon Island, but Qin Feiyang is different. This kid has courage and insight, and he also has a heaven-defying divine artifact like the ancient castle. The more dangerous the place, the more interested he is. Yi Zhong said. Long Zun pondered for a moment and said, Just in case, this sovereign will immediately return to the Divine Dragon Island. If Qin Feiyang is really preparing to go to the Divine Dragon Island, then can we cancel our plan? Yi Zhong asked. The plan will continue as usual. Even if Qin Feiyang goes to the Divine Dragon Island, there is still the Dragon-Slaying Palace. According to this sovereign's guess, the people from the Dragon-Slaying Palace should also take action this time. Long Zun said. All right. Yi Zhong nodded. Groups of sea beasts were frantically fleeing for their lives. Unfortunately, in front of Hui Yi and Feng Daji, whether it was their speed or their cultivation, they were too weak. They couldn't escape at all. The commotion is getting bigger and bigger. Feng Daji scanned his surroundings with a trace of worry in his eyes. He suddenly looked at Hui and said, "Lord Hui, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to go somewhere."
But
Hui was slightly taken aback, turned to look at Feng Di and asked, "A small island. The inland sea is quite big. Even for me, it will take half a day to go from the Dragon God Mountain range to the Divine Dragon Island. Therefore I dare to conclude, the dragons definitely don't know what happened here. However, there are some sea beasts in the inland sea that can directly contact the dragons. They are the sea beast kings of the inland sea. These sea beast kings rule the various areas of the inland sea. In the entire inland sea, they are the only ones who can directly contact the dragons. Moreover, their cultivation isn't weak. They are basically half-step imperishable realm. If I go, I may not be able to stop it." Feng Daji said. Hui nodded. "The sea beast king in our area is a golden sea python. It usually transforms into a golden-robed man. If you keep looking in this direction, it's about tens of millions of miles away. But with your speed, it won't be long before you arrive. You must kill it and destroy its image crystal." Feng Daji said. No. Don't be in a hurry to kill it. Bring it to me first." Qin Feiyong heard this and said to Hui, "I'll go first. You guys follow me slowly." As soon as Hui finished speaking, he teleported away and disappeared from Qin Feiyong's line of sight like lightning. Feng Daji retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyong, asking, "Young master, you want to subdue it? After all, it's half-step imperishable realm. It's a pity to kill it." Qin Feiyong said, "But it won't be easy to subdue these sea beasts. Presumably, you also know that the beasts hate us humans very much. Especially these sea beasts in the inland sea. Under the influence of the dragons, they also think that they are superior. Because of this, they are very loyal to the dragons." Feng Daji said, "It doesn't matter. It's best if you can subdue it. If you can't, then go find a pot and stew it." Qin Feiyong said with a smile. Feng Daji was taken aback, then he couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Even a half-step imperishable sea beast king wanted to stew it. This young man really couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. "Continue," Qin Feiyong said. Feng Daji calmed down, his divine power roared in all directions, and began the slaughter again. What happened? At this moment, on a small island, an 8-foot man in a golden robe stood above the island, looking at the sea in front of him in surprise. The next moment, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the sea in front of him. As the king of this area, he naturally couldn't sit back and do nothing. But not long after, accompanied by the sound of air breaking, a sea beast drenched in blood ran over from the opposite void in horror. When it saw the golden-robed man, the sea beast hurriedly ran in front of him and shouted, "King, bad news." "What's wrong?" The golden-robed man stopped in the void, frowning. Feng Daji betrayed us, and now he's coming here with Qin Feiyong. Almost all our brothers in this area have been killed by them." The sea beast roared. "What?" The golden-robed man's expression suddenly changed. Why would Qin Feiyong come to the inner sea? And not hide it? Could it be that he's going for Divine Dragon Island? I have to inform the dragons." The golden-robed man immediately took out an image crystal. Shwa. But also at this moment, a fiery red figure flashed in the void and landed above the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man and the sea beast immediately looked up. It's him. The sea beast's expression changed, and it looked extremely terrified. The golden-robed man was shocked. That's right. The person who came was Hui. Golden robe, image crystal? Hui looked at the golden-robed man and asked, "You're the sea beast king of this area?" But before he finished speaking, the golden-robed man turned around and fled. "Why are you running?" Hui grinned, and a terrifying pressure rushed towards the golden-robed man. Whether it was the golden-robed man or the sea beast, they were immediately imprisoned in the void, unable to move at all. This pressure, the golden-robed man's eyes trembled. This was the pressure of an initial stage immortal realm expert. Hui waved his hand, and the sea beast howled miserably and shattered on the spot. Then he looked at the golden-robed man and joked, Who are you trying to send a message to? I don't. The golden-robed man shook his head. Hui took a step forward, grabbed the image crystal, and crushed it into pieces. Don't kill me. The golden-robed man was terrified to the extreme. Hui smiled faintly and said, I'm not a murderous demon king. Why would I kill you? Then what are you doing here? The golden-robed man was surprised. Hui smiled and said, If I didn't come, wouldn't you have already informed the dragons? The golden-robed man was flustered. What was this human trying to do? Hui said, Come with me to meet someone. The golden-robed man asked. Qin Feiyang. Hui smiled. Meet Qin Feiyang. The golden-robed man's body and mind trembled. Although he had never seen Qin Feiyang, he knew from the rumors that he was definitely not a kind person. What good could come from meeting him? Hui waved his hand, and the imprisonment wrapped around the golden-robed man and returned the way he came. I can't go. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. The golden-robed man roared secretly, and a terrifying aura suddenly rushed out from his body. Following closely, accompanied by a dazzling golden light, a golden sea serpent appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 2462. Its body was tens of thousands of feet long. Its body was covered with golden snake scales. Each of them was as big as a dustpan, as if they were made of gold. The most special thing about it was that there was a golden horn on its head. Dragon horn. Hui was stunned. That's right. The golden horn was a dragon horn. And there was a trace of dragon power in the dragon horn. Break! The golden sea python roared, and its aura rolled out like a flood. As a result, it actually broke the pressure, raised its giant tail, and smashed toward Hui. Not bad. Hui laughed and stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers were like eagle claws, easily penetrating the golden sea python's scales, and divine power burst out from his fingertips. With a crack, the golden sea python's giant tail shattered on the spot, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The golden sea serpent screamed in pain, then turned around and fled. Still want to escape? Hui was speechless. He took a step and landed on the golden sea python's head. With a slight force under his feet, the golden sea python's head also began to shatter. It's only a small realm difference. How can it be so strong? The golden sea python was extremely shocked. A small realm of the imperishable realm is equivalent to a large realm of other boundaries. As a half-step imperishable realm, you don't even know this basic knowledge? Hui's face was full of disdain. Go to hell! The golden sea python roared. With a loud dragon roar, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Ancestral dragon fighting soul? Hui looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon with a surprised expression. This was the golden sea python's fighting soul. And there was a divine fire pattern between the fighting soul's eyebrows, like a golden fire lotus. A sea python had actually activated the ancestral dragon fighting soul? And it even had a dragon horn? It seemed that this guy had unlimited potential. Hui laughed. Stop struggling and submit to me. I can make you transform into a real 5-clawed golden dragon and an ancestral dragon. The golden sea python's face was full of disdain. You don't believe me? Hui frowned. There can only be one ancestral dragon in this world, and no one can replace it. Do you think I will believe your nonsense? The golden serpent's expression was full of mockery. Ignorant and inexperienced. Hui shook his head. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, I'll suppress you first. Clang. With a wave of his hand, the broken sword appeared. Hui grabbed the broken sword and took a step forward, slashing at the golden sea python's abdomen. The collision between the broken sword and the snake scale immediately caused dazzling sparks to burst out. But there was no suspense. A large part of the scales on the golden sea python's abdomen shattered. The sharpness of the broken sword tore through the flesh and entered the sea of qi of the golden sea python. With a loud cracking sound, the golden sea python's qi sea shattered. That heart-wrenching pain caused the golden sea python to howl miserably. Hui took another step forward and landed in front of the golden sea serpent's head. He smiled and said, Still so arrogant? The golden sea python's face was filled with fear. Especially when it saw the broken sword in Hui Yi's hand, its huge body couldn't help but tremble. It said in shock, "Qin Beishan's broken sword, why is it in your hands?" Qin Feiyang is the descendant of Qin Badian. As his accomplice, is it strange that the broken sword is in my hands? Hui Yi rolled his eyes and put away the broken sword. He grabbed the golden sea python's dragon horn and dragged it all the way to meet up with Qin Feiyang. After meeting up, when he saw the golden sea python's dragon horn, Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. Generally speaking, for a beast like the sea python, as long as it grew dragon horns, dragon claws, dragon scales, and other things, it basically had the potential to transform into a divine dragon. Hui Yi smiled and said, "This guy belongs to me." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Obviously, Hui Yi wanted the golden sea python as his mount. Whatever. Qin Feiyang smiled indifferently. Hui Yi waved his hand, and a divine barrier appeared, imprisoning the sea python. He said, "Send it to the Black Tortoise world first. When I have time, I will slowly tame it." Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, the golden sea python suddenly disappeared. "How much blood do you need?" Hui Yi asked. "I don't know. The more the better," Qin Feiyang said. So far, the blood he collected was enough to open the first stage 3 times. Adding the blood from before, it was a total of 7 times. But even so, he didn't know if this blood could open the 3rd stage of the slaughter domain. Because the slaughter domain had never reached this level. Hui Yi took a deep breath and said, "All right then, let's continue." Time passed little by little. Almost all the sea beasts in this area had been killed by them. The blood collected was enough to open the first stage 5 times. "I think it should be about time." Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Feng Daji said, "If we want to continue, we can only enter the next area." Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said decisively, "Retreat." Hui Yi immediately took the 2 of them and flew outside. "You really entered the inner sea." However, at this moment, a loud shout rang out. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were startled. They looked up and saw a white-clothed woman descending in the sky. "It's her, the ancestral dragon of the White Dragon clan." Feng Daji exclaimed, his face instantly turned pale. "Feng Daji, you are courting death." The white-clothed woman looked coldly at Feng Daji, then raised her head and shouted, "Qin Feiyang is with me, quickly support him." The 3 of them were surprised. Could it be that the other ancestral dragons had also left the Divine Dragon Island and came to the inner sea? "Let's go!" Qin Feiyang shouted. Hui Yi picked up the 2 of them again and used a supplementary technique to escape without looking back. Strange? The Sea Beast King was captured by us, and almost all the sea beasts in this area were killed by us. But how did the dragons receive the news? Feng Daji was puzzled. It should be the Sea Beast Kings in other areas that informed the dragons. After all, it's hard not to alarm them with such a big movement. Qin Feiyang said. "You are really bold. If it weren't for Yi Zhong's reminder, we really wouldn't have thought that you would dare to enter the inner sea." The white-clothed woman glanced at Qin Feiyang and the other 2. With a loud clang, a snow-white thin sword appeared. In fact, she also had her concerns. Her concern was the ancient castle. Back then, she and the other ancestral dragons rushed to the Star River to support the revered dragon, and the terrifying power of the ancient castle was still unforgettable. However, if she didn't take action, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 would escape, so she could only bite the bullet. Boom! Immediately, a monstrous divine power erupted like a volcano. A heaven-defying divine artifact. "So it's Yi Zhong, that old bastard." A trace of anger rose in Qin Feiyang's eyes. "Don't worry. Divine Dragon Island is in the inner sea. She doesn't dare to release the seal of the heaven-defying divine artifact. As long as the seal is not released, we will have the power to fight." Hui said. Once the seal of the heaven-defying divine artifact was released, it could only be described as destroying the heavens and earth. If the white-clothed woman were to release the seal here, then the first to bear the brunt of it would be Divine Dragon Island. "That's good news," Qin Feiyang muttered, but we can't keep fighting. I know. Before the other ancestral dragons come, quickly open the space-time gate. Feng Daji, protect him. Finished. Hui Yi took out the broken sword and charged towards the white-clothed woman. Broken sword. The white-clothed woman was shocked. This broken sword was actually in the hands of these people. She looked at Hui Yi and locked her gaze on Qin Feiyang. Killing Qin Feiyang was the most important thing. Shua. With a flash, the white-clothed woman avoided Hui Yi and slashed at Qin Feiyang. Your opponent is me. Hui Yi roared and instantly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. The broken sword tore through the sky and slashed forward. Let's go. Feng Daji grabbed Qin Feiyang and crazily fled forward. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also took out the space-time gate. Divine power gushed out and poured into it. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's recovery speed was too slow, Feng Daji hurriedly urged his divine power and poured it into the space-time gate. Boom! Clang! In the blink of an eye, Hui Yi and the white-clothed woman clashed. The two heaven-defying divine artifacts clashed, accompanied by a loud sound, and the world was annihilated on the spot. You're just at the initial stage of the undying realm. Can you stop this sovereign? The white-clothed woman did not tangle with Hui Yi. She took another step forward and swept past him, continuing to attack Qin Feiyang. The white-clothed woman's cultivation was stronger than Hui Yi's, so her speed was naturally faster than Hui Yi's. However, Hui Yi's reaction was not inferior to the white-clothed woman's. Just as the white-clothed woman swept past him, he picked up the broken sword and turned around to slash at the white-clothed woman's back. You deserve to die. The white-clothed woman was furious. She had no choice but to stop and face the broken sword. The reason for that was because if she did not do anything, the might of the broken sword would be enough to slice her body in half. Clang! The two heaven-defying divine artifacts continued to collide, and a destructive aura rolled out in all directions. Clang! At this moment, the space-time gate opened. Qin Feiyang immediately turned to look at Hui Yi and shouted, "Come here!" Hui Yi heard this, grabbed the broken sword and slashed with all his strength. Boom! At this moment, the white-clothed woman was forced back a step, and Hui Yi was also sent flying. However, he borrowed the force of the impact to rush towards the space-time gate. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? The white-clothed woman sneered. She took a mysterious step, and her speed increased several times. In half a blink of an eye, she caught up with Hui. The thin sword in her hand emitted a peerless sharpness as it went straight for Hui Yi's back. Hui Yi could only turn around and face the attack. Clang! The two heaven-defying divine artifacts met again. Hui Yi spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and muttered, "It seems that I can't leave." The white-clothed woman's speed was much faster than his. Although she couldn't kill him in a short period of time, it was no problem for her to stall him. With that thought in mind, Hui Yi shouted, "Don't worry about me, leave quickly." "How can we not care about you?" Qin Feiyang muttered. "Young master, let's leave quickly. The other ancestral dragons must have already arrived. It's better for him to die than for all of us to die here." Feng Daji urged. "I can't leave my companions behind. Not only Hui Yi, even if it was you now, I wouldn't leave you behind." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The only thing they could do now was to open the slaughter domain. Feng Daji looked at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Hui. He gritted his teeth and resolutely rushed towards Hui. "What are you doing here?" Hui Yi said angrily. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. The white-clothed woman was also somewhat stunned. Why did this person run over? To die? Was he stupid? Chapter 2463. However, Feng Daji turned a deaf ear. He quietly split out a wisp of divine soul and stuffed it into Hui Yi's hands. Then, without looking back, he rushed towards the woman in white and roared, "I'll hold her back, you go." Hui Yi was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the wisp of divine soul in his hand. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. But very quickly, he understood. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed towards the space-time gate. He shouted to Qin Feiyang, "Quickly enter the space-time gate." But Qin Feiyang looked at Hui Yi and then at Feng Daji. "Believe me, quick, Hui urged. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth, decisively turned around and rushed into the space-time gate. The woman in white looked at Qin Feiyang and Hui, stared at Feng Daji, and said contemptuously, "You want to hold me back with just you?" The thin sword in her hand was like a poisonous snake, emitting a white light as it went straight for Feng Daji's forehead. "My strength is definitely not enough. But I can still buy some time for the young master and the others." After Feng Daji finished speaking, a destructive aura rushed out from his body without any warning. "This is..." Qin Feiyang stood inside the space-time gate and looked at Feng Daji from afar with a dazed expression. "Not bad. He's going to self-destruct." At this time, Hui also rushed into the space-time gate and nodded at Qin Feiyang. "Then why didn't you stop him? I can open the slaughter domain." "He doesn't have to die," Qin Feiyang said. "Don't worry. He won't die." Hui shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "How can he not die from self-destruction?" "Believe me," Hui said. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Hui and then at Feng Daji. With a slight thought, the space-time gate began to dissipate. Boom! At this moment, Feng Daji self-destructed. That destructive wave of air swept out in all directions like a tide. Damn it, damn it. The white-clothed woman rushed out of the blast. She looked rather disheveled. She looked at the spatial door that had already disappeared. Her face was full of anger. Swish! Several figures descended one after another. "Where is he?" The few of them scanned the void and looked at the white-robed woman. "He escaped." The white-robed woman sighed. One of them asked, "Because of the castle?" "If he reveals the castle, do you think he still needs to escape?" "It's Feng Daji." Feng Daji blew up his body, giving Qin Feiyang and Hui a chance to escape. The woman in white said, "What? Feng Daji self-destructed?" The few of them were dumbfounded. "How laughable. We dragons have nurtured him for 100,000 years and finally made him a half-step undying. And now? You've only just started following Qin Feiyang, yet you're willing to self-destruct for Qin Feiyang. Why is that?" The white-clothed woman laughed at herself. "This is how humans behave. These lowly creatures are all white-eyed wolves. They don't recognize anyone when they turn hostile." The few of them snorted. "What's the point of nurturing them? Might as well disband the Dragon God Palace." The white-clothed woman said, "This isn't something we can decide. But this Qin Feiyang, why didn't he use the castle? I remember the Black Dragon's patriarch said that last time at the seaside, Qin Feiyang also didn't use the castle. Could it be that an accident happened at the castle? We can't make wild guesses. Maybe he's deliberately hiding it to make us lower our guard. Let's not talk about it. Quickly return to Divine Dragon Island and report this to Lord Dragon Sovereign." The few of them opened an altar and quickly left. The rule force of the internal sea was indeed useless against them. Cloud Mountain Village. A few years passed. Large trees had grown out of the ruins, full of vitality. Clang. Accompanied by a loud noise, an ancient gate appeared above the village. Following that, two young men walked out. It was Qin Feiyang and Hui. Opening the space-time gate would cause a huge commotion, so Qin Feiyang chose Cloud Mountain Village. Putting away the space-time gate, Qin Feiyang looked at Hui and frowned. "You always say that you want me to believe you, but what do you want me to believe?" "Feng Daji won't die." Hui laughed. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Look at what this is." Hui put away the broken sword and opened his palm. The wisp of soul immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. "This is?" Qin Feiyang stared at the soul in surprise. The aura emitted by the soul was exactly the same as Feng Daji's. Hui said, "Before Feng Daji self-destructed, he split a wisp of soul, so as long as the soul exists, he can be resurrected." "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Hui gave the soul to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately brought Hui into the ancient castle and personally handed his divine soul over to Hualien. He warned, "You must protect him well." "I know." Fire Lotus nodded. "I'm getting more and more puzzled." Hui suddenly spoke. "What are you puzzled about?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were taken aback and turned their heads to look at Hui Yi suspiciously. Although the soul was split in advance, it still takes courage to really self-destruct. Kid, what kind of charm do you have? Why are all the people and ferocious beasts following you so loyal to you? Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang strangely. This might be my character. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, I really didn't realize that your character is so good. Hui Yi pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang said, but you can't deny that I am indeed good to the people around me. Yes. Good people have good karma. But the key is, are you a good person? Hui Yi despised. Qin Feiyang was speechless. In fact, Qin Feiyang was also a little surprised. For example, although Big Black Wolf also sacrificed himself to save him in the Dragon God Palace, they had been together for a long time after all. And this Feng Daji, they just met not long ago. Moreover, when he came into contact with the fate contract, he took the opportunity to control Feng Daji. Logically speaking, Feng Daji should have hated him. Perhaps it's because Feng Daji knows that if you die, the dragons will definitely not let him go, so it's better to fight and help you escape. Fire Lotus pondered for a while and said, Yes. This is the most reasonable explanation. It has nothing to do with your character. Hui Yi nodded again and again. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. Looking at Feng Daji's soul, he asked, how long will it take for him to condense a complete soul and reconstruct his body? Hui Yi said, for someone in his realm, it will take at least tens of thousands of years. So long? Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course, after all, his cultivation is so strong. However, if his soul is placed in the spirit vein, it will speed up. Because the energy of the spirit vein is very helpful in condensing the soul. Plus the time array of the Black Tortoise realm, it won't take long. Hui said, that's good. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Fire Lotus and said, go to the herb field. Fire Lotus nodded and walked out. Hui Yi looked at Fire Lotus's back and looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction, saying, I say, you're still ordering her around like a servant? Let me tell you, she's still the Nine Heavens Palace Master. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and walked out of the castle. I'm asking you a question. Hui Yi chased after him. Qin Feiyang ignored him and flew directly above the Blood Sea. Inside the Blood Sea, there were countless corpses of sea beasts. The smell of blood was pungent. Hui Yi pondered, this blood should be enough, right? It doesn't matter if it's enough or not. The 4 ancestor dragons must die this time. Otherwise, Feng Daji's sacrifice will be in vain. Qin Feiyang said. Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and looked at the Blood Sea again, saying, then, there will be a tough battle ahead. Then let's fight. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. All right, prepare more heavenly dust divine pellets. I'll accompany you to cause a ruckus. Yi chuckled and turned to look at the sky above the herb field. Soon he saw the golden sea python. The golden sea python was imprisoned by a barrier, lying in the sky above the courtyard, its huge eyes filled with despair. Shwa. Hui Yi took a step forward and landed beside the golden sea python. With a wave of his hand, the barrier disappeared. You're just a despicable person who bullies the weak. The golden sea python roared in anger. You still have the strength to be arrogant? Hui Yi was stunned for a moment before nodding. All right, then I'll imprison you for another 10,000 years. 10,000 years. The golden sea python trembled and quickly said, Don't, let's talk. I'm not in the mood. You only have one choice, submit. Otherwise, do you see the Blood Sea? If you don't submit, I'll throw you in. Hui Yi sneered. The golden sea python looked at the Blood Sea on Qin Feiyang's side and its pupils shrank. Hui Yi said, I'll ask you one last time, will you submit? I submit. The golden sea python hesitated for a moment and finally chose to lower its head and compromise. If it didn't submit, it would die. There was no choice. That's more like it. Hui Yi smiled. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Feiyang, quickly come over here and help me control it. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Hui Yi, then lowered his head to look at the Blood Sea before stepping in front of Hui Yi. You still want to control me? The golden sea python was shocked. Nonsense. If I don't control you, do you think I'll let you follow me? Don't resist or I'll end your life. Hui waved his hand, and the broken sword appeared again in front of the golden sea python's head. Qin Feiyang also evolved the slavery seal and rushed into the golden sea python's head. With the broken sword in front of it, how could the golden sea python dare to resist? He took control of it very smoothly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Looking at the golden sea python, he asked suspiciously, "Why aren't you controlled by the fate contract?" "Because of the Beast Emperor," the golden sea python said. "Beast Emperor?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Beast Emperor controls the entire internal sea. Its strength is comparable to the ancestral dragon, and the Beast Emperor also has a divine artifact. Although this divine artifact isn't a heaven-defying divine artifact, it has a very heaven-defying ability. It's because of the Beast Emperor's opposition that the revered dragon didn't control us, the golden sea python said. Comparable to the ancestral dragon, doesn't that mean it's immortal? Qin Feiyang was shocked. The golden sea python nodded. Qin Feiyang and Hui looked at each other, and their hearts couldn't help but become heavy. They thought that other than Yi Zhong, there wouldn't be any other outsiders among the dragons, but they didn't expect another Beast Emperor to jump out. And like Yi Zhong, it's not weaker than the ancestral dragons. Chapter 2464. How terrifying was the foundation of the dragons? Other than Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor, were there any other supreme experts hiding? Hui asked. You just said that the Beast Emperor has a divine artifact. What kind of divine artifact is it? A supreme artifact, the golden sea python said. I see. Hui nodded. But Qin Feiyang was a little stunned. What level was a supreme artifact? The golden sea python said, a supreme artifact is above a legendary artifact. It is infinitely close to a heaven-defying artifact. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and asked, does a supreme artifact have the power of law? The golden sea python said, a supreme artifact definitely doesn't have the power of law. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a supreme artifact, but a heaven-defying artifact. But once a supreme artifact has the power of law, it can immediately transform into a heaven-defying artifact. Hui said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, isn't it impossible for a divine artifact to have the power of law? That's right. But it can be bestowed. For example, your ancestor. He now controls the space-time law. As long as he bestows the power of the space-time law to the supreme artifact. Then this supreme artifact can transform into a heaven-defying artifact. Hui said, if that's the case, doesn't that mean the Beast Emperor's supreme artifact can evolve into a heaven-defying artifact at any time? Qin Feiyang was surprised. But bestowing the power of law to a supreme artifact is not a simple matter. Because the person bestowing the power must thoroughly comprehend the power of law. And in the current ancient world, I don't think there is anyone who has completely comprehended the power of law. Hui said, so that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked, then what about Long Zun? As the strongest person in the ancient world, the power of law she comprehended should be stronger than my ancestor. Long Zun also comprehended the power of space-time law, but he didn't know what level she had reached. Hui also shook his head. Although he had fought with Long Zun these years, her true strength was still a mystery. Do you know? Qin Feiyang looked at the golden sea serpent again. It's hard to even see her normally, so how would I know? In any case, I reckon that even the ancestral dragons might not understand Long Zun's strength. The golden sea python said. This old witch has hidden herself so deeply? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Witch? The golden sea serpent was stunned. In the current world, there was probably only this person who dared to humiliate Long Zun like this. He then said, as the ruler of the ancient world, how could she let others know about her background? I definitely have to hide something. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and asked, what kind of heaven-defying ability does the Beast Emperor possess? Teleport. This divine artifact can teleport you to any place in the ancient world. The golden sea python said. Hui said in surprise, "Isn't this the same as the spatial gate? Space-time gate?" The golden sea serpent looked at Hui suspiciously. After being imprisoned by Hui, Qin Feiyang sent it to the Black Tortoise realm, so it didn't see the spatial gate with its own eyes before. Qin Feiyang looked at Hui, then looked at the golden sea serpent and said, "Other than teleporting in the ancient world, can it teleport to other places? For example, outside the ancient world?" "Outside the ancient world?" The golden sea serpent was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Are you talking about your hometown?" "My hometown?" Qin Feiyang was also stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Including it." The golden sea serpent shook its head and said, "That's definitely not possible, it's not in the same world." Qin Feiyang nodded. Hui looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Listening to what you said, the spatial gate can directly return to your hometown?" But Qin Feiyang wanted to blurt out, "Sure." But he suddenly remembered that he had never tried it before. However, Hui's question reminded him. Since the spatial gate could teleport between the two continents, then could it also directly return to the Great Qin from the ancient world? If it was really possible, then wouldn't he be able to return to the Great Qin and the Forgotten Continent at any time to visit his family and friends? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become excited. He couldn't wait to try it out. However, the spatial gate would only be open tomorrow. "Let's talk about it after we've dealt with the dragons," Qin Feiyang muttered, then looked at Hui and said, "I'm going back to the cultivation room." After saying that, he turned into a ray of light and entered the ancient castle. Hui also kept his broken sword, looked at the golden sea serpent, and laughed sinisterly. "Now, I will properly tame you. Sit down with me." "How do I sit?" The golden sea serpent felt wronged. It wasn't a human, so it was fine to tell it to lie down, but to sit down? Wasn't this making things difficult for it? Besides, it wasn't a wild beast that hadn't developed its intelligence, so was there a need to tame it? Inside the cultivation room, Qin Feiyang refined more than 10 Tiantian divine pills, all of which had a dragon-shaped danqi. Then he opened the pill scripture. After breaking through to the half-step god realm, he began to open the next page of the pill scripture. He was really looking forward to it. On the next page, there were some pill formulas. After opening it, 3 pill formulas immediately entered his line of sight. The first was called Supreme Nirvana Pill. The second was called Yin and Yang Chaos Pill. The third was called Divine Body Reconstruction Pill. Supreme Nirvana Pill? Yin and Yang Chaos Pill? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why was this name so similar to Nirvana Pill and Chaos Pill? He carefully checked the pill formulas. So that's how it is. So Qin Feiyang's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. These 2 pills were actually the evolved versions of the Nirvana Divine Pill and the Chaos Divine Pill. Supreme Nirvana Pill opened the door to the potential of the God realm. Yin and Yang Chaos Pill permanently raised to a small realm of the God realm. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients for Nirvana Pill and Chaos Pill were also the medicinal ingredients needed for Supreme Nirvana Pill and Yin and Yang Chaos Pill. For example, Nirvana Divine Fruit, Mother Earth Chaos Divine Ginseng, 9th Grade Immortal Lotus, Congealing Divine Jade, and so on. But the difference was, these medicinal ingredients were secondary to Supreme Nirvana Pill and Yin and Yang Chaos Pill. The most important medicinal ingredients for Supreme Nirvana Pill and Yin and Yang Chaos Pill were the Supreme Divine Fruit and Yin and Yang Divine Grass. Supreme Divine Fruit? Yin and Yang Divine Grass? Qin Feiyang whispered. These 2 medicinal ingredients had never been heard of. But looking at the drawing on the pill formulas, it was somewhat familiar. The Supreme Divine Fruit was a golden fruit. And the leaves and tree trunks were also golden. The Yin and Yang Divine Grass also had very obvious characteristics. It had a total of 2 leaves, 1 black and 1 white. Where had he seen it before? When he looted the medicinal field in the past, he saw some medicinal ingredients that he didn't recognize. The Yin and Yang Divine Grass and the Supreme Divine Fruit were among these medicinal ingredients? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang immediately turned and walked out of the castle. Standing above the medicinal field, carefully scanning the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal field. Not long after, a trace of surprise climbed up in his eyes. Somewhere in the medicinal field, there were a few golden divine trees. The thinnest one was as thick as a thigh, and there were more than a dozen golden fruits hanging on the branches. Not long after, on the other side, he saw more than a dozen divine herbs that were half a foot tall. One of the leaves was black. One of the leaves was white. There are indeed all of them. Qin Feiyang was beaming with joy. Looting the medicinal field really allowed him to wait forever. It seemed that he would have to do this more often in the future. He didn't pick them because he didn't need them now. Qin Feiyang returned to the cultivation room and checked the third pill formula. Divine Body Reconstruction Pill? Could this be a pill for reconstruction of the divine body? In the end, he checked and found that it was really a pill for reconstruction of the divine body. The Divine Body Reconstruction Pill was very helpful for reconstruction of the physical body. And the more dragon-shaped core qi there was, the better the effect. A Divine Body Reconstruction Pill with dragon-shaped core qi could shorten the time by 1/10. 10 dragon-shaped core qi would be even more amazing. It could reconstruct the physical body in an instant. I didn't expect there to be such a pill in the world. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Unfortunately, there were no pills to repair the divine soul. Otherwise, Feng Daji would be able to quickly condense a complete divine soul. The spirit congealing pill had this effect. But for a supreme expert like Feng Daji, the spirit congealing pill was no longer effective. Phew! Qin Feiyang let out a long breath, closed the alchemy scripture, and took out a soul stone to start cultivating. Time flew by. The sky brightened, and noon gradually arrived. On the plains, there was a sea of people early in the morning. But no one dared to set foot on the plains. They all gathered outside the plains. Swoosh! Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, guards in black armor descended in the sky above the plains. They were the guards of the Holy Dragon City's City Lord Mansion. There were hundreds of them in total. The lowest cultivation level was the 9 Heavens realm. The leader was Jiang Dufei. Jiang Dufei was wearing a set of golden armor. With his hands behind his back, he shouted majestically, "Seal off the surroundings immediately. No one is allowed to step into the plains." A group of guards immediately spread out and landed at the border of the plains. They held long spears in their hands and wore armor, looking majestic. It was fine before. Although there were a lot of people, the atmosphere was still relatively relaxed. But when Jiang Dufei arrived with a group of guards, the plains were filled with a murderous aura. The people on the plains couldn't help but quiet down. Jiang Dufei retracted his gaze, seemingly inadvertently glanced at the sky above the plains, and muttered, "Is the young lord here yet?" Actually, Qin Feiyang had arrived long ago. It was just that he and Hui had turned into a white-haired old man, blending into the crowd. Because if nothing unexpected happened, the Princess of the Dragons would definitely come this time. Hiding in the castle would be easy to be exposed. Not long after, another 4 figures descended. 2 of them were Yi Zhong and the Dragon God Palace Master. The other 2 were the old man and the young man that everyone had been waiting for a long time. The old man and the young man were still wearing masks. There was a wound on their lower abdomen, and it was obvious that their qi was destroyed. There were also many bone-deep wounds on their bodies. So miserable. That's for sure. Daring to go against the dragons, will there be a good ending? People discussed in low voices. Qin Feiyang listened to the discussion, and there was a faint trace of ridicule in his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes in the City Lord's mansion, he would definitely be like these people, thinking that the old man and the young man had suffered inhumane torture in the City Lord's mansion. It's pretty good at pretending. Unfortunately, we have already seen through everything. Hui laughed secretly. Don't transmit your voice. Be careful of the Princess of the Dragons. Qin Feiyang's expression changed slightly as he secretly said, "Sorry, I forgot." Hui smiled embarrassedly. Chapter 2465. Yi Zhong glanced at the audience, looked at the Dragon God Temple Master, and said blankly, "Take them down." The Dragon God Temple Master nodded respectfully, looked at the old man and the young woman, and shouted, "Go down." The old man and the young woman glared at the Dragon God Temple Master and landed in the middle of the plain. "Kneel down." The Dragon God Temple Master shouted again. "Don't go too far." The masked woman in white suddenly raised her head and glared at the Dragon God Temple Master. This voice, in the crowd. Hearing the voice of the woman in white, Qin Feiyang's face immediately showed a trace of surprise. "What's wrong?" Hui looked at him suspiciously. "It must be an illusion." Qin Feiyang ignored Hui and shook his head while muttering. The Dragon God Temple Master's eyes turned cold and shouted, "You still dare to be arrogant in the face of death? If I ask you to kneel, then kneel." The masked old man sighed. "Girl, kneel." "Master?" The masked woman looked at the old man in disbelief. "We have become prisoners. What else can we do?" The masked old man sighed and knelt down. There was a trace of unwillingness in the masked woman's eyes, and she finally knelt down. "Impossible," in the crowd. Qin Feiyang stared at the old man and the young woman, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Not only the woman's voice, but even the old man's voice was so familiar. What the hell is going on? Hui looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang frowned and whispered, "Didn't you recognize their voices?" Hui was taken aback. He looked up at the old man and the young woman, and his eyes trembled suddenly. He said secretly, "They are, yes. Lin Yi and her master." Qin Feiyang whispered, "How is it possible?" Hui also had a look of disbelief. "Aren't the master and apprentice in the North region? When did they come to Divine Land?" "But that's not right. The entrance to Divine Land is not only guarded by dragons, but it is also sealed by Dragon Sovereign with divine power. Apart from those who were under the control of the fate contract, no one could enter." Although Lin Yi's master was strong, he probably didn't have the courage to break into China. After all, the Divine Land was the home of the dragons. Back then, the old man had personally admitted that he was no match for Long Zun's true body. Therefore, the two of them had no reason to enter the Divine Land. Not to mention the blatant looting of the major cities. What was going on? Hui came back to his senses and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang. He said in a low voice, "Don't be impulsive. This is definitely a trap. If I believed you, I would have rushed over by now." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Finally, noon arrived. Yi Zhong looked at the sun in the sky, then lowered his head to look at the Dragon God Temple Master and said indifferently, "Let's begin." The Dragon God Hall Master nodded. Looking at the people outside the plains, he said loudly, "I'm sure everyone is very curious at this moment. What do these two people who have wreaked havoc in the north for 5 years look like? Who is it?" Everyone nodded. "Now, I will unveil their true faces for you." After the Dragon God Hall Master said, he walked to the old man and the young man, stretched out his hands, grabbed the masks on their faces, and pulled them hard. Immediately, the faces of the old man and the young man were revealed. "It's really them," Hui whispered. "That's right. The old man and the young man were Lin Yi and the sloppy old man. I've never seen them before. Poor they. That woman looks pretty good." People also started to talk about it. Just as the Dragon God Hall Master lifted the masks of the two, Yi Zhong also glanced at the crowd outside the plains, paying attention to the changes in everyone's expression. According to our investigation, this woman is called Lin Yi, a member of the Dragon Slayer Temple. And this old man is her master. They wreaked havoc in the north under the instructions of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Temple. The Dragon God Hall Master shouted. "Nonsense." Jiang Dafei snorted secretly. As a member of the Dragon Slayer Temple, how could he not know that this old man and the young man were from the Dragon Slayer Temple? Obviously, they were framing them. Well, it was actually ordered by the Dragon Slayer Temple? What do they want to do? Do they want to see the world in chaos? People roared with righteous indignation. It's very simple. The Dragon Slayer Temple wants to snatch the resources of the north. Although it is the major city lord mansions that suffer this time, it will also indirectly affect everyone in the north. Including you. I know that many of you have opinions about us dragons. But ask yourselves, have we, dragons, ever mistreated you? The Dragon God Hall is the best proof. How much energy and resources have we, dragons, spent to cultivate you humans? Look at the Dragon Slayer Temple. What have they done for you all these years? They didn't do anything, and now they are snatching the resources of the North from us. It shows how selfish they are. Is such a group of people really worthy of your worship? The Lord of the Dragon God Hall roared angrily. When people heard this, they couldn't help but show a trace of anger on their faces. This Yi Zhong is really something. Qin Feiyang muttered. It was obvious that Yi Zhong must have taught the Lord of the Dragon God Hall to say these words. After this mess, everyone's impression of the Dragon Slayer Temple will be greatly reduced in the future. Hui nodded. People's hearts are not what they used to be. The Dragon Slayer Temple is a group of selfish people. Not to mention that they don't have the ability to overthrow us dragons. Even if they have the ability, when they rule the divine land and even the entire ancient world, I'm afraid they will only bring you disaster. By then, you will know that we, dragons, are so benevolent and kind. The Lord of the Dragon God Hall sighed. My lord, don't say any more. Hurry up and kill them as a warning to the others. Let the people of the Dragon Slayer Temple give up. Someone in the crowd roared angrily. A smile flashed across the Lord of the Dragon God Hall's eyes. He looked up at Yi Zhong and said, Old man Yi, Qin Feiyang and the Dragon Slayer Temple haven't shown up yet. Could they not be here? In fact, the main purpose of saying so much was to lure Qin Feiyang and the people of the Dragon Slayer Temple out. But now, no one showed up. Don't worry. These people are cunning. We must keep calm. Yi Zhong thought to himself. The Lord of the Dragon God Hall responded secretly and continued to slander the Dragon Slayer Temple. He had to admit that he was really eloquent. The people gathered outside the plain were incited by him one after another. Angry roars and insults rang out incessantly. Aren't these people too naive? Hui raised his eyebrows. The humans of the Divine Land are divided into several groups. There are those who support the Dragon Slayer Temple. There are those who follow the dragons. There are also those who don't help either side. But in contrast, those who support the Dragon Slayer Temple are definitely in the minority. As for those who don't help either side, they're basically trying to protect themselves. Now, after being instigated by the Lord of the Dragon God Hall, they will definitely be more inclined to the dragons. Moreover, among these people, there must be many followers of the dragons. They are hiding in the crowd, cooperating with the Lord of the Dragon God Hall from the inside and outside, constantly driving everyone's emotions. So, everyone is not naive. They are being influenced step by step. That's why they start to hate the Dragon Slayer Temple. Qin Feiyang whispered. The scene was very chaotic and noisy, so even if the two didn't transmit their voices, no one heard it. Hui nodded, looked at Lin Yi and the old man, frowned, and said, We have to find a way to confirm their identities. Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head and pondered. Kill these bastards. Let the Dragon Slayer Temple disappear from the world and return peace to Divine Land. A particularly harsh voice came into Qin Feiyang's ears. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked. More than 10 meters away, a middle-aged man with a half-step transcendent god cultivation base was standing in the crowd, constantly yelling. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Did the Dragon Slayer Temple steal your wife or dig up your ancestral grave? Why do you hate the Dragon Slayer Temple so much? Wait. He observed carefully for a while. He found that this person was deliberately instigating everyone. In other words, this person was a follower of the dragons. Follower was just a polite name. To put it bluntly, he was a lackey or pawn of the dragons. So, he had a plan in his mind. He turned to look at Hui and smiled. Follow me. Where are we going? Hui glanced at him suspiciously. I have already thought of a way. Qin Feiyang chuckled and walked toward the middle-aged man. Hui followed behind him in confusion. Brother. Qin Feiyang walked behind the middle-aged man and patted him on the shoulder. The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback. He turned to look at Qin Feiyong and frowned. Old man, who is your brother? Don't try to make connections. Old man. Qin Feiyong was stunned. How did he become an old man? But the next moment, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The middle-aged man didn't seem to be wrong. He looked like an old man now. Qin Feiyong said, Brother, I'm not here to make connections with you. Then why are you here? The middle-aged man was suspicious. Qin Feiyong took out an elixir from his interspatial ring without a trace, held it in his hand, and said with a mysterious smile, Do you know what I have in my hand? What? The middle-aged man approached curiously. Don't let others see. Qin Feiyong glanced around vigilantly and slowly opened his palm. A divine-level spirit sea elixir gradually appeared. This is... the middle-aged man exclaimed. Qin Feiyong quickly covered the middle-aged man's mouth and whispered, Keep your voice down. Yes. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, looked at the crowd around, and then nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyong let go of the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man's attitude immediately changed. He smiled obsequiously and said, Senior, I'm really sorry for offending you. Please forgive me. After that, he stared at Qin Feiyong's hand greedily. It's okay. Qin Feiyong waved his hand generously and said, I got this elixir by accident in my early years. I've been reluctant to use it. The middle-aged man nodded and said, I understand. After all, it's a divine elixir. Who would be willing to use it? But, if you're willing to do one thing for me, I can give it to you. Qin Feiyong said with a smile. His words were full of irresistible temptation. Chapter 2466. Hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but get excited. What's the matter? Just tell me. It's very simple. You change your appearance a little and go to the plains for a stroll. Qin Feiyong said. Is it really that simple? The middle-aged man was stunned. Qin Feiyong nodded. Old senior, don't fool me. The middle-aged man frowned. Don't worry. As long as you agree, this old man will give you this elixir now. And after that, this old man will give you 2 more. Qin Feiyong smiled. You have more? The middle-aged man was surprised. Qin Feiyong nodded. I promise you. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and quickly nodded. But suddenly, he frowned again and looked at Qin Feiyong. Old senior, you're harming me. Harming you? What do you mean? Why would this old man harm you? Qin Feiyong was puzzled. Don't you see the guards guarding the border? If I break into the plains, I'll definitely die. The middle-aged man said. I didn't say that you have to enter the plains. You can just wander outside the border. Qin Feiyong said. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before he asked in surprise, Really? Of course. Qin Feiyong nodded. The middle-aged man smiled. Okay, I'll change my appearance now. He could get 3 elixirs just by wandering outside. It was really a pie in the sky. Wait a minute. You have to change your appearance to the one I want. Qin Feiyong said. The middle-aged man asked suspiciously, What do you want me to change my appearance to? Let's go to the back of the crowd. Qin Feiyong smiled. The middle-aged man nodded. The 3 of them walked through the crowd and came to the back of the crowd. They walked behind a big tree. Qin Feiyong waved his hand and condensed a figure. This figure looked exactly like him. Who's this? The middle-aged man looked at the figure curiously. A friend of mine. Qin Feiyong smiled and handed the divine pill to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man happily took the pill and said, I like people as straightforward as old senior. Qin Feiyong laughed hoarsely and said, This old man also likes helpful young people like you. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. The middle-aged man laughed and put away the divine pellet. He threw the illusion form pellet into his mouth and quickly turned into Qin Feiyong's appearance. Then go. This old man will wait for you here. If anyone asks, just say that your name is Qin Feiyong. Even dragons have to bow to you when they hear your name. Qin Feiyong smiled. Qin Feiyong? The middle-aged man was stunned and asked curiously, Who is this Qin Feiyong? You'll know soon enough. Qin Feiyong said. All right. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to walk towards the crowd. Hui laughed. This move is not bad. Letting someone replace him and act as a lure, he was truly a genius to be able to think of such a brilliant plan. I wonder if it's effective. Let's change our appearance again and follow him to take a look. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Hui nodded. The two of them changed their appearances slightly and then entered the crowd, following not far behind the middle-aged man. I didn't expect to get a divine pill by coming here to join in the fun. Today is really a good day. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and continued to approach the border of the plains. Yi Zhong, who was standing in the air above the plains, suddenly had a trace of surprise on his face when he swept his gaze across the crowd. Following closely, his target was the middle-aged man. It's really him, Yi Zhong muttered, and quietly sent a sound transmission. Qin Feiyang is here. The Dragon God Palace Lord was shocked and hurriedly asked, Where is he? Inside the crowd. Yi Zhong secretly said. The Dragon God Palace Lord swept his gaze across the sea of people, but there were too many people and he couldn't see the middle-aged man. And now, he didn't dare to fly up to the sky to take a look, fearing that he would alert the enemy. He sent a sound transmission, then quickly informed the 4 ancestral dragon lords to prepare to take action. Yi Zhong responded. The Dragon God Palace Lord was about to speak. Wait a moment. Yi Zhong suddenly shouted. What's wrong? The Dragon God Palace Lord was suspicious. Yi Zhong secretly said, Something strange. What's strange? The Dragon God Palace Lord was bewildered. He actually didn't hide it at all and brazenly walked towards the plains. Yi Zhong sent a sound transmission. The Dragon God Palace Lord said, Isn't this his character? Yi Zhong secretly said, Don't worry, this old man will observe first. At this moment, Yi Zhong only had eyes for the middle-aged man, but he didn't deliberately observe him. Finally, the middle-aged man walked out of the crowd and wandered in front of the crowd. Sure enough, it's him. The Dragon God Palace Lord also finally saw him, and the murderous intent in his eyes suddenly burst out. Lin Yi and the old man, who were kneeling on the plains, also looked at the middle-aged man. But there was no joy in their eyes. Instead, a cold light flashed in their eyes. She is indeed not Lin Yi. Qin Feiyang had been observing Lin Yi and the old man, so he clearly caught the cold light. In that case, this trap set by the dragons is really aimed at you. But how did they think of using Lin Yi and the old man as bait? Hui was a little puzzled. Senior Dragon, Princess Dragons, you have seen Yi and the others. It's normal to use them as bait. What I'm more curious about is, who are these two people? Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and the young man. Hui also looked at the old man and the young man suspiciously and asked, Do you want to go to the Black Tortoise world to activate the slaughter zone first? No need. In the past, because the Black Tortoise world didn't have a time array, I needed you to help me stall for time. But it's different now. The Black Tortoise world is also 100 years in a day. When the battle starts, I can go and activate the slaughter zone in time. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Hui nodded. Something's wrong. At the same time, Yi Zhong looked at the middle-aged man with his brows tightly knitted together. No matter how crazy or bold he is, it's impossible to swagger like this. Die. All of a sudden, the Dragon God Temple Master yelled violently and rushed towards the middle-aged man like a divine rainbow. The middle-aged man was shocked. He hurriedly looked at the Dragon God Temple Master and roared, I am Qin Feiyang. Boom! Just as the middle-aged man's voice fell, 4 terrifying auras erupted like volcanoes. Immediately after, the 4 ancestral dragons rushed out from the ground. As soon as they saw the middle-aged man, they immediately took out their heaven-defying divine artifacts and rushed towards him. What's going on? There's actually an ambush. They seem to be ancestral dragons. That's right, they are the ancestral dragons of the dragons. Who is this Qin Feiyang, to actually need the 4 ancestral dragons to ambush him in advance? The people outside the plane were in an uproar and quickly retreated. I'm really Qin Feiyang, what are you doing? The middle-aged man roared. Didn't the old man say that as long as he said this name, the dragons would bow to him? But now, why was it different from what he said? The dragon god temple master took the lead and rushed in front of the middle-aged man. Divine power rolled out as he slammed his palm. The middle-aged man screamed as his body was torn apart on the spot. I'm going in. As soon as the middle-aged man died, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and said something to Hui before disappearing without a trace. The show is about to begin. Hui laughed secretly. And? At the same time, the 4 ancestral dragons stopped in the void and looked at the broken limbs flying everywhere with a stunned expression. He died just like that? That was too easy. The dragon god temple master was also stunned. He couldn't believe that he actually killed Qin Feiyang. However, Yi Zhong immediately swept his gaze to the crowd outside the plane. By now, he was already sure that the one who died was not Qin Feiyang. Since it was not Qin Feiyang, then the real Qin Feiyang must be in the crowd. But where was he hiding? Swish! The 4 ancestral dragons came back to their senses and landed beside the dragon god temple master with a look of disbelief. Yi Zhong looked down at the 5 of them and sighed. He's not Qin Feiyang, you've all been fooled. He's not? The dragon god temple master looked up at Yi Zhong, his face full of surprise. He's definitely not. The real Qin Feiyang won't be killed so easily. The 4 ancestral dragons looked at each other, then rose into the sky and scanned the surroundings. How can it not be? He's exactly the same as Qin Feiyang. The dragon god temple master murmured. Boom! At this moment, Yi Zhong and the 4 ancestral dragons released their divine senses at the same time, enveloping everyone outside the plane in an instant. At the same time, Lin Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, also looked up at the void around her. Her eyes emitted a milky white light. It's her. Seeing this, Hui Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. It was difficult for him to forget this milky white light. Princess dragons. Although both Princess Dragons and Long Zun had this ability, Long Zun would never lower himself to do this kind of thing. So, this person who impersonated Lin Yi was definitely Princess Dragons. There was no need to think about the old man next to her. He must be one of the dragons. I didn't find the ancient castle. Yi Zhong shook his head and looked down at Princess Dragons. The dragon princess also shook her head and transmitted her voice. I didn't see the ancient castle in the void. He must be mixed in with the crowd, but there are too many people blocking my line of sight. Hurry up and kill everyone. The 4 ancestral dragons immediately waved their hands. Divine power surged out and condensed into a huge barrier, covering all directions. Yi Zhong was shocked and hurriedly said, Your Highness, you can't do this. Everyone else is innocent. It's just a group of ants. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Princess Dragons glanced at the chaotic sea of people. Her eyes were full of coldness. She shouted to the 4 ancestral dragons, Attack! A burly man immediately raised the divine bow in his hand, and a destructive aura immediately rushed out in an overwhelming manner. This person was the ancestral dragon of the Fire Dragon clan. The divine bow in his hand was a heaven-defying divine artifact, Sunset Divine Bow. What does he want to do? Is he going to kill all of us? Everyone immediately fled in horror. But being imprisoned by the barrier, where could they escape to? Their hearts were shrouded in despair. Hui hid in the crowd, looking at the panicked people around him. His eyes were full of gloating. You still believe in dragons now? Now you want to follow the dragons to crusade against the Dragon Slayer Palace? A bunch of ignorant fools. After all, they have lived in Divine Land for most of their lives. They don't even know what the dragons are like. They just blindly followed the crowd. Chapter 2467. Die! The burly man roared, his eyes filled with ferocity. Although Yi Zhong couldn't bear it, the dragon's princess, the 4 ancestral dragons, and the dragon god palace master were all indifferent. Clang! As the burly man finished speaking, the sunset bow let out an earth-shattering sound. Following that, a flaming arrow condensed from divine power shot toward the people outside the plane like lightning. Don't kill us. Why are you so cruel? What did we do wrong? Dragons, you're worse than animals. When faced with death, people often forget about fear. Everyone howled in grief. Hence, the burly man's eyes were full of contempt. He naturally wouldn't care about the howling of ants because he didn't care. Clang. Just as everyone was in despair, accompanied by a sword chime that shook the heavens and earth, a broken sword appeared in the sky. The broken sword, as if splitting the heavens and earth, slashed at the flaming arrow. Sparks flew everywhere, and the flaming arrow was immediately shattered. The dragon's princess and the others immediately looked at the broken sword, and their faces suddenly changed. Qin Batian actually came in person. A white-haired old man soared into the sky from the crowd and grabbed the broken sword. Qin Batian. The 4 ancestral dragons stared at the old man. He's one of the 4 emperors of the Dragon Slayer Palace, the man called the Qin Emperor? He saved us. The crowd below also looked at the old man in a daze. The old man looked up at the sky and laughed. He looked at the 4 ancestral dragons and said, "Don't misunderstand. What kind of person is the Qin Emperor? How would I dare to have the same name as him? Since you're already here, why bother hiding?" The burly man snorted. "You're not only blind but also stupid. Why would the Qin Emperor hide like this? But we have one thing in common. We're all enemies of you dragons." The old man laughed. "You're really not Qin Batian?" The burly man raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Then who are you? Could it be Qin Feiyang?" Qin Batian's divine weapon can only be in the hands of Qin Feiyang. The other 3 ancestral dragons said. The old man laughed again, took out a face-restoring pill, and threw it into his mouth. Immediately after, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, his true appearance was restored. It was a young man in his 20s. His fiery red hair fluttered behind him like waves of fire. "It's you!" The 4 ancestral dragons shouted in unison. "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Hui laughed. The light in the eyes of Princess Dragons disguised as Linny had already dissipated. She shouted, "Hui, save us!" Hui was stunned. "Still acting? Sure. Then I'll play along with you." "Don't worry, I'm here to save you," Hui said. "Where's Brother Feiyang?" Princess Dragons asked. He had more important things to do, so he didn't come. Hui shook his head. "He didn't come?" Princess Dragons was taken aback. Yi Zhong, the 4 ancestral dragons, the Dragon God Temple Master, and the old man next to Princess Dragons were also stunned. They carefully set up this trap, but he didn't come? Then, didn't they work in vain for the past 5 years? Hui looked at Yi Zhong and the others and said, "If you know what's good for you, let them go immediately, otherwise I will kill all of you." The eyes of the 4 ancestral dragons flickered, especially the burly man. When they were in the North region, they were often teased by Hui. The Dragon God Temple Master transmitted his voice, "Your Royal Highness, what should we do now? We can catch him first, because he has a close relationship with Qin Feiyang. As long as we catch him, we don't have to worry about not being able to find Qin Feiyang. Take him down immediately." Princess Dragons secretly yelled at the 4 ancestral dragons. Boom! The 4 ancestral dragons' aura erupted. "You really want to make a move? I was just joking just now. Don't take it seriously." Hui Yi's face changed, and he immediately turned and fled. The 4 ancestral dragons were taken aback. Wasn't he still so arrogant just now? Why did he suddenly turn pale? The burly man sneered and said, "It seems that he was just pretending to be calm before. Let's end this quickly." The black-robed old man, the blonde young man, and the silver-haired young man also nodded. Clang. But just as the 4 ancestral dragons were about to kill Hui, a loud sound that tore the sky and earth apart suddenly exploded in the void above. Following that, a young man in blood-red clothes covered in blood appeared out of thin air. In his hand, he was holding a 3-feet-long blood sword. He was like a god of death descending. But the power of the blood sword didn't seem to be very strong. In fact, it wasn't that it wasn't strong, but Qin Feiyang deliberately suppressed the power of the blood sword to avoid harming the innocent creatures in the north. Not good. Yi Zhong's face changed, and he immediately rushed toward Princess Dragons. Although Hui had been acting all along, and it was very realistic, his intuition told him that this matter wasn't so simple. So he had been secretly paying attention. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang was hiding in the dark. Qin Feiyang. At the same time, the 4 ancestral dragons' faces also changed. All of you must die. Qin Feiyang spoke word by word, his killing intent soaring to the heavens, and he had already restored his true appearance. As his voice fell, the blood-red sword was like a graceful swan as it rushed toward the 4 ancestral dragons. He didn't care about Princess Dragons. Because there was still Hui. Hui didn't escape either. With a sword, he shattered the barrier laid down by the 4 ancestral dragons and shouted, "A bunch of idiots, hurry up and run." Those who were imprisoned didn't dare to hesitate and immediately turned around to flee for their lives. Following that, Hui looked at Princess Dragons, a hint of ridicule flashed in his eyes, and then he roared, "I'll save you now." Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped the broken sword and rushed towards the dragon princess and her companion. And Jiang Dafei naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to help the dragons, so he fled with a group of guards. Looking at the 4 ancestral dragons again, Qin Feiyang's appearance was completely out of their expectations. Especially when they saw the blood sword rushing toward them, their scalps couldn't help but tingle. Because back then, the Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon and Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon had all suffered a great loss under the blood sword. Especially the Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon. If it wasn't for Long Zun's clone, he would have already fallen in the Sky Dragon Sea. Quick! The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared. Boom! The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts suddenly released a terrifying destructive force. They had unlocked the seal. But not all of it. Because there wasn't enough time, they could only hurriedly unlock a little of the seal. Don't panic. I know the power of the blood sword. Although only a little of the seal has been unlocked, the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts can completely crush it. Kill! The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon roared. Clang! The 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts carried a destructive aura as they charged toward the blood sword. Unlocking a little of the seal is enough? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. He had already absorbed all the blood in the Devil's Land, not leaving a single drop behind. It didn't disappoint him. The slaughter domain had barely entered the 3rd stage. One has to know that the power of the 3rd stage of the slaughter domain was already comparable to a fully unlocked divine artifact. Just unlocking a little of the seal was delusional enough to shake the blood sword at this moment? That was simply a fool's dream. In the blink of an eye, almost in an instant, the blood sword tore through the sky and slashed toward the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Although the power was suppressed, the edge was unstoppable. Clang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the sunset god bow broke on the spot. What? The Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon's expression suddenly changed. Clang! With another loud sound, the blonde youth's golden battle sword also broke in an instant. Impossible! The blonde youth's face was also filled with disbelief. Clang! The silver-haired youth and the black-robed elder's heaven-defying divine artifacts were also broken by the blood sword. Why is it like this? The two were also shocked to the extreme. It seems to be stronger than before. The dragon's princess's face was also filled with shock. Artifact spirit, quickly take the opportunity to unlock all the seals. The burly man quivered and immediately roared. What? Unlock all the seals? Yi Zhong's expression changed as he said, "You have to think clearly. If the seals are completely unlocked, more than half of the north, including the Dragon God Palace, will be destroyed in an instant. If the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were completely unlocked, it could only be described as the end of the world. Even the Divine Dragon Island would be affected, because the location of the Dragon God Mountain was already in the center of the Divine Land. As long as we can kill him, not to mention more than half of the north and a mere Dragon God Palace, even if we destroy the entire north, it doesn't matter. As for the Divine Dragon Island, there is the Dragon Sovereign and the other ancestral dragons overseeing it. There is no need to worry at all." This sovereign orders you to unlock the seals immediately. The burly man looked at the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts and shouted sternly. Do you think I will give you a chance? In order to kill you, I have made too many preparations, and even had someone self-destruct for me. Today you must die. Qin Feiyang's blood-red hair fluttered, and the blood sword was like a graceful swan as it attacked the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. If the seals were really unlocked, facing the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, the blood sword might not be a match. Because the current lethality of the blood sword was only comparable to a fully awakened heaven-defying divine artifact, 1 against 4, it would definitely be at a disadvantage. Most importantly, he did not want to implicate innocent people. Clang! In a flash, the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts that were originally cut in half were cut into more than a dozen pieces. After suffering such heavy injuries, they were no longer able to exert their full strength. Damn it, damn it! The 4 ancestral dragons roared. It's you who deserve to die. Qin Feiyang coldly shouted, and the blood sword was like lightning as it attacked the 4 ancestral dragons. It was also at this moment. Yi Zhong rushed to the side of the dragons and princess, and did not care about the 4 ancestral dragons and the dragon god palace master. He took the 2 dragons and prepared to escape. Old bastard, put them down. Hui also rushed over at this moment. The dragon god palace master wanted to stop him, but when he saw the broken sword in Hui Yi's hand, he fled for his life. Princess Dragons looked at Hui Yi and said, Old Yi, I have a plan. Go ahead. Yi Zhong secretly said. Princess Dragons secretly muttered a few words. When Yi Zhong heard this, he quickly said, No, it's too risky. Believe me, it's absolutely possible. Princess Dragons said. Alright. Yi Zhong helplessly responded and immediately attacked Hui, courting death. Hui Yi smiled coldly and slashed out with his sword. Yi Zhong was startled and quickly dodged. Hui did not take advantage of the victory to pursue and landed in front of Princess Dragons and said with a smile, It's fine, don't worry. Thank you. Princess Dragons said gratefully. We're all family, why are you thanking me? Hui smiled speechlessly. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the dragon princess. A dagger gleaming with cold light appeared in her hand that was hidden in her sleeve. Chapter 2468. That's right. Her plan was to take advantage of Hui Yi's unpreparedness and cripple his cultivation. Then she would use Hui Yi to threaten Qin Feiyang to surrender. However, she thought it was flawless, but unfortunately, Hui Yi had already seen through it. Clang. Without waiting for her to make a move, the broken sword was placed on her neck. Princess Dragon's body stiffened immediately. The person who pretended to be Lin Yi's master next to her, as well as Yi Zhong in the distance, were also shocked. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Hui Yi smiled playfully. What are you doing? Princess Dragons said in a panic. Still acting? In order to lure us out, you first looted the city lord mansion of the major cities, and now you kneel down in public. It's really unfair for you, Your Highness. Hui Yi looked at Princess Dragons with a sneer. What? Princess Dragon's body trembled, and he had already seen through her identity. Hui Yi made a silent gesture and smiled. Don't talk, watch the show first. After saying that, he looked up at Qin Feiyang and the 4 ancestral dragons. At this moment, the blood-colored long sword had already arrived in front of the 4 ancestral dragons. They, who had lost their divine artifact, couldn't block the blood-colored long sword no matter what means they used. The sky-tearing and earth-shattering aura surged forward, leaving ghastly wounds on their bodies, causing them to bleed profusely. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel desperate. Qin Feiyang roared, staring at the 4 of them. Boom! Seeing that the 4 of them were about to die under the blood sword, a monstrous power suddenly rushed out from Princess Dragon's body. Long Zun's clone. The 4 ancestral dragons suddenly saw hope. However, Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi weren't surprised at all, because they had long known that Long Zun's clone was hidden in Princess Dragon's body. They had already expected that it would definitely appear. Just when Long Zun's clone appeared, a strong murderous intent surged in Hui Yi's eyes. Clang. The broken sword swept across. With a scream, the head of the princess of the dragons shattered on the spot. After her head was crushed, the lower half of her body transformed into a dragon. However, she was different from other divine dragons. The dragon scales on her body were milky white and sparkled like gems. Hui waved his broken sword again, and the dragon princess's divine dragon body also shattered. Your Highness! Yi Zhong, the hall master of the Dragon God Palace, and even the person who pretended to be the sloppy old man were all gritting their teeth. The moment Long Zun's clone came out, he saw his daughter die right in front of him. Instantly, he was enraged. Don't blame me. She asked for it. Hui chuckled and retreated without hesitation. You want to die. Even if a god descends to the mortal world, he won't be able to save you. The dragon sovereign avatar suddenly looked at Hui, a bone-piercing chill emanating from his body. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Hui. The person who had pretended to be the sloppy old man no longer concealed himself as he madly charged towards Hui. Yi Zhong, the Dragon God Palace Master, also charged towards Hui. The 4 ancestral dragons are about to lose their lives, and you're still chasing after me? Are you guys crazy? Seeing this, Hui turned around and fled in fear. He originally thought that these people would rush to save the 4 ancestral dragons, but he didn't expect them to chase after him. If the broken sword wasn't sealed, he could still fight. But now, he could only run for his life. Lord Long Zun. The 4 ancestral dragons also thought that Long Zun's clone would save them, but the result was far beyond their expectations. Clang. Accompanied by a cry of despair, the blood-colored sword fell, and the sharp edge instantly drowned them. 4 screams suddenly resounded through the sky. They had all changed back to their true forms. A black dragon, a fire dragon, a golden dragon, and a silver dragon had a cluster of divine fire patterns between their eyebrows. This was the symbol of an ancestral dragon. But even if they changed back to their divine dragon bodies, it was useless. Their huge bodies were cut into several pieces by the blood sword, and their divine souls were also torn into pieces by the sword qi. What? Yi Zhong turned his head to look, and his face immediately changed. The 4 ancestral dragons were killed just like that? It seemed that he had greatly underestimated this kid's strength. Slaughter domain. What kind of divine technique was this? How could it have such heaven-defying lethality? Seeing this scene, Long Zun's clone was undoubtedly even more furious, and he slapped at Hui. Hui raised the broken sword horizontally. Long Zun's clone slapped the broken sword, and Hui spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The arm that grabbed the broken sword was torn open and shattered on the spot. The broken sword also immediately flew out of his hand. He hurriedly stretched out his other hand and grabbed the broken sword. This was given to him by Qin Batian, so he couldn't lose it. After grabbing the broken sword, Hui smashed into the ground below like a meteor. Old witch, you're really scary. Hui's heart trembled. Although the broken sword was sealed, it was still a heaven-defying divine artifact, but it couldn't block the power of Long Zun's clone's palm. Kill him. Long Zun's clone no longer cared about Hui, and coldly shouted at Yi Zhong and the other 2, and rushed towards the 4 heaven-defying divine artifact fragments. Yi Zhong, the Dragon God Palace Master, and the sloppy old man who pretended to be the sloppy old man also immediately rushed towards Hui. Hold on. Qin Feiyang said to Hui, and also rushed towards the 4 heaven-defying divine artifact fragments. Even if a heaven-defying divine artifact was left with the last fragment, it could slowly be repaired with the passage of time. So, these 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts must be snatched. However, although he was closer, Long Zun's clone's speed was faster than him. Almost at the same time, they rushed in front of the 4 heaven-defying divine artifact fragments. You still want the divine artifact? Are you dreaming? Long Zun's clone said coldly, and slapped at Qin Feiyang with all his strength. I think you still haven't figured out one thing. The current slaughter domain and the previous slaughter domain are no longer on the same level. Not to mention a mere clone, even if your original body came, I would still kill you. Qin Feiyang smiled and slashed out with his sword. How is this possible? Along with a cry of surprise, Long Zun's clone was annihilated on the spot. What? Lord Long Zun's clone was actually killed by the blood sword. Yi Zhong and the other two looked at this scene in horror. Wasn't this child already invincible? Go! Yi Zhong shouted without hesitation and swept up the two people from the Dragon God Palace and turned to escape. Stay. Hua Yi laughed. He was originally quite worried, but he didn't expect the blood sword to be so strong now. The broken sword in his hand immediately flew out, turning into a graceful, and slashed towards the three people like lightning. At the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, sending the four heaven-defying divine artifact fragments into the ancient castle, and also controlled the blood sword to attack the three people. Following two miserable screams, the Dragon God Palace Master and the sloppy old man's body were torn into pieces on the spot. Too terrifying. Yi Zhong's entire body was also dripping with blood. The broken sword was still fine, but he really couldn't block the sharp edge of the blood-red sword. In the nick of time, he slapped the broken sword with a backhand. His arm was instantly shattered, but the broken sword was also knocked away. Following closely, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He immediately activated an auxiliary divine art and flew away like lightning. Chase. Hua Yi flew over, grabbed the broken sword, and chased after Yi Zhong. Don't chase. Qin Feiyang hurriedly reached out to stop him, and shouted, Immediately open the altar, let's go. Go. Hua Yi frowned. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, If we don't leave now, Long Zun and the other ancestral dragons will come. When Hua Yi heard this, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately opened an altar. Qin Feiyang also waved his hand and stored the bodies of the four ancestral dragons and the Dragon God Palace Master into the Black Tortoise realm, and then rushed towards the altar. Boom! It was also at this moment. Several terrifying auras descended. Hua Yi was already standing on the altar. When he looked up, his expression changed drastically. 7 figures appeared in the sky at the same time. The one in the lead was Long Zun. The other 6 were also ancestral dragons. Quick! Hua Yi shouted. It's too late to come now. Qin Feiyang sneered, rushed onto the altar, raised the blood-red sword, and slashed out. A wave of blood-red sword chi instantly rushed towards the 7 people in an earth-shattering manner. Long Zun and the other 6 attacked together. By the time they managed to defeat the sword chi with great difficulty, Qin Feiyang and Long Zun had already disappeared without a trace. It's just a sword chi, but it actually requires the 7 of us to work together, and we can't defeat it quickly. It's indeed terrifying. One of them said in a deep voice. Another person looked at Long Zun and said, Lord, the Sunset Divine Bow, these 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, can't fall into his hands. Long Zun clenched her fists. She originally thought that Qin Feiyang entered the inland sea to sneak into Divine Dragon Island. Only now did she know that it was to collect blood to open the slaughter domain in preparation for this moment. The power of the slaughter domain was also much stronger than the previous 2 times. Could it be that as long as there was blood in this slaughter domain, it could become stronger endlessly? How could there be such a perverted divine art in this world? Lord Long Zun. The 6 ancestral dragons looked at Long Zun suspiciously. Be quiet. Long Zun shouted. Now she was about to go crazy. His cultivation was clearly so weak, but he had repeatedly caused her dragons to suffer great losses. The slaughter domain needs blood. And Qin Feiyang won't kill humans, only sea beasts and beasts. Now, you will go and guard the North Sea, East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and the Inland Sea. Because only these few places have enough sea beasts and beasts. As long as you see him appear, directly unlock the seal of the heaven-defying divine artifact and kill him at all costs. Long Zun shouted. The 6 of them respectfully responded, opened the altar, and left. Qin Feiyang. Qin Badian. You 2 damn things don't rush to be proud. The real battle hasn't begun yet. Wait until I, the dragons, bring out my true strength. Then you will know that the slaughter domain and the heaven-defying divine artifact are all trash that can't withstand a single blow. Long Zun murmured, turned around, and disappeared. In the sky above a certain mountain range, two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. "Ha, this time, it's really satisfying." Hui Yi laughed again and again. Qin Feiyang also laughed. Not only did he successfully kill the 4 ancestral dragons, princess dragons, and the dragon god palace master, but he also snatched 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Compared to what he had done in the past, it was simply not on the same level. "Qin Feiyang, since your slaughter domain is so strong, why don't you directly kill Long Zun?" Hui Yi was curious. Chapter 2469. The current slaughter is indeed very strong. But it's only comparable to a fully awakened heaven-defying artifact. The dragons still have so many heaven-defying artifacts. If the seals on them are unlocked, then we can only wait for death. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "So that's how it is." Hui Yi suddenly realized and frowned. "With so much blood, we can only reach the 3rd stage. How much blood do we need to reach the 4th stage?" "We can only barely reach the 3rd stage. As for the 4th stage, it's actually just my guess. I don't know if we can reach that level." Qin Feiyang said, "Even if we can't reach the 4th stage, it's still very heaven-defying." Hui Yi laughed. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "But we have to keep a low profile in the future." "Keeping a low profile isn't my style," Hui said. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "The stored blood has been exhausted. In a short time, we can't find enough blood to open the 3rd stage. Let's go to the inland sea again. That place is a treasure trove for you." Hui Yi smiled sinisterly. "Do you think the dragons will let me smoothly collect blood in the future?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Hui Yi was surprised. "You mean, the dragons will let people guard the major sea areas?" "Definitely. And if there are no accidents, the ones guarding the major sea areas will definitely be the ancestral dragon. When they see me running to collect blood, I'm afraid they will directly unseal the heaven-defying artifact without saying a word." Qin Feiyang said. "That makes sense. After all, your slaughter is too strong. If we don't find a way to stop you from collecting blood, I'm afraid the dragons will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later." Hui Yi nodded. "That's why we have to keep a low profile in the future," Qin Feiyang said. "Then, why don't we just kill our way to the Dragon God Palace and loot the Dragon God Palace's medicinal herbs, crystal veins, and spirit veins?" Hui Yi suggested. "Big brother, are you trying to kill me? The plan has failed, and the Dragon Princess is dead. The Dragon Sovereign will definitely find trouble with Yi Zhong. If we go to the Dragon God's Palace now, won't that be suicide? The herbs, crystal veins, and spirit veins of the Dragon God's Palace cannot be let go of, but this matter must be considered at length," Qin Feiyang said. "All right." Hui Yi nodded. In any case, he just had to listen to this fellow. "Let's go. Let's go to the castle and see our spoils of war." Qin Feiyang smiled and led Hui Yi into the castle's hall. At this moment, Fire Lotus, Big Black Wolf, Golden Divine Ray, and Black Panther were all there, but the white-eyed wolf was nowhere to be seen. Right now, it was completely immersed in seclusion, and no one could make it move. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the big black wolf immediately said, "Big brother, I'm not dreaming, right? These are all heaven-defying divine artifacts." The fragments of the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts were all floating in the air in front of them, their light dim. Hui Yi directly kicked him. The big black wolf howled and crashed into the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. "Why did you kick me?" The big black wolf got up and said angrily. "Does it hurt?" Hui Yi asked. "Nonsense. Let me try kicking you," the big black wolf said angrily. "Then come at me." Hui Yi looked at it teasingly. The big black wolf shrunk its neck. It really didn't have the guts. "Since it hurts, then it's not a dream." Hui Yi rolled his eyes at it. The big black wolf was stunned for a moment, then immediately rushed in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "Big brother, you said that you would give me a divine artifact. You can't go back on your word." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly, looked at the 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts, and asked, "Fire Lotus, how are they?" "The main body has been severely injured, causing the artifact spirit to be on the verge of death. We have to wait for the artifact spirit to wake up and the main body to repair before we can drip blood to recognize it as the master. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang said, then you'll keep an eye on them from now on. These heaven-defying divine artifacts were all very powerful. If he didn't keep an eye on them, once the main body was repaired, they might do something that would make him despair. Keeping an eye on them is no problem. But, for such heaven-defying divine artifacts, they must be willing to follow us, otherwise, even if we drip blood to recognize them as the master, we might not be able to control them. Fire Lotus said worriedly. When the artifact spirit recovers, tell me immediately, I'll talk to them. If there's no other way, before their main body recovers, we'll destroy them. Qin Feiyang said. Destroy them? Big brother, these are heaven-defying divine artifacts, it would be a pity to destroy them. Hearing that, the big black wolf hurriedly said. If we can't convince them, then they're a threat to us, understand? Qin Feiyang looked at it speechlessly, then looked at Fire Lotus and asked, where are the corpses of the 4 ancestral dragons? Outside. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang turned and walked out of the ancient castle. In the air above the courtyard, there were divine dragon bodies floating. Even if they were dead, the bodies of the ancestral dragons contained extremely terrifying divine power. Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon, Fire Dragon Ancestral Dragon, Silver Dragon Ancestral Dragon, Blackhead Ancestral Dragon. There are also 2 black dragons. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one, and when he saw the 2 black dragons, he was slightly stunned. He was very familiar with the aura of one of the black dragons. It was the Dragon God Palace Master. And the aura of the other black dragon, he also had a familiar feeling. It seemed to be the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan. It was him. It was exactly the same as when they met at the seaside. Hui Yi asked, you recognize it? It's the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan. Qin Feiyang nodded. Damn, it's a ruthless character. The ancestral dragon and patriarch are both dead. This time the Black Dragon clan will suffer a great loss. Hui smirked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, not only that, but the 10th elder of the Black Dragon clan was also killed by the axe at the seaside. Ha, serves them right for coming to my 9 Heavens Palace to show off. Hui Yi laughed heartily. Back then, it was the ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan who led the dragons to 9 Heavens Palace. This time, it could be said that he got his revenge. The golden sea python on the side glanced at Hui Yi, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and stammered, can you give me this golden dragon ancestral dragon's body? Give it to you? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The golden sea python stuttered. Hui Yi shouted, if you have something to say, then say it. The golden sea python said, I want to fuse with its body because its body will definitely allow me to transform into the golden dragon ancestral dragon. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. That's right. The 4 ancestral dragons' bodies were the true ancestral dragon's body. Now that the golden dragon ancestral dragon was dead, maybe the golden sea python could really replace it after fusing with its body and become the new golden dragon ancestral dragon. Hui Yi said, even so, why should we give it to you? I was wrong, okay? I was too ignorant and thought that you guys weren't the ancestral dragon's opponent. Now I believe it. I also promise that I will follow you guys wholeheartedly in the future. Even if I transform into an ancestral dragon in the future, I will never betray you. The golden sea python lay in the void, looking at Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi with a pleading expression. That's right. It had always been pessimistic about Qin Feiyang and the others, but it didn't expect that they would actually kill the ancestral dragon and 4 ancestral dragons at once. Not long ago, when Qin Feiyang sent the 4 ancestral dragons' bodies to the Black Tortoise world, the shock in its heart couldn't be described with words. With the slave seal controlling you, you dare to betray us? Hui Yi smiled disdainfully. Yes. The golden sea python nodded repeatedly. Hui Yi looked at Qin Feiyang and said, then why don't you give it to it? You have the final say. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hui Yi looked at the golden sea python and said, take it and go into seclusion. If you don't transform into an ancestral dragon, I will skin you alive. Thank you, thank you. The golden sea python was wild with joy. Taking the golden dragon ancestral dragon's body, it found an open space and began to fuse with it. Fire Lotus retracted her gaze and said with a smile, "This isn't something that can be fused in a short time." The ancestral dragon's cultivation was too strong, and its vitality was also vigorous. It wasn't a simple matter to fuse with it. Hui asked, "Then what should we do with the rest?" The Dragon God Hall Master and the Black Dragon's bodies are directly sent to the Divine Treasury. As for the ancestral dragon, keep it, it may be useful in the future. Fire Lotus, I'll leave this matter to you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Fire Lotus nodded. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at Hui and asked, "I didn't notice it just now, but when you killed the dragon's princess, what was her original form?" Hui said, "Sky Dragon." Sky Dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. The Sky Dragon is an existence second only to the purple gold Divine Dragon. And the main ability of the Sky Dragon is healing. It can be said that the healing ability of the Sky Dragon surpasses all pills. Hui said. Qin Feiyang said, "In that case, the Dragon Sovereign is also a Sky Dragon?" "Most likely." Hui nodded. No wonder she was able to repair the broken Sunset Divine Bow in a few moves in the Sky Dragon Sea. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. However, with the death of the dragon's princess, it could be considered as one less big problem, because her abilities were really unsolvable. Qin Dage. The dragons suffered heavy losses this time. They will definitely not let this go. You have to be more careful in the future. Because without the slaughter domain, not to mention the Dragon Sovereign, even the ancestral dragon can kill you. Fire Lotus warned. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, "Where's Hong Yi?" "In the cultivation room on the second floor of the ancient castle. Every time he wakes up, I will knock him unconscious. Now looking at his head, I can't bear to do it." Fire Lotus covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then how miserable was Hong Yi? He entered the ancient castle and went straight to the cultivation room on the second floor. When he saw Hong Yi, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. At this moment, Hong Yi's head was full of bulges. Could it be that Fire Lotus said she couldn't bear to do it? Because there was no place to do it. Qin Feiyang closed the slaughter domain, picked up Hong Yi, and prepared to leave the ancient castle. At this time, Hui ran over and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Take me out with you." "What are you going out for?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "I'm going to the major sea regions to see if there's an ancestral dragon overseeing them." Hui said. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Then you have to be careful." "Don't worry." Hui smiled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the three appeared outside. Hui said, "Give me the space-time gate too." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Hui said, "I want to go back to the Ninth Heaven Palace to take a look." "You won't be worried, right? Fire Lotus is with me. Do you think I'm afraid you'll run away?" Qin Feiyang shook his head, took out the space-time gate, and handed it to Hui. "Despicable. You only know how to use her to threaten me." Hui looked at Qin Feiyang with disdain, and then began to leave through an altar. "Is this considered threatening?" Qin Feiyang touched his nose, looking a little stunned. Chapter 2470. Shaking his head, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow appeared. It was Jiang Dafei. "Young lord, you did a great job this time. It's so satisfying." Jiang Dafei was excited. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "I'll give you a task." Jiang Dafei was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Please tell me." "Announce what the dragons have done in the past few years, as well as the fact that the princess and the black dragons impersonated Linny." Qin Feiyang said. The dragons used this incident to make the Dragon Slayer Temple the target of public criticism. Naturally, he had to give them a taste of their own medicine. As long as the truth was made public, those who were originally neutral would inevitably start to lean towards the Dragon Slayer Temple. Even the followers of the dragons would probably be dissatisfied and turn to support the Dragon Slayer Temple. Announce? How would I dare to do this? Jiang Dafei was shocked. Wasn't announcing these things courting death? Qin Feiyang said, I didn't ask you to announce it. Just spread it secretly. Okay then. I'll do it myself. Jiang Dafei nodded. He didn't feel at ease leaving it to others, even his confidants. Send me a message when you're done. I'll send you to the Black Tortoise realm to cultivate. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you, young lord. Jiang Dafei was overjoyed and said gratefully. Qin Feiyang turned off the image crystal, took a phantom pill, and changed into Li Bu'er's appearance. He continued to suppress his cultivation to the level of a war god and then looked down at Hong Yi. After a while, Hong Yi woke up. It hurts. He rubbed his head immediately. However, when his hands touched his head, he froze. What's going on? Why are there so many bumps? Who is it? How preposterous! He actually dared to make a move behind his back. You're awake. Qin Feiyang looked down at Hong Yi and smiled. Hong Yi was stunned. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, Did you hit me? Why would I hit you? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Hong Yi frowned and said, Then what's with these big meat buns on my head? Qin Feiyang coughed and said with a smile, It's Chao Di. Chao Diyuan? Hong Yi was slightly taken aback. After carefully recalling for a moment, he nodded and said, Yes, it was him. At that time, I was talking to you when he suddenly knocked me out from behind. But why did he hit me? Qin Feiyang said, He must have gone crazy. Crazy? Then where is he now? How dare he hit me? Watch how I teach him a lesson. Hong Wen said angrily. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, He had something to do and left. I don't know where he went. When Hong Yi heard this, he immediately said angrily, Damned thing, don't let me catch you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Let's go back to the Dragon God Hall first. What about the divine pill? Hong Wen looked at Qin Feiyang flatteringly. Don't worry, I'll give you a few more when we go back. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. Hong Yi smiled and opened an altar. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, Did you forget something? What is it? Hong Wen was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Send me to your spatial divine item. Yes. Hong Yi patted his head and sent Qin Feiyang to the spatial divine item before stepping on the altar. After smoothly returning to the Dragon God Hall, Qin Feiyang took out 3 healing pills and handed them to Hong Wen. Hong Wen was overjoyed as if he had received a treasure. Qin Feiyang said, Don't give these divine pills to others. But Hong Wen was puzzled. I don't want to cause a sensation. In short, I just want to keep a low profile and cultivate in the Dragon God Hall. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Don't worry. I won't be stupid enough to give them to others. After all, these are life-saving divine pills. Hong Wen smiled. Qin Feiyang said, Then let's establish a contract bridge? It's my honor. Hong Wen immediately took out the image crystal. After establishing the contract, Hong Wen put away the divine pills and returned to the law enforcement hall happily. How could such a thing happen? The 4 ancestral dragons were killed and the divine artifact was stolen. Who is this Qin Feiyang? His strength is actually so terrifying? Along the way, Hong Wen soon heard about what happened in the plains not long ago. No way. When did such a big thing happen? Hong Wen was shocked. He looked at the disciples who were discussing and flew down. Greetings, enforcers. Several disciples immediately bowed in respect. What did you say just now? The 4 ancestral dragons were killed. Hong Wen frowned. You don't know about such a big thing? The disciples looked at him in surprise. Answer whatever I ask you. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hong Wen said angrily. Yes. Not only the 4 ancestral dragons were killed, but the Hall Master is also dead. I heard that even the Chief Hall Master Yi Zhong risked his life to escape. Just now, Lord Long Zun also came to our Dragon God Hall. He seemed to be looking for Yi Zhong. The disciples said. When did this happen? Hong Wen was surprised. Not long ago, on the plains outside the Dragon God Mountain range. It's too terrifying. Although we weren't there, I heard from those who know that Qin Feiyang is simply a god descending to the mortal world. The faces of the disciples were filled with shock. Qin Feiyang? Hong Wen was stunned. Who was this? Although he was an enforcer of the Dragon God Hall, his authority was limited and he didn't know about Qin Feiyang's situation. I have to go back and ask around. Hong Wen muttered, opened the altar, and quickly returned to the enforcer hall. In a certain hall, Long Zun stared at Yizhong angrily and shouted, "How are you going to explain this to me?" "What should I explain? You also know that I didn't agree with this plan at first. Let's talk about it later." At that time on the plains, I had already told this hall master of the Northern Dragon God Hall that the situation wasn't right and he shouldn't be impulsive. It was he who didn't listen and acted rashly. Now that you're here to blame me, who should I look for? Yizhong looked at Long Zun with dissatisfaction. You still have a reason? Long Zun was furious. This plan was controlled by Her Highness. I was just assisting from the side, so the responsibility is not mine. Yizhong said. Good. You're right. Then go and find Qin Feiyang for me now. Long Zun said angrily. To be honest, I don't think I have the ability. Because I haven't seen him before, I always thought it was an exaggeration. This time, after witnessing it with my own eyes, although I don't know much about him at present, I can already see that he is not a simple character. Although he is just a junior, in some ways he is more terrifying than us. Yizhong said. I knew you would answer this way. Long Zun snorted coldly. Yizhong sighed, looked at Long Zun and suggested, why don't we talk to him? Talk to him about what? Doesn't this show that I, Long Zun, am afraid of him? Think about it carefully. I didn't ask you to come to the Northern Dragon God Hall for your retirement. Long Zun said coldly, then turned and left. Qin Badian, why is your descendant so difficult to deal with? What a headache. Yizhong rubbed his forehead and couldn't help but feel irritated. Time flew by. 3 days later, the news that Princess Dragons and Black Dragons pretended to be Lin Yi's masters spread wildly in Divine Prefecture. I didn't expect all this to be a trick of the dragons. I must have been blind back then to actually believe their nonsense. Thanks to that person named Qin Feiyang and Hui Yi. Otherwise, we would have died on the plain. These beasts simply don't treat us as humans. Can any of you contact the people of the Dragon Slayer Temple? I will join the Dragon Slayer Temple and kill all these trash. There was no suspense. As soon as this news spread, the dragons fell into deep trouble. Everyone was cursing behind their backs. Many dragons' diehard fans couldn't help but change their minds. The dragons despise humans so much. Is it really worth it to serve the dragons? 3 days outside. The ancient castle had been here for 300 years. After Qin Feiyang sent Hong Yi away, he stayed in the ancient castle, cultivating while guarding the 4 heaven-defying artifacts. 300 years had passed. The body of the heaven-defying artifacts had healed, but the artifact spirit had not awakened. 300 years later, the golden sea python was still fusing with the golden dragon ancestral dragon. Feng Daji's divine soul was still far from condensing a complete divine soul. Buzz. On this day, the image crystal rang. It was Jiang Dafei. Jiang Dafei said, the news has been spread out, and it has a great impact on the dragons. That's expected. Qin Feiyang nodded. Also, what everyone is most curious about now is your identity. I often hear people talking about who Qin Feiyang is. Who is Hui? The people of the Divine Prefecture are full of admiration for you. There are even many people who want to join you. And the higher-ups of the Dragon Slayer Temple also have a high opinion of you. Jiang Dafei laughed. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and said, paper can't wrap fire. You can spread my identity. Jiang Dafei nodded. What about the list? Qin Feiyang asked. I've got it. Jiang Dafei said. Okay, I'll ask Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan to go to you directly. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked, are you done with your work? I want to go to you now. But the Lord of the Dragon God Temple is dead, and I'm the only one in charge of the Holy Dragon City now. I'm afraid I can't leave for the time being. Jiang Dafei said regretfully. It's a good thing. Take the opportunity to perform well. When the new messenger of the dragons arrives and sees how well you manage the holy dragon city, he might take the initiative to make you the city lord. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Jiang Dafei said, I'll do my best. But you can't fall behind in your cultivation. Since you're following me, you can't always stay in the same place. You have to aim for the eternal realm. Qin Feiyang said. I'll keep that in mind. Jiang Dafei nodded. But I'll ask Li Changhe and the others to go to you. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal and sent a message to Li Changhe and Wang Daoyuan. After receiving the message, the two of them were also overjoyed. With the list, the task was much easier. The two of them immediately changed their appearances and went to the Holy Dragon City to find Jiang Dafei. Chapter 2471. Half a month later, Hui sent another message. There was indeed an ancestral dragon guarding the inner sea of the four great seas. It was almost impossible for Qin Feiyang to collect enough blood to open the third stage. In the future, he had to keep a low profile so as not to get into trouble. That young man had not appeared since the last time he came to find Qin Feiyang. On the same day, the nine-heaven realm of the northern region was also in an uproar. The Vice Palace Master Yi Xiaoyao, who had disappeared for a long time, finally returned. But they didn't know that the Vice Palace Master had always been there, but he had changed his identity. However, even when Hui returned, he did not mention this identity to the upper echelons of the Nine-Heaven Palace. In the Great Council Hall, Yi Xiaoyao sat right above. This time, of course, he was showing his true face. His facial features were handsome, and his eyebrows were like swords. He was about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, and his entire body exuded the aura of a superior. There was also a fire lotus pattern between his eyebrows. The Great Elder, the other 9 Great Elders, Shangguan Fenglan, and a group of upper echelons sat respectfully at the side. Not bad. I haven't been back for so long, and there hasn't been any trouble in the Nine-Heaven Palace. Yi Xiaoyao chuckled. Hearing this, the big shots looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What's wrong? Yi Xiaoyao looked at them suspiciously. The Great Elder said, Vice Palace Master, you really don't know what happened these years? Yi Xiaoyao was stunned and asked suspiciously, Are you talking about Qin Feiyang? It seems that you know. There's also a person called Hui Yi who claims to be your disciple. The Great Elder said. Cough cough. Yi Xiaoyao coughed dryly and nodded. Hui Yi is indeed my disciple. The Great Elder was speechless. We don't object to you taking in disciples, but no matter what, you should have told us in advance. If I had told you in advance, would I have been able to find out about the chaos in the Nine-Heaven Palace? Parasites like Feng Yuan should have been eliminated long ago. And some elders. He's also a person of virtue and prestige in our northern region, but what kind of trash are his disciples? Yi Xiaoyao said angrily, glancing at the second elder. Plop. Second elder's body trembled. He immediately knelt on the ground and said, I was wrong. Please punish me, Vice Palace Master. You also know that you're wrong? Then when Hui Yi and Qin Feiyang exposed Yu Zijie in the Great Council Hall, did you still protect him? Yi Xiaoyao shouted. Back then, Yu Zijie had colluded with Yin Hui to frame Qin Feiyang and the others. It had caused quite a stir in the northern region. The second elder lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was confused for a moment and I'm willing to accept the punishment. If I wanted to punish you, do you think you would still be alive? As Yi Xiaoyao spoke, he released a trace of his aura. Everyone's eyes trembled. This aura seemed to be even stronger than before. Vice Palace Master, you? The first elder looked at Yi Xiaoyao in disbelief. Not bad. I've already stepped into the initial imperishable level. Yi Xiaoyao nodded. Initial immortal. A look of ecstasy appeared on everyone's faces. In the northern region, an initial imperishable realm expert was absolutely invincible. I see. You were cultivating in seclusion all these years when you disappeared. The first elder suddenly understood. That's right. Yi Xiaoyao nodded and looked at the second elder. Tell me, if I wanted to kill you, would you still be alive today? Thank you for not killing me, Vice Palace Master. The second elder hurriedly bowed. Be a good person in the future and do things honestly. I don't want to see such things happen again. Yi Xiaoyao withdrew his aura and said. The second elder nodded. Yi Xiaoyao said, also, let me tell you a piece of good news. The ancestral dragon of the Black Dragon clan has died. What? Everyone looked at each other. There's another news. The palace master is still alive. Yi Xiaoyao threw out another piece of explosive news. The palace master is still alive? How is that possible? The group of people was dumbfounded, especially the first elder. He wanted to believe it, but he didn't dare to. Since the palace master is alive, why didn't she come back? Where is she now? Shengguan Fenglan came back to her senses and asked Yi Xiaoyao. She has something to do. She won't come back for the time being. Yi Xiaoyao shook his head and said, it's also possible that she will never come back. Never come back? Everyone was stunned. The first elder asked suspiciously, what do you mean? You will understand in the future. Don't ask any other questions. I have to leave again later. All the affairs of the Jiutian Palace will still be handled by the first elder. Yi Xiaoyao said. You're leaving again? The first elder was slightly stunned. A trace of displeasure crept up his face as he said angrily, you're addicted to being a hands-off boss. Yi Xiaoyao smiled embarrassedly and said, capable people do more work. The first elder rolled his eyes. All right, all of you can leave. First elder, go and call Madman. I'll wait for him here. Yi Xiaoyao waved his hand. Everyone responded respectfully and turned to leave. Yi Xiaoyao rolled his eyes and looked at Shengguan Fenglan. Fenglan, you stay here first. Shengguan Fenglan was stunned and then responded respectfully. After everyone left, she turned to look at Yi Xiaoyao and bowed. What other orders do you have, Vice Palace Master? That, cough. Yi Xiaoyao coughed and said, I heard from my disciple that the two of you, Shengguan Fenglan couldn't help but blush. Yi Xiaoyao smiled and said, as long as you are both willing, I won't object. Vice Palace Master, this, Shengguan Fenglan was at a loss for a moment. How old are you? Why are you still shy? Give me a straightforward answer. Do you like him or not? Yi Xiaoyao said. Shengguan Fenglan lowered her head, and her face was as red as an apple. She murmured, I like him. Yi Xiaoyao was delighted and nodded. That's right. If you love him, you should say it out loud. When my disciple comes back, I will personally grant you a marriage. Thank you, Vice Palace Master. Shengguan Fenglan said. All right, you can leave. Yi Xiaoyao waved his hand. Shengguan Fenglan blushed and turned to run out. Yi Xiaoyao touched his chin narcissistically and chuckled. So Lan, wasn't joking. She really likes me. Wait. She likes Hui, not Yi Xiaoyao. If she finds out that I am Hui in the future, will she fall out with me on the spot? Should I call her back now and confess? No. If she falls out with me, then I won't have any hope in the future. What should I do? The more he thought about it, the more distressed Yi Xiaoyao became. Accompanied by steady footsteps, a young man in black walked into the hall. It was Madman. You're still willing to come back? When Madman saw Yi Xiaoyao, he didn't seem to have much respect. Yi Xiaoyao was speechless. Hey, I'm still the Vice Palace Master. What does it have to do with me? Madman sat at the table casually, crossing his legs and raising his eyebrows. Yi Xiaoyao said angrily, can't you change your personality? I'm born with it. I can't change it. Cut the crap. If you have something to say, say it. I'm very busy. Madman began to get impatient. Yi Xiaoyao shook his head and smiled bitterly. He sized up Madman and nodded. Not bad, you've already stepped into the early stage of the Paragon God realm. So. Compared to you, I definitely can't compare. Madman said. Yi Xiaoyao said, but do you know? Qin Feiyang has already stepped into the half-step Paragon God realm. So fast? Madman suddenly stood up and stared at Yi Xiaoyao in shock. Back then, Qin Batian surpassed you. Now, Qin Feiyong has surpassed you again. Your title of genius is a bit unworthy. Yi Xiaoyao chuckled. When Madman heard this, he returned to his seat with a look of indifference. Yi Xiaoyao looked at Madman in a daze. This reaction was different from what he imagined. I'm not a genius to begin with. It's you boring people who forced it on me. Madman pursed his lips. The corner of Yi Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. He said angrily, your foster father's death was a huge blow to you. We all know that, but now that you've taken your revenge, can't you be more serious? Foster father, Madman muttered. Back then, your foster father was also a famous figure in the northern region. As his foster son, you don't have to be very promising, but at least you can't smear his name. Let's talk about it later. The Grand Elder also had high hopes for you and treated you as his own grandson. Can you bear to see him disappointed? Although you've been in seclusion for the past few years, everyone can see that you have no fighting spirit at all. Yi Xiaoyao said. Madman frowned. You specifically called me here to say this? I want to cheer you up. Your talent is not inferior to Qin Feiyong. As long as you bring out your fighting spirit, you will definitely have amazing achievements in the future. I sincerely hope that you can become the future pillar of Empyrean Palace. You can't be too narrow-minded. You have to be a man who stands at the peak of the ancient world. Yi Xiaoyao said. Madman frowned. A person's life should be grand and spectacular. Think about it carefully. If you've thought it through, go to the Sky Dragon Sea tomorrow morning and wait for me. I'll bring you to a place. If you don't go, then I'll take it that I've misjudged you. Yi Xiaoyao said. Not interested. Madman got up and walked out directly. This guy. Yi Xiaoyao shook his head, his expression filled with helplessness. But in fact, he didn't know that Madman's heart was in a mess at this moment. Foster father, old man, do you all also hope that I can become someone like Qin Badin? But what's the point of becoming such a person? Late at night, in the outer sect, at the peak of an uninhabited mountain, the madman stood by himself. He looked up at the starry sky, and his dark eyes were filled with an unprecedented confusion. Of course it's meaningful. Because we humans need fair treatment, need a peaceful world, and all these need to rely on our own hands and hard work to obtain. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind Madman. Chapter 2472. Old Man. Madman was slightly taken aback. He turned around and saw Grand Elder standing not far away with a kind face. Madman frowned and asked, When did you come? Seeing you come back from the meeting hall with a heavy heart, I was worried, so I followed you. Grand Elder laughed hoarsely and walked to Madman's side. Madman said unhappily, Not bad, now you know to follow me. Who talks like that? I'm worried about you. If it was someone else, do you think I would care about them? The Great Elder was fuming with rage. Who wants you to care? Madman pursed his lips, but a warm feeling flowed in his heart. Grand Elder shook his head helplessly and smiled. I don't know what the Vice Palace Master said to you. However, you have always been this old man's pride. Do what you want to do, don't leave any regrets in your life. Then he patted Madman's shoulder and left without saying anything else. Madman was silent. Seeing Grand Elder about to disappear, Madman suddenly turned around and looked at Grand Elder's back. He shouted, Old man, you have to take care of yourself. Although I'm old, I don't need others to take care of me. When the time comes, you're not young anymore. Hurry up and find a woman. I still want to wait until I retire to hug my great-grandson and enjoy the happiness of family. Grand Elder waved his hand without looking back and disappeared from Madman's sight. Old man. Madman cursed, but there was a trace of a smile on his face. As you wish, I'll go out and explore. I'll let the dragons, the ancient world, and the entire world tremble under my feet. At this moment, he was like a different person from before, emitting a shocking sharpness. The next day, Divine Land. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyong was still guarding beside the 4 heaven-defying artifacts. Suddenly, the image crystal began to move. Qin Feiyong opened his eyes and took out the image crystal. A figure quickly appeared. It was Hui. Didn't you go to the northern region? How can you still send me a message? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. You're back, Hui said. So fast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. How long can it take to go back and take a look? Let's not talk about this for now. Come to the Fenghua brothel. I have a surprise for you. Hui laughed. Surprise? Qin Feiyang was slightly surprised and asked, which room? 8th floor, private room number 3. After Hui finished speaking, he turned off the image crystal. So mysterious. Qin Feiyang shook his head and stood up to look outside the door. He shouted, Fire Lotus, I'm going out for a while. Come in and help me keep an eye on them. All right. Fire Lotus's voice could be heard. Without waiting for Fire Lotus to come in, Qin Feiyang left the castle and sent a message to Hong Yi. After Qin Feiyang left the ancient castle, the 4 heaven-defying artifacts floating in the void seemed to move slightly. Cave abode. Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi's shadow and said with a smile, Accompany me on a trip. Hong Yi was startled and said, I'm very busy these few days, can we change the time? 3 life divine pills. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, Hong Yi was overjoyed and nodded, Okay, I'll be right there. With that, the shadow disappeared. In less than 50 breaths, Hong Yi ran into the cave abode. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, What are you busy with? This? Hong Yi hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, It's nothing, I'm just busy. What are you going out for now? Inviting you to the Fenghua brothel for a drink. Qin Feiyang laughed, but there was a trace of ridicule in the depths of his eyes. Being busy was just an excuse. His real purpose was to ask for benefits from him. However, he liked this kind of person, because this kind of person was easier to control. Invite me to a drink? Hong Yi was stunned and hurriedly said, How would I dare? If I were to treat you, it would be me. It's all the same, let's go. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hong Yi nodded and sent Qin Feiyang to the space divine object. Then he opened the altar and left the Dragon God Palace. Fenghua brothel. Qin Feiyang and Hong Yi entered the restaurant, and a waiter immediately came up to greet them with a smile. Lord Hong Yi, long time no see. Obviously. Hong Yi was a frequent customer here. Hong Yi looked at the waiter proudly and said indifferently, I've been too busy recently, so I don't have time to come. Do you still have a private room? Yes. The waiter nodded repeatedly, retreated to the side, and said with a flattering smile, Lord, please. The 2 of them followed Hui upstairs. Isn't he Li Bua? Why would he come to the Fenghua brothel with Hong Yi? Not bad, you've built a good relationship with the law enforcers so quickly. Some people whispered. These people were all disciples of the Dragon God Palace. When they were free, they would come to the Fenghua brothel to eat and drink. Li Bua? Could it be the person who killed the island master of the first island in public? Someone asked in a low voice. Although these things happened in the Dragon God Palace, it had long been spread out. It was just that they usually didn't see Qin Feiyang in the Holy Dragon City, so they didn't talk much about it. Who else could it be if not him? Not only did he kill the island master, but all the people who passed the assessment this time also died in his hands. Let me tell you, not only does he have the support of the law enforcement hallmaster, but he also has an ultimate powerhouse protecting him. An ultimate powerhouse. I was on the first island at that time and saw it with my own eyes. I've also heard about this matter. I thought it was a bit exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to be true. It seems that this person has a strong background. The discussion became more and more intense. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and went straight to the 5th floor. The waiter smiled and said, The 4th private room on the 5th floor is still empty, please. Qin Feiyang patted Hong Yi. What's wrong? Hong Yi was stunned. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I suddenly thought of something. You go and have a drink first, I'll come later. Hong Yi, then don't let me wait too long. I won't. Just a little while. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hong Yi nodded and followed the waiter to the private room. Qin Feiyang glanced at Hong Yi's back, quickly rushed to the 8th floor, walked to the door of the 3rd private room, and gently knocked on the door. The door opened. A familiar figure came into sight. It was Hui. Hui Yi looked outside the door and asked, "Where's Hong Yi?" "I sent him away." Qin Feiyong smiled, entered the room and asked, "What surprise have you prepared for me?" Hui Yi closed the door and said, "Guess." Qin Feiyong looked at Hui, frowned, and suddenly his face changed. He said in surprise, "You didn't bring Shangguan Qiu, did you?" "Shangguan Qiu?" Hui Yi was stunned and said in surprise, "How did you know? What are you doing?" Qin Feiyong glared at Hui angrily and quickly glanced around the private room. But in the tea room, bedroom, and dining room, there was no one, and he didn't sense anyone's aura. "Look at how scared you are, I'm just teasing you." Hui laughed. Qin Feiyong's face darkened. Shangguan Qiu is the chief steward of the treasure school, and also the favorite of the pavilion master and deputy pavilion master. "Do you think I can bring her here?" Hui Yi despised. Qin Feiyong frowned and said, "Then what's the surprise? Come out." Hui Yi looked at the bathroom and smiled. As his voice fell, the door of the bathroom immediately opened, and a young man in black walked out slowly. "Senior brother crazy?" Qin Feiyong looked at the young man in black in surprise. "Ha, boy, long time no see, did you miss me?" Madman laughed loudly. "It's really this guy. You haven't changed at all." Qin Feiyong also smiled, stepped forward, and gave Crazy a bear hug, saying, "I didn't expect you to come. I have nowhere to go. I heard from Hui Yi that you're doing well in Divine Land, so I came to join you. Am I welcome?" Madman chuckled. "You have nowhere to go?" Qin Feiyong was speechless. With this person's talent, he would attract attention wherever he went. After all, this was a monster who could not only create his own divine art, but also upgrade it to the legendary level. "Don't hug me so tightly, okay? I'm not a beauty. If I had known, I would have brought Shangguan Qiu to you and let you hug her slowly." Crazy pushed Qin Feiyong away with a look of disgust. Qin Feiyong's face darkened. "How is it? Is it a surprise?" Hui looked at Qin Feiyong and said, "It's more than a surprise," Qin Feiyong said with a smile. "To be honest, someone like Crazy came to him because he thought highly of him." "Take me in," Crazy said. "Of course." Qin Feiyong nodded. Crazy said, "All right then, I'll follow you from now on, but don't order me around like I'm your underling." "Do I have the guts?" Qin Feiyong was helpless. Not to mention anything else, just the help Crazy gave him in the northern region, he had to repay him well. "I heard from Hui Yi that your castle has changed a lot. Can I go in and take a look?" Crazy asked curiously. "Of course." Qin Feiyong smiled and sent a voice transmission to Hui Yi. "Does he know that you're Yi Xiaoyao?" "He doesn't know." Hui Yi said to himself. "Why do you still hide it from him?" Qin Feiyong was puzzled. "For fun." Hui Yi laughed secretly. Qin Feiyong was speechless and said, "Fire Lotus, put on your mask." "I'm wearing it." Fire Lotus quickly replied. Crazy looked at Qin Feiyong and said, "What are you standing there for? Let's go to the castle." Qin Feiyong smiled. With a wave of his hand, the three of them immediately appeared in the castle. "Crazy, long time no see," Fire Lotus said with a smile. "You're still wearing a mask?" Madman was stunned and teased, "Is it because you're too ugly and don't dare to show your face?" Fire Lotus was helpless. How could he be so sarcastic? Crazy also began to size up the castle. After wandering around, he walked out of the castle and looked at the medicinal field outside. Damn, so many medicinal herbs? And the energy of the spirit vein and the essence of the crystal vein are too terrifying. Even Empyrean Palace can't compare. Crazy was dumbfounded. How long had it been since he came to Divine Land? Divine Land is a place full of surprises. You'll soon fall in love with this place. Qin Feiyong smiled. "I'm already in love. You're really something. You've been hiding it from me. This Black Tortoise world is an independent small world." Crazy was dissatisfied. "We weren't close before after all." Qin Feiyong smiled embarrassedly. Madman took a deep breath and retracted his gaze. He looked at Qin Feiyong and said, "All right, let's get down to business." "Business?" Qin Feiyong was stunned. They had just arrived in Divine Land. What business was there? Chapter 2473. Madman said, "Enter the Dragon God Palace." You want to enter the Dragon God Palace? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wasn't it good to cultivate in the castle? Why did he want to enter the Dragon God Palace? But I'm not entering the Dragon God Palace for cultivation, but for you. Madman said. For me? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Of course. What Yi told me about your situation. You've been going in and out every day, always looking for Hong Yi. It's not a long-term solution. Madman said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. After Madman went in, he could let Madman bring him in and out of the Dragon God Palace. This was undoubtedly much more convenient. He could also be at ease, because Madman definitely wouldn't betray him. Moreover, the people in the Dragon God Palace didn't know his relationship with Madman. As long as he did it secretly, even if Madman was controlled by the fate contract, he wouldn't be in any danger. This was indeed a good thing. However, there was a problem. Every 100 years, the Dragon God Palace would recruit people. In other words, now that Madman wanted to enter, he had no chance. Hui Yi laughed. You have to think of a way to deal with this matter. Qin Feiyang was speechless. I'm just an ordinary disciple in the Dragon God Palace. What can I do? That young man, and this Hong Yi, aren't they both useful? Hui Yi laughed. Young man can't go find him. Because he's too eye-catching. If he enters the Dragon God Palace, senior brother Madman will definitely attract the attention of others. Even attract the attention of the dragons. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. Hui Yi nodded. After all, the young man had offended the dragons. Then let's find Hong Yi. As a law enforcer, it's not a problem to let him help you enter the Dragon God Palace through the back door. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and laughed. Hui Yi said, do as you see fit. All right then. I'll go out and talk to him. Qin Feiyang looked at the two and said. The two of them nodded. Qin Feiyang immediately left the castle and went straight out of the room. A short while later, he went to the 4th private room on the 5th floor and knocked on the door. Come in. Hong Yi's voice sounded in the room. Qin Feiyang pushed open the door and saw Hong Yi sitting at the dining table with one leg crossed over the other as he happily drank wine. On the table, there were several plates of delicious dishes. You're drinking already? Qin Feiyang closed the door and said with a smile. Of course. Come and sit down. Hong Yi stood up and invited Qin Feiyang to sit beside him. After Qin Feiyang sat down, he immediately picked up the wine pot on the table and poured a cup for Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, Try it, this is the best wine in the Fenghua restaurant. Qin Feiyang picked up the wine cup and sniffed it. He nodded and said, It's really good. In fact, in his opinion, no matter how good the wine was, it only had the same taste. Qin Feiyang took a sip and put down the wine cup. He looked at Hong Yi and said, I don't like to beat around the bush. Hong Yi was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Actually, I invited you to the Fenghua restaurant this time because I have something to ask you for help. I told you, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Hong Yi shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then he said, But who are the two of us? Your business is my business. There's no harm in saying it. It's like this. I have a good brother who wants to enter the Dragon God Palace. But as you know, the Dragon God Palace only recruits once every 100 years. So I want to ask you, do you have any way to let him enter the Dragon God Palace now? Qin Feiyang looked at Hong Yi expectantly. Hong Yi was stunned and asked, That's it. Seeing Hong Yi's reaction, Qin Feiyang knew that it was not a big deal for Hong Yi. He immediately smiled and said, Then I'll leave it to you. It's a piece of cake. But there's a condition. Hong said, What condition? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Hong Yi, he must be loyal to the dragons. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. Are you sure? Brotherly, let's not beat around the bush. You even dared to kill the island master. Will you be loyal to the dragons? I'm afraid what you want is just the resources of the dragons. Hong Yi smiled. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed and didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out 10 life divine pills from his Chinkuan bag and placed them on the table. He looked at Hong Yi and said with a smile, "I'll leave this matter to you." Hong Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately put them away. He patted his chest and said, "Okay, leave it to me." Qin Feiyang smiled and waved his hand. Madman and Hui appeared. However, Hui changed his appearance into Chao Diyuan's appearance. "Chao Diyuan, you bastard, you actually hit me from behind." As soon as he saw Hui, Hong Yi jumped up with a face full of anger. "Brother, calm down, calm down. I was just joking at that time. All the expenses today will be paid by me as an apology," Hui said with a smile. "That's more like it." Hong Yi coldly snorted and returned to his seat. Qin Feiyang pointed at Madman and looked at Hong Yi with a smile. "Let me introduce him. He's my good brother, known as Madman." "Madman?" Hong Yi was stunned. To be called Madman, he was definitely not a good person. Looking at Madman curiously, Hong Yi said, "No matter how powerful you are outside, once you enter the Dragon God Palace, you must be obedient." "I know." Madman nodded and took the initiative to pour a cup of wine. He smiled and said, "To you." "Ha, I like people who drink wine." Hong Yi laughed and grabbed the wine cup. He clinked it with Madman's and then drank it in one gulp. Madman didn't change his appearance. Because long before the dragons came to the northern region, he had already gone into seclusion to cultivate. Although later, he went to Dongling to inform Qin Feiyang and Hui, he also avoided the dragons. In the early years, when the dragons went to Nine Heavens Palace to force them to hand over Qin Badian, because his cultivation was too weak to participate in the battle, he didn't appear. Therefore, the dragons didn't know him. As long as the dragons didn't go to the northern region to inquire, they wouldn't know that Madman was from Nine Heavens Palace. Furthermore, the dragon clan would not go out of their way to investigate a nobody in the divine prefecture. They drank until evening and finally finished. After Hui paid the bill, the four stood up and directly opened the altar and returned to the Dragon God Palace. On the stone stairs. "Do whatever I say later, don't talk nonsense," Hong Yi whispered. Madman nodded. As for Qin Feiyang and Hui, they were in Hong Yi's spatial divine item. So, the two climbed up the stone stairs and saw an old man sitting cross-legged on the square. It was Yi Zhong. After a few days, his injuries had already healed. Sitting in the middle of the square, he closed his eyes and meditated. Hong Yi walked over and bowed. "Greetings, Lord Grand Hall Master." "What's the matter?" Yi Zhong opened his eyes and looked at Hong Yi. Hong Yi bowed and said, "I have a cousin who dreams of entering the Dragon God Palace. I hope Lord Grand Hall Master can help me." Yi Zhong was slightly taken aback. He looked at Madman outside and asked, "Is it him?" Hong Yi nodded and shouted at Madman, "Why aren't you bowing to Lord Grand Hall Master?" "Greetings, Lord." Madman bowed. Yi Zhong sized up Madman and looked at Hong Yi. "Since you want to enter the Dragon God Palace so much, why didn't you come in during the previous assessment?" "But I'm not afraid of you laughing, but this assessment is too dangerous. My cousin's cultivation is not good, so Hong Yi smiled flatteringly. Yi Zhong said unhappily, "You are cheating for personal gain. You have to know that you are the law enforcer of our Dragon God Palace. You should be fair and just." "I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. Lord, please make an exception. Just this once." Hong Yi begged. Yi Zhong frowned and turned to look at Madman. "Why do you want to enter the Dragon God Palace?" Madman said, "I want to be like my cousin and share the worries of the dragons." Yi Zhong said, "This old man wants to hear the truth." "Lord, this is the truth. He is just like me, a loyal follower of the dragons." Tong said. Yi Zhong turned a deaf ear to him and stared at Madman. Madman clenched his fists and said, "I want to become stronger." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hong Yi stared at Madman angrily. "Ha!" Yi Zhong laughed and said, "This old man likes honest people like you. Fine, this old man will make an exception and let you enter the Dragon God Palace." "That works too." Hong Yi was slightly stunned. He thought that he might anger Yi Zhong, but he didn't expect that he would gain Yi Zhong's recognition. Yi Zhong stood up and stepped through the stone door, landing in front of Madman. He took out the Destiny God stone and said, "Drip a drop of blood on it." Madman nodded and cut his finger. A drop of blood fell and landed on the Destiny God stone. Immediately, the blood was absorbed by the Destiny God stone. Madman also immediately felt that there was an invisible shackle on his soul. "Work hard, young man." Yi Zhong laughed hoarsely. "Thank you." Madman cupped his hands and stepped into the Divine Dragon Island. "Thank you." Hong Yi also bowed deeply. Then, he opened an altar and called the madman away. The first island. Valley. After Hong Yi appeared, he patted his chest with lingering fear and said, "I was really scared to death just now." Luckily, this main hall master isn't an ordinary person. If it was the previous Dragon God Palace master, you would have already lost your life. Madman laughed. "It's all thanks to you." "Don't mention it." Hong Yi waved his hand and called Qin Feiyang and Madman out from the spatial divine item, saying, "Then I'll go back first." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Since I've taken his money, I'll help him." Hong Yi chuckled. He activated another altar and quickly left. Hui Yi looked at the dissipating altar and turned to Qin Feiyang, frowning. "Not killing him? He doesn't know our identities and doesn't know what we've done. Why would he want to kill us?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Hui Yi nodded and looked at Madman. "How is it, the Dragon God Palace is stronger than the Nine Heaven Palace? The Divine Land is indeed different." It was an eye-opener. Madman sighed. Whether it was resources or other things, the Divine Land far surpassed the four regions. No wonder the dragons were entrenched in the Divine Land. Chapter 2474. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Everything about the Divine Land we'll slowly see in the future. Let's go cultivate first." "That's right. We can't waste time." Frenzy was a little impatient. 100 years in a day. If he didn't work hard, he would be an idiot that was incurable. Hui Yi said, "I'm going for a walk. You guys cultivate." "Where are you going?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Why do you care?" Hui Yi glared at him, and then without looking back, he broke through the air and left. This guy. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even with the time array, who knew how many years it would take for a beginner imperishable realm cultivator to step into the minor imperishable realm? Going for a walk and relaxing at an appropriate time would be helpful for cultivation. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and brought Frenzy into the cave residence and then into the castle. He looked at Frenzy and smiled. "Just find a cultivation room. If you need soul stones, just get them from Fire Lotus." "Okay." Frenzy nodded and glanced at each cultivation room. He then entered a cultivation room on the second floor, closed the stone door, and entered a state of cultivation. Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the 4 heaven-defying artifacts and frowned. "What's going on? The artifact spirit hasn't awakened yet? This matter can't be rushed. Let's wait." Fire Lotus, who had been shooting arrows, looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Libupa." Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. It seemed to be the voice of the black-clothed man. Fire Lotus said, "This person came to find you for no good reason. You have to be careful." Qin Feiyang nodded and left the castle. When he walked out of the cave residence, he saw the black-clothed man standing above the valley. He asked suspiciously, "Island Master, what's the matter?" "I'm here to remind you that everyone who comes to the Dragon God Palace has a chance to enter the Divine Art Treasury," the black-clothed man said. "Divine Art Treasury?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. The black-robed man nodded. "Yes, there are countless divine arts in the treasury. If you're lucky, you can even get a legendary divine art." Legendary deity technique. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. He wasn't interested in other deity arts, but who wouldn't be interested in a legendary deity art? The black-robed man continued, "There's even a supreme-level divine art in the treasury." Sovereign-grade divine art? Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Don't tell me you've never heard of the sovereign-grade divine arts? The sovereign-level deity technique is above the legendary level, second only to the heaven-defying level deity technique. Even in our Dragon God Palace, there are only a handful of sovereign-level divine arts. Furthermore, not a single disciple possessed an utmost exalted-level divine technique. Including me, the black-clothed man said proudly. Supreme divine artifact, supreme divine technique, Qin Feiyang murmured. In other words, there was still room for improvement in the godly dragon art. A mere sovereign-grade divine technique was enough? No matter what, it had to be upgraded to the heaven-defying level. The 6-word divine technique was a heaven-defying level deity technique that could ignore the barriers of major realms. When the godly dragon art and other deity techniques were upgraded to the heaven-defying level, coupled with the kill formula, they would be invincible. That's right. The goal was the heaven-defying level deity technique. Qin Feiyang suppressed the emotions in his heart and asked, "Where's the treasury?" The black-clothed man said, "In the center of the island, next to the Deacon Hall. There's only one chance, cherish it." With that, the black-clothed man turned and left. Strange. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man's back. Why would this person be so kind as to specially come to remind him? Could there be something wrong with this? After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang took the big black wolf out of the ancient castle. What? The big black wolf looked at Qin Feiyang with a dumbfounded face. He was cultivating in seclusion when he suddenly took it out. Go to the deity technique treasury. Qin Feiyang said. Deity technique treasury? The big black wolf was stunned. What the hell was this place? Because he was in seclusion, he didn't hear the conversation between Qin Feiyang and the black-clothed man. It's the martial arts treasury. But the difference is that the martial arts treasury of the Dragon God Palace is full of deity techniques. There's also a sovereign-grade divine technique. So we can't waste this opportunity. What if you're lucky and get this sovereign-grade divine technique? Qin Feiyang laughed. I'm not that lucky. The big black wolf rolled his eyes and turned back into a big black dog. Although he said something discouraging, there was still some anticipation in his eyes. Maybe he was really lucky and was really found by it? A man and a wolf soared into the sky and flew towards the center of the island like lightning. The first island was the smallest island in the Dragon God Palace, but in the eyes of a man and a wolf, it was huge. According to Qin Feiyang's estimation, it would take half a day to cross the first island. At that time, he was a phenomenal divine lord. Now that he had broken through to the half-step supreme level, although he had improved a lot, it would take at least an hour to cross the first island. And the valley he was in was at the edge of the first island. It would take about an hour to reach the deity technique treasury in the center. Along the way, Qin Feiyang met a lot of people. There were war gods, divine lords, peerless gods, and a few Nine Heavens realm cultivators. But when they looked at him, their faces were filled with fear. Finally, a towering mountain came into sight. The mountain peak was flattened like a giant axe. There were 2 or 3 palaces. One was golden and dazzling. The other 2 were black and filled with an ancient aura. There were also many people's auras in the nearby mountains. And these auras were very strong. They were all above the peerless god realm. The big black wolf asked suspiciously, "Brother, don't you think it's strange?" "What's strange?" Qin Feiyang was startled and looked at him in confusion. "We've met dozens of Nine Heavens realm auras along the way. Why don't these Nine Heavens realm people go to the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th island to cultivate?" The big black wolf said. Qin Feiyang said, "Didn't the deputy palace master say that newcomers have to stay on the first island? Although that's true, it's easy for them to enter the 2nd island with their strength. Could it be that entering the 2nd and 3rd island doesn't depend on cultivation?" The big black wolf frowned. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. While they were talking, a man and a wolf landed on a square on the mountain peak. There was no one in the square. It was dead silent. Deacon Hall, Deity Technique Treasury, Deity Weapon Pavilion? Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 palaces. The Golden Palace was the Law Enforcement Hall. The Black Palace to the left of the Golden Palace was the Deity Technique Treasury. The words Deity Weapon Pavilion were engraved above the Black Palace on the right. And the square was facing the Deacon Hall. Deity Weapon Pavilion? This name, could it be where the deity weapon is stored? The big black wolf was surprised. I guess so, Qin Feiyong said in a low voice and walked towards the deacon hall. The big black wolf hurriedly followed. You're here so soon? I thought that you would disdain my Dragon God Hall's deity technique treasury. When the man and the wolf entered the deacon hall, a voice full of ridicule sounded out. The black-clothed man was sitting at the side of the main hall, drinking tea while looking at Qin Feiyong and the big black wolf. The big black wolf immediately raised his eyebrows and said, "Don't be sarcastic with us here." The black-clothed man's gaze turned cold. "What are you staring at?" The big black wolf bared his teeth. Qin Feiyong dragged the big black wolf and thought, "Keep a low profile." Then he looked at the black-clothed man and said with a faint smile, "Actually, you really don't have to hate me so much, because I don't have any thoughts about you." The black-clothed man was stunned. Was this considered admitting defeat? That's true. All right then. Let's get along peacefully like before. The black-clothed man put down his teacup and got up, leading the man and wolf out of the deacon hall. Qin Feiyong asked curiously, "Island Master, what kind of place is the Divine Weapon Pavilion?" The black-clothed man said proudly, "Of course it's a place where divine weapons are stored. There's also a supreme-level divine weapon inside." Qin Feiyong and the big black wolf looked at each other, a glint flashing in their eyes at the same time. The big black wolf hurriedly asked, "Then how can we enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion?" "I don't know." The black-clothed man shook his head. "Didn't you just say that we'll get along peacefully?" The big black wolf was instantly dissatisfied. The black-clothed man said, "But don't you think that you owe me an apology?" The big black wolf's mouth twitched. A mighty nine heavens stage perfection, and a divine dragon, was actually so vengeful? Fine. I apologize. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Are you okay now? The big black wolf said. The black-clothed man's expression eased a lot. He took out a token and threw it to the big black wolf. "What's this?" The big black wolf stood up and caught the token. The token was golden. There was a divine dragon on the front. On the other side, there were the words Dragon God Hall. This seems to be the identity token of the Dragon God Hall? Qin Feiyong mumbled and took out a golden token from his interspatial ring. The two were exactly the same. "You're just a big dog. I didn't intend to give you an identity token, but seeing that your attitude is okay, I'll give it to you," the black-clothed man said. "Reward?" The big black wolf was speechless. What was the point of this thing? If you want to enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion and the Divine Technique Treasury, you must have a token. The black-clothed man said lightly. "There's such a use?" The big black wolf was surprised. The black-clothed man continued, "But new disciples only have one chance to enter the Divine Technique Treasury for free." Qin Feiyong and the big black wolf looked at each other. The word free was the main point. "Then how can I enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion?" Qin Feiyong asked. "Merit," the black-clothed man said. "Merit?" The man and the wolf were stunned. What was that? "Make some contributions to the Dragon God Hall and you can get a certain amount of merit. And the use of merit is not only to enter the Divine Weapon Pavilion, but also to enter the Divine Technique Treasury in the future. If you want to leave the first island and go to the second, third, and fourth islands to cultivate, you also need different degrees of merit." The black-clothed man said. "So that's how it is." The man and the wolf were enlightened. Going to other islands to cultivate really had nothing to do with cultivation. Qin Feiyong asked, "Then what kind of contribution do you have to make to get merit?" "Mission. Look over there." The black-clothed man pointed to the left side of the gate of the deacon hall. There was a notice board hanging on the wall. On top of it, there were countless small, densely packed words.